Warhammer x LOTM, The Black Emperor. By author Jiao Chao Mo. Chapter 301-325. The Dream Woven by the World Serpent. The flames in front of Ning Lu's furnace instantly turned golden. A dazzling light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire village. The Nocturn residents widened their eyes, looking towards the center of the light. The light shone on Ning Lu, making him appear like a god descending, and they couldn't help but recall the words spoken by the pale-skinned man. He will surpass everyone in the competition, including you, Vulcan. Alfarius watched Ning Lu's actions. If Vulcan used forging techniques to create weapons with all-around superior performance, Ning Lu, on the other hand, relied on absolute strength to repeatedly process the ore, continuously improving the material's properties. A large amount of ore was rapidly consumed, quickly condensing under the tempering of the flames. The Nocturne residents brought him materials again and again, far exceeding the initial estimate before the competition began. 23 hours after forging began, Vulcan reheated the shaped silver hammer and put it into the fire for quenching. Only then did Ning Lu begin his forging. At this point, the ore consumed by Ning Lu exceeded Vulcan's by hundreds of times, but since there were no conditions limiting this aspect before the competition, the elders of the Noble Council did not stop him. A master forger from Themis, the city of warriors, emerged from his shock at the golden flames and evaluated it from the perspective of forging craftsmanship. Although the outsider Ning Lu's flames are far beyond the mundane, his forging art is too crude. While forging his weapon, Vulcan also paid attention to Ning Lu's forging. His eyes blazed with fire as he spoke. Ning Lu's forging also has unique techniques. He adds the sword-making materials in several batches, and the number of temperings differs, thus creating different properties. After multiple temperings, the crystal structure of the ore changes, its density increases, making it harder, less prone to deformation, and more suitable for the blade. The sword tip is sharper and has stronger penetrating power. He uses this method to maximize his ability to control flames. Vulcan gave his final evaluation. A Nocturne stellar day is the same as a Terra day, both 24 hours. Ning Lu only spent 1 hour actually forging the sword. What ultimately appeared in his hand was a golden longsword, while Vulcan's was a silver warhammer. The two Gene Seed Primarchs then proceeded to Death Volcano, the largest and most deadly volcano on Nocturne, and also the heart and source of life for this world. Looking from afar at Death Volcano, it was a pure, colossal rock. Ning Lu arrived at the giant volcanic vent first. He looked down and saw countless surging molten lava pits. Through his superhuman vision, he could see massive creatures lying by the lava rivers and emerging from caves. Fire lizardess. Among the creatures Ning Lu had seen before, only the kraken was larger than the fire lizardess. The largest thunder wolf on Fenris's land wasn't even as big as their heads. Ning Lu activated his psychic vision and gazed at the fire lizardess. He saw their eyes and teeth shimmering with psychic radiance. Open black lens bracket. Sure enough, there are potion ingredients on the fire lizardess. Close black lens bracket. Beside Ning Lu, John, the machine, who had mastered divination after learning the Flao's prophecy knowledge, was eager to try. Should I divine the location of the largest fire lizards? No, this is a competition between him and me, Ning Lu said again. Soon, you will have a chance to demonstrate your abilities. His eyes deepened as he activated subspace insight. In his vision, countless dense, large and small light spots appeared. Generally speaking, the stronger the creature, the larger its projection in the warp, and they are also most likely to be the largest creatures in size. After a few breaths, Ning Lu locked onto the largest light spot among them. He leapt down from the mountaintop, landing steadily in front of a cave entrance. The cave Ning Lu stepped into had no life present. There was no need, he didn't want to kill the fire lizards, that would be a waste of potion ingredients. Ning Lu moved through the cave tunnels, going deeper into the planet's interior. He was surprised to see countless gigantic creatures coiled around Nocturne's core. The smallest among them was countless times larger than any fire lizards. Their bodies were like pythons, yet they had scales like dragons. Their heads were inverted triangles. World Serpent. When Ning Lu saw the dragon snake-like creatures, he immediately realized his mistake. He had used subspace insight to find the most powerful creature projected in the warp. But the largest creatures on Nocturn were not the fire lizardess but the world serpents. Ning Lu knew that the world serpents were the oldest existence among Nocturn's serpent species. As part of this planet's mythology, the gigantic dragon snakes had been sleeping for thousands of years, coiled around Nocturn's heart deep within the planet like rocks. Open black lens bracket. According to Vulcan, the world serpents are completely beyond human comprehension. Even for Astartes, witnessing them firsthand is an extraordinary and incredible experience. Future elite warriors among the fire lizardess will hunt fire lizardess and use their teeth or other parts as decorations. The world serpents, even for Astartes, are incredible creatures, evidently much higher level than the fire lizardess. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu activated his psychic vision and looked at the world serpents, then he saw their heads and hearts shining with dazzling psychic light. The potion ingredients on the fire lizardess were like fireflies compared to the bright moon when compared to those on the world serpents. Open black lens bracket. These world serpents are probably mythical creatures. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, the dragon snakes in his vision suddenly underwent a huge change. They transformed into long fire dragons, shimmering with dazzling fiery red light. The next instant, Ning Lu's vision abruptly changed. He fell into the lava, surrounded by flames. Freddy, the black wolf, and John, the brain cat, simultaneously felt their eyelids grow heavy, and their heads slowly rested on the ground. Ning Lu falling into the sea of fire didn't bother him. He had fused with the Burning One's shard, so flames couldn't harm him at all. With a thought, he intended to spread his golden wings. The next moment, Ning Lu frowned, his expression grim. His golden wings behind him had disappeared. Open black lens bracket. How is this possible? What power can separate me from the star god shard? Moreover, I didn't feel anything, I didn't perceive the process of it being stripped from me at all. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, he suddenly felt his body engulfed by raging flames. The scorching flames caused him intense pain all over his body. Lights flickered in Ning Lu's eyes as he tried to mobilize warp energy, raising a psychic shield to protect himself. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He actually couldn't feel the presence of the warp tide. Despite repeatedly encountering surprises, Ning Lu's mind remained calm. Open black lens bracket. I just saw countless world serpents, and then I was instantly swallowed by flames. My golden wings disappeared, and I can't feel the warp's presence. This sudden change is illogical. Even if the world serpents breathed fire or had other abilities, it's impossible for them to instantly strip me of my golden wings. Close black lens bracket. A flash of inspiration struck Ning Lu's mind. Open black lens bracket. Unless it's a dream. Close black lens bracket. As he realized this, the flames enveloping his body disappeared, like a mirror shattering in his vision. Ning Lu looked at Freddy and John, who were lying on the ground, deep in sleep, and was pensive. He recalled memories about the world serpents. They were always sleeping, dreaming about fire. Open black lens bracket. I'm trapped in a dream created by the world serpents. The world serpents dream about fire, and Vulcan knows this, so he should be, like me, trapped in the fiery dream they created. The world serpents can make Gene Seed Primarchs dream, and they can even make Freddy, who is on the darkness pathway, skilled at pulling people into dreams, and at sequence 4 level, fall into a dream. What kind of creatures are they exactly? Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu looked at their dragon snake-like bodies and thought to himself. Open black lens bracket. The world serpents have psychic radiance within them. They are extraordinary creatures. There are 2 pathways related to dreams. The Dream Weaver, pathway for weaving dreams, and the Darkness, pathway for pulling people into dreams. The world serpents have dragon scales, which match the characteristics of extraordinary creatures on the Dream Weaver pathway. Close black lens bracket. After Ning Lu confirmed the world serpent's pathway, he couldn't help but think. Open black lens bracket. What sequence level of extraordinary creature do the world serpents correspond to? It wasn't one world serpent that caused me, Vulcan, and Freddy to fall into a dream, but countless world serpents collectively weaving the dream. So, they are not necessarily sequence 1 or sequence 2 level extraordinary creatures, but at least they should be sequence 4 level extraordinary creatures. Close black lens bracket. Sequence 4 level extraordinary creatures are a different level of being from sequence 5 and below, having initially mastered the mythical creature form. Only creatures of this level can have a dream-inducing effect on Gene Seed Primarchs and sequence 4 level black wolves. Open black lens bracket. The dream created by this group of world serpents actually made me fall into it without any reaction. The greatest possibility is that they are sequence 3 inches dream weaver, level extraordinary creatures. This aligns with what Vulcan said in my memory, that they always dream about fire. In other words, a dream created by a group of sequence 3 extraordinary creatures. No wonder I fell into it without realizing it. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu's mind raced, figuring out everything about the world serpents. He looked at the world serpents coiled around the Earth's core in front of him, sleeping in the dream they had woven. Open black lens bracket. A group of sequence 3 level extraordinary creatures. What I have in front of me is a treasure trove. The question is, do I have the ability to get them? Close black lens bracket. In Ning Lu's mind, the entire process from seeing the world serpents to falling into the dream and then waking up flashed rapidly. A breath later, his eyes suddenly lit up. Open black lens bracket. When I fell into the dream, I remained conscious throughout. Because I possess the nation of disorder, the original substance allowed me to remain conscious in the dream. Jushin's spear is a divine artifact that can kill world serpents, and my golden wings can catch up to them. Close black lens bracket. Thinking of this, Ning Lu suddenly spread his wings and simultaneously drew Jushin's spear. He flew towards the largest one, the one circling the Earth's core's equator. In an instant, Ning Lu flew above the inverted triangular head, raised the spear in his hand, and thrust downwards. Jushin's spear pierced the dragon's scales. The scales, as large as a house and several meters thick, were instantly pierced by the spearhead as if they were paper. Ning Lu flew out from the world serpent's neck. Jushin's spear had pierced through the neck of the colossal creature. He deliberately avoided the brain, not wanting to destroy the potion ingredients. The Gene Seed Primarch grabbed the world serpent's head and threw it onto a lava platform. The body of the dead world serpent still coiled around the Earth's core due to inertia. The bodies of the other world serpents trembled simultaneously. They felt that the collective dream they had created had lost its greatest, dream weaver. Their eyes remained tightly closed, but their bodies detached from the Earth's core and crawled towards different cave directions. Open black lens bracket. The underground cave network of Nocturn was drilled out by the world serpents. No wonder even the Astartes of the fire lizardess haven't mastered the entire underground tunnel network. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu's golden wings vibrated, and he instantly caught up with the second largest world serpent. He had killed 4 world serpents when Freddy suddenly woke up from his sleep. He said in astonishment, "I spend my days pulling people into dreams, and I actually fell into someone else's." No, it was a dream created by another serpent. Ning Lu killed 48 world serpents, stopping only when the other serpents were out of sight. He did not activate subspace insight to continue hunting the other world serpents. Open black lens bracket. That's enough. No need to exterminate them, let them continue to multiply. When I need them in the future, I can just come back and hunt them. Close black lens bracket. Thinking of this, Ning Lu flew back to the Earth's core. He loosened his grip, and Jushin's spear fell directly into the Earth's core, swallowed by the flames. His lips curved upwards. Oops. My hand slipped. Ning Lu smiled, then began to drag and transport the world serpents' corpses into the nation of disorder, saving Vulcan without abandoning the prey. Early in the morning, as the sun illuminated Nocturne, Jushin's spear abruptly appeared in Ning Lu's hand. Holding the spear, he felt a scorching heat. Ning Lu walked forward, heading towards the location of the powerful life form captured by subspace insight. Open black lens bracket. I was busy all night, gaining many sequence 3 extraordinary creature corpses. This trip to Nocturn was not in vain. Even if Vulcan finds the largest fire lizards, I won't suffer any loss. Huang Laohan made the oath of loyalty, not me. If I really lose, Huang Laohan should break the agreement. After all, it's not the first time. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, Jushin's spear cooled to a normal temperature, and he tucked it behind his back. Then, he drew out the sword he had forged. Before him lay a fire lizard as massive as a mountain, similar in length to a smaller ironscale kraken. Its formidable maw was filled with teeth-like spears. Behind its head, a circle of spikes grew, extending all the way to its tail. Golden light reflected in the fire lizard's half-closed eyes. It suddenly opened its eyes, looking at the outsider who had disturbed its deep slumber. Roar! The fire lizard straightened its body, opened its massive mouth, and spewed flames at the audacious black-armored, little man. Ning Lu did not dodge, but charged directly into the fiery torrent. Flames engulfed his body, then instantly vanished. Ning Lu leapt onto the fire lizard's head, brandishing his golden longsword. The longsword pierced through the thick, protective scales on the fire lizard's head. Ning Lu retracted his wrist, and the sword in his hand stopped. He killed the fire lizards without damaging the eyes and teeth, which were parts for the potion ingredients. The golden longsword pierced the brain, which was not a potion ingredient. Ning Lu sheathed his sword at his waist. He walked to the fire lizard's corpse, and with a powerful heave of his arms, lifted it. At the same moment, Vulcan used his silver great hammer to smash the protective shell on the fire lizard's head. He hung his hammer at his waist and walked out, carrying the fire lizards. Beneath Vulcan's feet, a world serpent, which had just created a new fire dream and comfortably fallen into slumber, wriggled its body and burrowed through the cave. In its mind, a black-armored, golden-winged figure suddenly flashed. That figure had appeared like lightning in its previous dream. The largest world serpent in the clan had been pierced by a long spear. In the world serpent's lingering memories, that spear shimmered with a repulsive, destructive power. It shattered the dream in an instant, killing the oldest, most ancient, and largest elder of the clan, who had lived for countless years. The nightmare's recollection caused the world serpent to writhe in terror. The entire death volcano trembled in response, and flames erupted. Above ground, Vulcan, who was walking, suddenly felt the ground shake beneath him. Rocks slid and fell into the magma. Vulcan extended his right arm, gripping the edge of the cliff, while his other hand held the fire lizards he had hunted. Time passed minute by minute. After 8 consecutive days of competing with Ning Lu and then searching the mountains for fire lizardess, Vulcan felt the mountain-like fire lizards, weighing several tons, growing heavier and heavier in his hands. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, but with his competitive spirit ignited, he did not abandon the fire lizards in his hands. Vulcan gazed around, desperately trying to find a way out of his predicament. Suddenly, his flame-spewing eyes flashed. He saw Ning Lu, carrying a fire lizards, descending from the mountain on the opposite side of the magma flow. Vulcan noticed that the fire lizards was larger than the one he had hunted. Ning Lu had spotted the other party earlier than Vulcan, and he couldn't help but marvel at the coincidence of fate. Open black lens bracket. I remember when Huang Laohan and Vulcan competed in hunting fire lizardess. Vulcan was trapped on the edge of a cliff due to a volcanic eruption, unwilling to abandon the fire lizards he had hunted. Huang Laohan threw the larger fire lizards he had hunted into the magma, using it as a bridge to rescue Vulcan. After returning to the village, the elders of the Noble Council announced that Vulcan had defeated the empty-handed Huang Laohan. But Vulcan knelt before Huang Laohan, declaring that the one who prioritized another's life over victory was the true champion. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu's eyes flashed. Open black lens bracket. Vulcan possesses an immortal physique, only Thunderstone can completely kill him. Even if he falls into magma, he can resurrect. But resurrection takes time and involves enduring the pain of burning flames. Since I encountered him, there's no need for him to suffer. Nor do I need to abandon my spoils, like Huang Laohan did, to save Vulcan. Close black lens bracket. While Ning Lu pondered, he set down the fire lizards. Its mountainous body crushed a small hill. With a flap of his golden wings, he flew to the opposite cliff edge, extending both hands to support Vulcan's ribs. Ning Lu felt his hands sink. The weight far exceeded that of the larger fire lizards he had carried, and his body plummeted several meters. Open black lens bracket. Vulcan's body is even heavier than a fire lizard's, though not as heavy as a world serpent. Close black lens bracket. Vulcan, seeing Ning Lu coming to his rescue and falling into danger, immediately felt uneasy due to his kind nature. He immediately decided to abandon his prey and quickly shouted, "I'll drop the prey in my hands, and you throw me up, then you can fly." No need. Potion ingredients couldn't be wasted. As Ning Lu spoke, his golden wings radiated dazzling light, illuminating the entire death volcano. The power granted to him by the Burning One fragment allowed him to lift Vulcan, along with the fire lizards in his hands, and carry them both onto the cliff. Vulcan looked at Ning Lu and said in surprise, "Your strength is so great, how could you lose to me in arm wrestling?" Ning Lu released Vulcan. "Although my golden wings are integrated with my body, strictly speaking, they are not my power. When I competed with you, I didn't want to rely on them." He further explained, "But the power they grant me is a power I fully control, just like when I punch or kick. I don't think this is using external force." Vulcan's lava eyes scrutinized the golden wings behind Ning Lu from a blacksmith's perspective. His bald, large head swayed, and a wave of heat surged forth as he spoke. "No, of course not using external force. Even if you use the power of the golden wings, it is not relying on external force." Vulcan's lava eyes gazed at Ning Lu, and he said with admiration in his tone, "Ning Lu, your pursuit of fairness and your adventurous act of rescuing a competitor are truly admirable." After the two gene seed Primarchs conversed, Ning Lu flew back to the opposite cliff and lifted the fire lizards. They descended from both sides of the cliff. In the village, Alfarius saw the two gene seed Primarchs returning from afar before the people of Nocturn did. He said to the Lord of Mankind before him, "You were right, Ning Lu has won again." The Lord of Mankind smiled, as it should be. The people of Nocturn in the village also saw the two competitors return about 10 minutes later. The moment they saw the two giants, they immediately identified the victor. The fire lizards carried by the outsider Ning Lu was visibly several times larger than Vulcan's. After the two giants entered the village, the elder of the noble council reluctantly walked up to them and announced bitterly, "The final competition, the winner is Ning Lu. Ning Lu is the champion of the competition, and I am wholeheartedly convinced." Vulcan said, "According to our previous wager, I should pledge my loyalty to the outsider." He knelt before the pale-skinned outsider, "I will serve you as my lord." The next moment, dazzling golden light erupted. The people of Nocturne saw the pale-skinned stranger instantly transform. He was clad in golden armor, radiating the same dazzling light as when the competition champion Ning Lu forged weapons. "My son, welcome back to the Imperium of Man." The celebration continued, transforming from a celebration of repelling the twilight specters to a celebration of the Lord of Mankind's arrival and Nocturne's return to the Imperium. On the third day of the celebration, the 18th Legion fleet arrived at Nocturne. Ning Lu smiled as he saw Cassian Vaughn meet his gene father early due to his appearance. Open black lens bracket. I suppose I changed Vaughn's fate, not letting him meet Vulcan only at his dying moments. Close black lens bracket. That night, in Vulcan's blacksmith shop, he and Vaughn sat by the forge, talking. "What? You said the fortress-class energy shield technology Ning Lu possesses. You saw it on Sepra Mundi, capable of protecting an entire hive city." Offering help to Vulcan, Ning Lu readily accepted Vulcan's request for a meeting and went to see him. After the two gene seed Primarchs chatted for a while, Vulcan spoke. "Ning Lu, my brother, Cassian Vaughn told me that you possess fortress-class energy shield technology, capable of building shields far stronger than ordinary void shields, able to protect cities as large as a hive city." Vulcan had already learned from the Legion's tech sergeants that the Empire's ordinary void shields could only protect an area the size of Nocturn's current 7 cities. The Fortress-class energy shield's protective range and strength were more than 10 times that of an ordinary void shield, which could provide shelter for more of Nocturn's populace. Ning Lu hadn't expected that Vulcan would eagerly seek him out before he had even proactively recommended it. He nodded slightly. Yes. Nocturne experiences frequent volcanic eruptions, each causing countless deaths, Vulcan said with a sorrowful tone. Please provide assistance to Nocturne. Of course, Ning Lu immediately agreed. I will dispatch a technical team to establish Fortress-class energy shields for Nocturne and provide maintenance. Fortress-class energy shields require technical maintenance. Ning Lu remembered that the rulers of Vigilance Star, the Agamemnus family, cooperated with Forgeworld Yellow Springs 8, ceding a continent, the Hongbei section, to them. A tech sergeant from Order Shadows, commanding the Legion's servants, could provide maintenance for Nocturne's 7 cities. The Fortress-class energy shield technology is a core technology for protecting many cities. Ning Lu would not trade it to any faction. What he could offer Vulcan and Nocturne was only the technical team, which would also bring him long-term returns. Accordingly, I hope that the human resources expended will receive corresponding compensation. You are an excellent blacksmith. A weapon you forge casually can allow the technical team to serve Nocturne for 20 years. If he could obtain a weapon forged by Vulcan, that would be the best and most preferred option. Vulcan had crafted thousands of unique and dangerous weapons, but before going to Istvan V, he ordered the first chief forgemaster, Tekkel, to destroy most of them, leaving only 7. In Ning Lu's view, this was too wasteful. I accept, Vulcan immediately agreed. To protect the people of Nocturne, he spared no effort in doing what he was most familiar with, blacksmithing. This warhammer was forged during our hunting competition, Vulcan said, taking the silver warhammer from his waist. I give it to you, both to thank you for your spirit in the previous competition and to thank you for being willing to provide Fortress-class energy shields to benefit the people of Nocturne. I will forge 5 weapons to compensate for the first 100 years of service provided by your technical team. Ning Lu took the silver warhammer. This is a commemorative weapon. The fire lizardess of Death Volcano are interesting creatures. I would like to trade for them using the produce of Sepra Mundi and Tricon. Open black lens bracket. Nocturne has long traded minerals with the machine cultists for items they cannot produce. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu planned to preempt the machine cultists' business, but what he wanted was not minerals, but fire lizardess. Open black lens bracket. The worlds under my rule do not lack minerals. The mineral deposits of the Tricon system alone are richer. Close black lens bracket. Good. Vulcan accepted the trade. I will send my progeny to discuss the relevant details. After parting with Vulcan, he immediately ordered Arsenadun to select tech sergeants to handle the Fortress-class energy shield matters, and also to select lawyers from the honor guard to handle trade with Nocturne. Ning Lu himself boarded a Stormbird and headed to the human emperor's flagship, Bucephalus. He met Huang Laohan in the luxurious reception room. After listening to Ning Lu's report, Huang Laohan spoke. You performed excellently in this competition and deserve a reward. I will bestow upon you 2 relic-class battleships. Open black lens bracket. Is there no chance to choose from the treasury? Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu was a little disappointed. Open black lens bracket. However, 2 relic-class battleships are still good. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu immediately returned to the Wangquan Shadow. He gathered his original body servants and asked, how is the rebellion situation in the Osiris sector? My lord, the silver-haired Arsena reported after reviewing the data. Glenn Vorsoto, Legion commander of the 13 Legion, is leading 14,000 sons of war to the Osiris sector to quell the rebellion. The 13 Legion in the early days of the Great Crusade was established in the late Unification Wars. Their recruits came from the Panpokro tribes near the equator, the war families of the Saragon Enclave, the oligarchic hive city of Midafrique, and the cannibal tribes of the Caucasus wasteland. They had one thing in common: these factions did not surrender and firmly resisted the attacks of the human emperor's army, almost being completely annihilated. Finally, these tribes were left with only detained refugees and orphans from violent conflicts. Because they came from different tribes, the 13th Legion was called the Sons of War, meaning they were formed through war. Ning Lu shook his head, thinking to himself. Open black lens bracket Vorsoto, as I remember, is still misled by intelligence, thinking the Osiris rebellion is too simple, and not deploying his full strength. The 13th Legion currently has 33,000 men, Vorsoto has not deployed all the Sons of War. 14,000 Sons of War, under normal circumstances, could indeed perform decapitation strikes to quickly quell the rebellion, but he doesn't know that the rebels are controlled by mind seeds. But the rebels are headless. If the Sons of War decapitate one, the mind seed immediately chooses a new one, confusing the enemy. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu decided to set off immediately for the Osiris sector. Besides incidentally rescuing the anti-rebellion fleet, which was about to be completely annihilated, he also knew that Vorsoto's failure to quell the rebellion was a major strategic failure. In 834, the remaining 20,000 Sons of War of the 12th Fleet arrived in the Osiris sector again, but the mastermind, the Osiris mind control seed, had vanished without a trace, leaving only ruins. The 13th Legion suffered heavy losses and low morale until Robert Gilliman returned to investigate the whereabouts of the Osiris mind control seed, only then revitalizing the Legion. Ning Lu wanted to solve the mind seed and obtain the potion materials, so he had to act quickly. Order the fleet to set sail for the Osiris sector. Upon arrival, the relic-class battleships will proceed to Catachan to be received by the garrison forces. Subsequently, Ning Lu went to the armory, placed the silver warhammer on the weapon rack, and casually threw Jushin's spear onto the ground. After returning to his palace, he immediately went to the Nation of Disorder. Ning Lu's light spread towards the fiery red sphere, and the briber, spirituality rapidly depleted. He saw Sanchez, clad in black armor and wearing a Rus wolf helmet, moving among the Dark Eldar. Pyromaniac raised his hand, and blazing flames engulfed several Eldar. The Black Emperor's majestic voice echoed in his mind. After the battle, pray. After Sanchez finished the battle, he immediately returned to his flagship, the relic-class battleship Void Hunter. After cleansing himself, he went to the altar, used a ritual dagger to create a spiritual environment, and then prayed. After Sanchez chanted the Black Emperor's honorific name, a moment later, black mist enveloped his body. Arriving in the mysterious space, he heard the Black Emperor's majestic voice. "How is the 7th Battle Group doing now?" "My lord," Sanchez bowed and reported, "the 7th Battle Group has just replenished a new batch of 1,574 new recruits, totaling 7,293 Order Shadows. The Catachan regiments follow the past Vostronia regiments organization, with each regiment having a standard size of 2,500 men. There are currently 10 Catachan regiments, and 2 Catachan Harpy regiments trained by Malina Scala." After reporting the military situation, Sanchez briefly reported on other matters. Malina has established 5 experimental farmlands in Catachan, planting raspberries and pomelo trees, oats, rapeseed, cabbage, and soybeans, respectively. The chief forgemaster has completed the construction of the portal in the Catachan system. Catachan has no permanent large cities, so fortress-class energy shields cannot be deployed. After consideration, Ning Lu issued orders. "I have just acquired 2 relic-class battleships, they will belong to the 7th Battle Group. You are to leave the necessary personnel to receive them. Maintain necessary forces in Catachan, and send the rest to the Osiris sector." "As you command, my lord," Sanchez replied. Osiris sector, the flagship of the 12th Expeditionary Fleet, the Thunder of Thursalan. Legion Commander Vorsoto looked at the holographic image before him. Dense red dots, like an ocean, surrounded sparse green dots. Each round of bombardment from the green dots would destroy at least one enemy ship. But those mortal ships were like frenzied, bloodthirsty sharks, tearing at his fleet. Vorsoto's gauntlet clenched. He couldn't understand why a rebellion suppression operation had escalated into the current situation. The assault teams dispatched to the ground had completed decapitation strikes, but the rebel command system remained unaffected, launching even more insane attacks. The Void Battle, from the very beginning, was surrounded by countless enemy ships arriving from various star systems. Open black lens bracket. I failed. The Osiris Rebellion is a much more serious crisis than I anticipated. Close black lens bracket. Lord Vorsoto, we have lost all escort ships, and the flagship is under full spectrum fire. Port side Void Shield 25 is overloaded. Starboard side Void Shield 13 is overloaded. Quote. Vorsoto checked the screen. Countless red dots filled the area around his ship. Astropath, send a message. The Osiris Rebellion is a major threat. Legion Command Authority will be transferred to Marius Gage. Quote. Artillery officer, unleash artillery fire on the rebel fleet. Sink as many traitor ships as possible before we are sunk. For the Empire and the human Emperor. Just then, the sound array master's excited voice rang out. Sir, the auger array has detected a large number of ship signals. Reading 13 has returned, keel tag identification confirmed, 33rd Fleet, quantity 215 ships. Reading 14 pending return, rescuing the 13 Legion. Glenn Vorsoto had just issued the order to sink as many rebel ships as possible before his flagship was destroyed. Suddenly, out of desperation, the warships of the 33rd Fleet arrived on the battlefield. Vorsoto took a deep breath, calming himself from the rapidly changing emotions, and issued an order to the sound array master. Send a communication request. While waiting for a response, Vorsoto turned his gaze to the holographic image. The blurry images provided by the long-range auger array outlined the silhouettes of two void behemoths. Vorsoto knew they were the Wangquan Shadow, the Primarch's flagship of the 11th Legion, and the newly constructed Rongguang Nuwang class battleship, the Judgment, built on Mars. He looked at the screen, then realized that all visual screens were filled with signals. A dense barrage of fire, like countless stars, covered the rebel warships. The area around his flagship, the Thunder of Thessaly, was marked by a burst of fiery red light points, which then disappeared. At the same time, alarm signals rapidly vanished. His flagship was out of danger. Vorsoto noticed that the attacked rebel warships did not retreat. Instead, they surged madly towards the Order Shadow's fleet. In terms of numbers, the rebel warships still held an absolute advantage, spitting dense barrages into the dark void. Vorsoto immediately issued an order, Master of Ordnance, attack. Provide support for our allies. On the Wangquan Shadow, Lady Captain Diana Bolin sat in a seat surrounded by cables. The surrounding niches flickered with high-frequency runes. Diana immersed herself in a sea of data, grasping billions of readings of the battle situation. As a mind reader, Diana's mind-body had undergone 2 minor enhancements, and the brain cat crouching at her feet significantly boosted her brain capacity, allowing her, who was already far superior to ordinary people, to possess data processing capabilities comparable to most Order Shadows. Based on the actual circumstances of the Order Shadows themselves, Gabriel, the Master of Ordnance, made adaptive adjustments to the mimic chamber. The magnitude of data processed at each level was reduced tenfold, allowing commanders at all levels, who had not undergone extensive bionic modifications, to complete data processing within their capabilities. When the data magnitude was reduced, a choice had to be made. Gabriel filtered all data types, and the ultimately chosen data were all critical parameters. The mimic chamber of the 11th Legion was not a scaled-down version of the Iron Hands, but rather an Order Shadows version focused on more important data. Diana grasped all critical parameters affecting the battle situation, the position of each ship, their relative positions. Diana experienced a command mode that was more efficient and novel than previous visual screen inspections. Data captured by the auger array poured into the mimic chamber, allowing her to grasp the entire battle situation more comprehensively and multidimensionally than in previous void battles. Enemy ship A1, 104,900 kilometers from the Wangquan Shadow, Phase 805, Inclination 2. Closing curly bracket. Diana, along with 100 officers in the strategy room, rapidly processed information, performing simulations in a virtual thought space. The schemes simulated by everyone were mutually transmitted, and each person evaluated every scheme in the mimic chamber's virtual thought space. In an instant, they determined that Diana's firepower strike plan was the optimal solution for striking enemy ships A1, A2, and 100 other warships. At the same time, they also determined that Staff Officer Willick's firepower strike plan was the optimal solution for striking enemy ship A28. The officers, including Diana, deeply understood the details of the final firepower strike plan. The result of the office's collective will was transmitted to the operators and masters of ordnance of each ship. The Wangquan Shadow turned 3 degrees to port, and 2 ether cannons on its flanks opened fire, striking the largest light cruiser-class ship in the rebel fleet and breaching its void shield. The bow's light tore through the light cruiser-class enemy ship marked A-1. Every shell fired by the broadside macro cannons precisely hit the enemy ship. The warships of the entire fleet faced different directions, like jagged, misaligned teeth on a single gear, but the firepower strike of each warship was perfectly coordinated. The Wangquan Shadow's port side macro cannon number 4 was coordinated with the Vostonia's sword's starboard side macro cannon number 3 of the 11th Battle Group, simultaneously hitting the port and starboard sides of the light cruiser-class enemy ship. The Wangquan Shadow's starboard side macro cannon number 5 was assigned to attack destroyer D-15. The numerous destructive weapons of the Order Shadow's warships were either coordinated to strike enemy ships together or assigned to attack enemy ships individually. The targets were different, but they did not interfere with each other, and there was no wasted firepower. The Order Shadow's fleet, while perfectly coordinated, focused its first wave of attack on the rebel fleet's main light cruiser-class ships. While Diana enjoyed the results of the first wave of attack, she also received feedback. The Wangquan Shadow's starboard side void shield B-16 overloaded after being focused on by 8 enemy ships. However, without operator action, the void shield generator activated its backup array the moment it overloaded. Energy recirculation was completed within seconds, and a teardrop-shaped energy shield automatically generated before the next round of attacks. The automatic generation of void shields reduced the Wangquan Shadow's crew by 56,000, while significantly increasing efficiency. On the Thunder of Thessaly, Vorsoto was astonished to see the 11th Legion's fleet perfectly coordinated, destroying approximately 1/5 of the enemy ships in the first wave of attack. Even more surprising to him was that, despite being attacked by countless rebel fleets, the Order Shadows only lost a mere dozen or so communication ships and non-independently sailing escort ships that lacked void shield protection. The Order Shadows fleet did not even lose a single independently sailing void ship. As Vorsoto was astonished, the voice of the sound array master sounded in his communication earpiece. Legion Master, Genseed Primarch Ning Lu has approved the communication request. The communication link has been established. Primarch Ning Lu, Vorsoto said gratefully, "Thank you for your rescue, which prevented my fleet from suffering a humiliating annihilation. Sons of War, the Empire will remember the great sacrifices you have made in the suppression of the rebellion." Ning Lu's majestic voice resonated in the communication earpiece. The Primarch's words brought Vorsoto a sense of relief. "Vorsoto, your legion has suffered severe losses and should immediately withdraw from the battlefield. The rebellion in the Osiris sector will be taken over by my legion." Vorsoto's eyes were filled with unwillingness, but he knew this was the reasonable choice at the moment. The 13th Legion had suffered severe losses, and his flagship was damaged. Primarch Ning Lu, there should still be Sons of War on the surface holding out under the rebel siege. If possible, please lend them a hand. Naturally, Ning Lu's majestic voice sounded again, "My sons will rescue the surviving Sons of War." Primarch Ning Lu, thank you again for your assistance. After Vorsoto thanked him again, he heard a dialed tone on the communication channel before switching communication channels, masking the bitterness and frustration in his heart, and issuing an order. "Return to base. On the bridge of the Wangquan Shadow, Ning Lu, seated on a black throne, watched Arsenadun manipulate the control staff, displaying a holographic image before him. My lord, the fleet has gained an advantage in the void battle. The 7th Battle Group's fleet has arrived on the battlefield and joined in clearing out the remaining enemy ships. All participating Order shadows have identified their target, the Xenos with the ability to control human minds. Ning Lu did not know much about the Osiris mind control seed, but the existence of Xenos controlling humans was already valuable directional intelligence. The Order shadows would not be like the Sons of War who fought to the death without knowing anything. They understood that the goal of the war was to find the controlling Xenos, not to senselessly slaughter human rebels. Mind control, who controls whom? In the Osiris star system, the 11th Legion launched orbital bombardments against the 9 inhabited planets within the system. Ning Lu led the honor guard in an aerial drop onto the main planet. As the drop pod rapidly descended, the gene seed Primarch's consciousness spread out in all directions. The situation in the drop zone quickly came under his control. Defense facilities vaporized by orbital strikes, the shattered corpses of Sons of War, and countless human corpses, many times more numerous than Astartes. The gene seed Primarchs will continue to spread, covering a 5-kilometer radius centered on him, and then continued to expand further. Suddenly, his will collided with a non-human psychic impact. The gene seed Primarch felt 13 icy threads attacking his mental gateway. His thoughts seemed to freeze, and an icy voice echoed in his mind, "Subdue me. Subdue me." A bright flame erupted from Ning Lu's spine, and he ascended to the Telemaria First Realm. Flames surged in his mind, like the molten core of a planet. The icy chill dissipated instantly. The gene seed Primarch's consciousness followed the psychic attack back to its source and immediately saw a strange creature. It was humanoid, with a heart-shaped head that was crystal clear like ice, shimmering with dazzling psychic light. From its heart extended numerous icy threads, 13 of which stretched towards his mind, only to be incinerated by his mental flames. The ice crystal heart also had countless threads extending to and controlling other creatures. Open black lens bracket mind control, who controls whom, close black lens bracket. As this thought appeared in the gene seed Primarch's mind, his mental flames destroyed the Osiris mind seed's psychic defense gateway. At the same moment, across the planet, countless mind seeds felt a burning pain and promptly severed their psychic links with their mind-attacked kin. I command you, come out. The drop pod crashed onto the surface of the Osiris main planet. The moment the hatch opened, Ning Lu said to Arsenadun, I have already controlled one Osiris mind seed. After landing, collect his 3-dimensional holographic image and upload it to the Legion's tactical network. Yes, my lord. The original body servant's narrow blue eyes were filled with astonishment as he looked forward, where an alien creature was rising. The alien creature was surrounded by a strong psychic field, allowing it to defy gravity and float in the air. The alien creature's heart-shaped head had over a dozen icy blue threads, which held a long blue staff-like hands. He also saw countless icy blue threads retracting around its heart. At the same time, the armed humans stopped in their tracks, their faces showing confusion, as if waking from a dream. The original body servant recorded the image of the Osiris mind seed, thinking to himself. The 13 legions suffered over 10,000 casualties, without even discovering that the mastermind was an alien. Yet the Black Emperor, the moment he landed, found the alien manipulating humans and instigating the rebellion. The mind seed floated and tumbled before Ning Lu, feeling as if it had fallen into a fiery furnace, its threads hissing and writhing. The gene seed Primarch's eyes were profound as his consciousness traversed the mind seed's psyche, digging for secrets within its mind. He knew that the Osiris mind seeds were a psychic race, and as their name suggested, they excelled in mind control within the psychic domain. Ning Lu also understood why the Osiris mind seeds could control minds on such a large scale. Besides their innate talent, it was also due to the blue psychic staves in their hands. These differed somewhat from the psychic staves of the future Imperium, as he remembered them. The Imperium's psychic staves were black staves originally from aliens, powered by psychic batteries. Psykers could store their psychic energy in the staves, which would serve as an additional energy source in combat. In close combat, psychic staves served as power weapons and also allowed the user to draw on the energy stored in the psychic battery to enhance the strength of their attacks. The Osiris Mind Seed's psychic staves could not only actively recharge but also draw and store energy from the minds of controlled creatures. It was precisely by relying on the power of these psychic staves that they could control humans on such a large scale. Open black lens bracket drawing energy from controlled minds, then using that energy to control more. The Osiris Mind Seed's method of control is truly self-sustaining. Close black lens bracket. The Gene Seed Primarch recorded the Osiris Mind Seed's techniques in his mind. Compared to the Flaeo's comprehensive but less refined psychic abilities, they were more profound in the psychic domain, especially in mind control. He immediately made a breakthrough in mind control techniques. He then formed the intelligence on the Osiris Mind Seeds into a thought pulse and sent it to the original body servant. Upload it to the Legion's tactical network, and separately send an order to the think tank. I want Mind Seeds. Ning Lu did not order the entire Legion to capture Mind Seeds, as that would put them in danger. But having understood the Mind Seeds situation, he expected the think tanks would be capable of completing the capture. Open black lens bracket. The Osiris Mind Seeds used psychic links to form a vast network covering the planet, allowing them to share information in real time. This was their strength, but also their weakness. Close black lens bracket. The Gene Seed Primarch's consciousness then spread out again. The Gene Seed Primarch's eyes flickered. He knew from the Mind Seed he had controlled that, due to differing innate abilities, the Mind Seed's psychic power varied, as did the distances between them. The closest one to his controlled Mind Seed was over 100 kilometers away, already within the reach of his consciousness. Concealed. The Gene Seed Primarch's eyes shimmered with light and shadow as he drew upon the warp's power. He found 4 Osiris Mind Seeds, all lurking in the dark underground. The Gene Seed Primarch synchronized his mind with the Osiris Mind Seed's psychic vibrations, and his consciousness permeated their psychic network. He sensed the entire planet, densely packed with tens of thousands of individual minds. The Gene Seed Primarch donned the howling mask, then suddenly opened his mouth and let out a psychic scream. The psychic scream reverberated, rapidly spreading and diffusing through the psychic network. Centered on Ning Lu's standing position, a terrifying shriek echoed in the minds of Mind Seeds one by one, causing them to fall powerlessly to the ground. A squad of 13 Legion soldiers faced a surging tide of countless attackers. Their ammunition long exhausted, they wielded their melee weapons, launching attacks. Only 4 Sons of War remained in the squad, their power armor already stained red with blood, flesh and organs hanging from their armor. Their supplies had long been cut off, and their communication links had lost the runic identifiers of friendly forces. The enemies were endless, attacking without cease. The recruit, Born, swung his chainsword, hacking at the fanatical enemies. Motors roared, and severed limbs splattered. The rebels witnessed the hellish scene, yet their steps did not falter. They charged madly at the Sons of War, just as before. Bullets struck Born's power armor, then ricocheted off. Be careful, Captain Eddie warned. He knew that the purpose of these attacks was merely to exhaust their stamina. As soon as they found a gap in the line, they would immediately launch heavy firepower. Eddie could not understand how the enemy was monitoring the battlefield in real time. Of course, this was only a minor puzzle among the events he couldn't comprehend. What was even more baffling was why the rebels' morale was so high. He had never before encountered an enemy with such unyielding fighting will, especially considering that the company commander, leading half the company, had destroyed the local command system, high-ranking rebel officials, and critical strategic points in the first wave of attack. The rebels should have long since suffered a collapse in morale, or at least fallen into disarray. As Eddie pondered, his targeting reticle identified a threat rune flashing wildly at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock, artillery position, charge. Even believing annihilation was inevitable, Eddie still sought a chance for victory. He had to eliminate the newly exposed enemy artillery threat. The remaining 4 Sons of War immediately charged towards the artillery position, with Eddie as the spearhead. Artillery fire covered their previous standing position. Had they not moved, the shells would have landed on them. The threat rune flashed again, and artillery shells launched a strike at them. Born lagged behind, his back to Eddie, swinging his chainsword to fend off attacks from behind. Suddenly, directly in front of Born, the threat rune flashed frantically. Enemy attack. He only had time to utter the words before artillery fire instantly covered a 4-kilometer radius around the squad, including the rebel humans within the strike zone. Boom boom boom. A dense barrage covered the 4 Sons of War. Several shells struck Born's visor. Amidst the explosions, Born's body crashed to the ground. Eddie noticed Born's rune disappear and immediately realized that the enemy had deliberately exposed the artillery position, then launched an attack from the surroundings. This was an overt plot, but they refused to die a slow death. Even if they were to die, the Sons of War would inflict the maximum possible casualties on the rebels before their demise. The 3 continued forward, advancing towards the marked artillery position. Suddenly, their visors lit up with a screen full of flashing threat rune dots, as the rebels launched artillery strikes from all directions. Open black lens bracket. The rebels are mobilizing more artillery. Close black lens bracket. Just as Eddie realized this, another subordinate fell. Open black lens bracket. We can only hold out until now. Close black lens bracket. As this thought flashed through Eddie's mind, the artillery fire suddenly ceased. The rebels charging towards them in the distance also stopped. After Ning Lu used the Howling Mask's psychic scream to kill the Osiris mind seeds, he immediately ordered the Order Shadows to gather them. He moved all the Osiris mind seeds killed by the psychic scream to the disordered country. At the same time, the Osiris psychic staves were also collected and sent to the think tank. The Honor Guard found 52 surviving Sons of War on the surface and, following Ning Lu's orders, settled them on the adjudication. Ship. Chapter 303, Protectors of Osiris. Young think tank Ramsey had already ascended to the second layer of the Telemaria mind realm before setting foot on the surface of Osiris 3. The moment he stepped onto the surface, he immediately felt a chilling consciousness strike the psychic barrier he had erected. Ramsey's black eyes flashed, and using the psychic impact, he vaguely grasped the enemy's position. He immediately walked towards the location of the Osiris mind control seed, as the controlled rebel soldiers shouted and charged at him. Ramsey raised his staff, and powerful biochemical energy was released from its head, sweeping over the rebel soldiers like a storm. The rebels' hearts beat violently, the blood flow in their bodies accelerated, and their running speed instantly surged. After galloping for several steps, they suddenly slowed down, their arms went limp, they dropped their weapons, and then their bodies collapsed weakly. Ramsey used blood boiling to induce physical fatigue in the rebel soldiers, causing them to lose consciousness and faint. Ramsey bypassed the unconscious humans and strode towards the location of the Osiris mind control seed he had sensed during the psychic collision. He discovered that this alien had enslaved humans to build a swimming pool structure for him, and he was comfortably soaking in the pool. A hint of anger flashed in Ramsey's eyes, and then he raised his hand, aiming at the alien. Because the Gene Father had given the think tanks the order to capture it alive, he did not use psychic lightning, but instead made it weak and powerless. The ice-blue threads of the Osiris mind control seed drooped limply. The humans who had been controlled and charged forward all stopped, looking blankly at the black-armored warrior. Ramsey walked to the unconscious Osiris mind control seed, bent down and picked up the blue psychic staff, feeling the abundant psychic power within it. At the same time, on the surface of Osiris 3, invisible shockwaves rippled like unseen waves. The think tanks put on their howling masks and launched psychic attacks. The psychic screams they emitted did not possess the power of a gene seed Primarch, capable of sweeping across an entire planet, but they could still cause several, or even a dozen, Osiris mind control seeds to fall unconscious. When the think tanks obtained the blue psychic staffs from the unconscious Osiris mind control seeds and extracted the psychic energy from them, The psychic screams they emitted immediately increased by more than 10 times, greatly improving efficiency. The Catachan Banshee first group landed on Osiris V. Immediately upon stepping onto the surface, group leader Mickey stopped. An invisible will pressed down upon her mind. Surrender to me. Mickey was chosen as group leader by Malina Scala because she was one of the 3 psychics among the female warriors. She tilted her head back and let out a piercing psychic scream, the green runes on her red wooden mask shining, and the piercing scream emanated from the sonic amplifier. 6 kilometers away, inside a spurred building, the Osiris mind control seed let out a painful groan, and several ice threads fell from its heart-shaped head. Mickey's psychic power was not as lethal as that of the Legion think tanks. The Osiris mind control seed was severely injured but not dead. He drew psychic energy from the blue psychic staff to recover, while simultaneously issuing commands to the enslaved humans. Mickey howled as she led the Catachan Banshees in an attack, their warrior steps agile. They ran between buildings, raising their laser rifles and firing a rain of beams at the human rebels. A gap immediately appeared in the rebel line. The Catachan Banshees surged into the gap, swiftly passing through before the rebels could reform their encirclement. The Catachan Banshee first group did not linger in battle. The female warriors had received intelligence that killing these enslaved humans was meaningless and that they had to kill the alien. They followed the teachings of their served master, Malina, running like banshees, but unlike the Eldar howling banshees, they were not obsessed with close combat. The female warriors had been trained into excellent marksmen by Catachan before they were 10 years old. They shot at enemies while on the move. They ran like the wind, finding the feeling of running through the Catachan jungle. Those enslaved humans, slow and predictable in their movements, were much easier to avoid than the dangerous creatures in the jungle. The Catachan Banshees avoided wave after wave of enemies, beginning their search. They rushed into weapons factories, empty administrative buildings. Mickey, in mid-run, suddenly stopped and looked at a distant alien building. She noticed that the rebels around that building had not joined their encirclement, remaining stationed in place. The Catachan Banshees, running at high speed, fired a dense barrage of bullets. Their shots never missed. The solid rounds fired by the human rebels grazed the bodies of a dozen female warriors, splashing streaks of blood. No Catachan female warriors fell. They were already accustomed to minor injuries. Mickey was the first to rush into the building, simultaneously drawing her half-meter-long Catachan fang. The Catachan Banshees swung their sharp blades, severing the heads of enemies blocking their path. Mickey led the Banshees in a furious charge, storming into the dwelling of the Osiris mind control seed. She let out a howl, and the Catachan Banshees behind her all let out piercing howls in unison. The Osiris mind control seed let out a terrified scream. Its surrounding psychic force field dissipated, and its corpse fell to the ground with a thud. After Ning Lu discovered that the Osiris mind control seeds were connected through a psychic network, he and the think tanks became the main force on the battlefield, efficiently killing enemies using the howling mask. For a time, he became the busiest person, rushing between worlds, launching psychic attacks on the Osiris mind control seeds, and collecting alchemical materials. In the 11th month of the 834th year, the rebellion in the 11 star systems of the Osiris sector was quelled. Ning Lu returned to the Wangquan Shadow to listen to Arsena Dun's report. My lord, during the operation, the Legion rescued a total of 513 sons of war, and a message has been sent to the 13 Legion commander Glenn Vorsoto. The liberated humans from the 11 star systems have elected a delegation and requested an audience with you. As you were busy with the war, I met with them on your behalf, and they presented a request. Oh, Ning Lu nodded slightly. What are their demands? The terrified people of Osiris do not wish to suffer the tragic fate of being enslaved by aliens again in the future. They request your and the Legion's protection. They are willing to follow the directives of the Order Shadows from now on. After a moment of thought, Ning Lu readily agreed. I accept their request and will provide protection to the people of Osiris. He thought that some Osiris mind control seeds might not have connected to their kin's psychic network and thus managed to hide. Open black lens bracket, sheriffs, or best suited to deal with such situations. Close black lens bracket. Thinking of this, Ning Lu issued an order. The Arbitrator Lord's first battle group will be stationed in Osiris to re-establish order here. After the briefing, Ning Lu considered the next course of action. The divination dice had been fully charged, and he needed to decide on the subject of the new divination. One option was to divine special worlds. Bosal, designated as the 4th battle group's recruitment world, and undiscovered casting worlds and night worlds. Another was worlds where STCs existed, especially those technologies discovered during the Great Crusade. Ning Lu's brain rapidly processed, and he made a decision, to divine for STCs and intercept the ball predator. Open black lens bracket. After the Blood Angels found the STC, they did not hand it over to the tech priests, leading to long-standing friction. I guess I'm helping them out. No need to thank me, Sanguinius. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu then went to the Nation of Disorder and picked up the divination dice. The information he knew about Outun quickly flashed through his mind. Open black lens bracket. Outun 3, the tech heretic Lord Rat, has the standard construction template for the ball predator on it. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu had limited knowledge of the Blood Angels process of recovering the ball predator STC, and he silently recited in his mind. Open black lens bracket. Star map from Osiris to Outun. Close black lens bracket. After reciting it 11 times, he threw the divination dice in his hand. After the triangular prism tumbled several times in the air, the moment it landed in Ning Lu's open palm, a scene like a holographic projection unfolded before his eyes. After noting down the star map, he input it into a data crystal. Chapter 304, Shadow Pattern Stormbird. The flagship of the 7th Battle Group, the Relic-class battleship Void Hunter. Sanchez's comm bead buzzed. He pressed it, and the voice of navigator Melanie Vischer came through. Reaper Lord, the female navigator's elegant voice held a hint of weariness. We have reached the anchor point and are ready to proceed to the Outun system in the real world, awaiting your permission. Permission to begin warp jump, the Reaper Lord commanded, then walked towards the mimic chamber. The Gene Father had entrusted him with 3 Relic-class battleships, making the 7th Battle Group the only battle group to possess more than 1 Relic-class battleship. His battleship was even the Black Emperor's flagship after his return to the Legion, and he considered this a greater honor than Howard Fend receiving the Glory Queen-class battleship. Sanchez had intended to prove himself worthy of this honor in Osiris, but by the time his fleet arrived, the Void battle was already decided. However, this also gave him more time, as this ancient battleship, thousands of years old, had undergone a fundamental transformation due to new technology. Reaper Lord, please allow me to assist you. With my help, the range advantage of the 4 battleships can be maximized. Gabriel spoke. His final stop in establishing heavy firepower companies in various battle groups, inspired by the Iron Hands, was Catachan. After fulfilling his duties as the Master of Ordnance, 2 new Relic-class battleships happened to arrive at Catachan from Nocturn. He supervised the technical modifications of the 2 ships, including the Punishment-class reactor, and then accompanied them to Osiris, where he also performed technical modifications on the former Legion flagship. Sanchez pondered for a moment, deciding that this would not diminish the honor he had received, and he also needed the Master of Ordnance's assistance to achieve a perfect hunt. Master of Ordnance, welcome to the hunt. The 2 walked side by side across the ancient bridge deck and entered the mimic chamber, which was as large as a transfer deck. The data alcoves made of data equipment lit up with runes, and the captain and other officers were already in position. Sanchez and Gabriel sat in a cable-wrapped chair. Amidst the blue light flashing from the electronic devices, their spines connected to data ports, merging into the sea of data. Sanchez and Gabriel focused on the comprehensive data obtained by the fleet's auger array system, while their brain cats found comfortable positions and lay at their feet. On the gun deck was the Chief of Artillery, Jacob Gordon. His features were rigid, his skin pale, and his feet deformed into hooves. Jacob smiled, intoxicated by the information stream from his implants. Open black lens bracket. It feels so good not to have to communicate with external intruders anymore. Close black lens bracket. The Gordon family was a family of Void-born, who had lived on this ancient battleship since before the establishment of the Imperium. They were traditional and conservative, unwilling to accept any change. But Jacob genuinely welcomed the new change. After becoming part of the Mimic Chamber, he no longer had to struggle to communicate with external officers. He was familiar with every minute detail of every ancient canon, but like his ancestors, he could not understand outsiders. Every time he communicated with other officers, he had to rack his brains to understand what they were trying to express, and trying to make others understand him was even more difficult. Jacob once thought he would be replaced very soon. At this point, a turning point arrived. As part of the Mimic Chamber's extended tentacles, he did not need to spend a lot of time and mental effort to understand. As the information flowed in, he understood the commands, and for the first time, he even understood the Reaper Lord's tactical intentions. The Void Hunter's hunting target was an enemy cruiser-class vessel marked A1, identified as the enemy fleet's flagship. To attack the Relic-class battleship, the enemy had to charge forward to get within range of the ship, and his dancers would then destroy those prey. Jacob referred to his cannons as dancers. Each time he commanded them to fire, it was like a shared dance, far more interesting than the boring social dances of those external officers. With a thought, Jacob assigned tasks to the Gordon family members managing each gun crew. Open black lens bracket. Gun crews 1, 2, 3, and 4, lock onto Rune D, fire. Close black lens bracket. His command was relayed within a breath to the end of the artillery system's command structure, the master gunners, who were also the end of the Mimic Chamber's artillery system. Jacob watched with enjoyment as his 4 dancers simultaneously took a step, their shells striking the target deck of the enemy ship at the same time. Open black lens bracket. A perfect dance, stepping to the same beat. Achieving such perfect, precise, second-level coordination at a distance of over 100,000 kilometers used to rely solely on luck. Now, it can be a regular occurrence. Close black lens bracket. Jacob's thoughts surged with wonder, marveling at the neat dance steps of the artillery. He knew that the officers on the bridge could not understand the beauty of it. In the past, they also wouldn't care about second-level differences in long void battles. Now it was different. The application of the Mimic Chamber and the leap in computing power allowed second-level differences to enter the office's field of view. Even if the importance of such differences was extremely low, at the lowest level of attention. As Jacob pondered, his consciousness surged, generating a feedback report. While Jacob enjoyed the new life brought by the Mimic Chamber, the worthy shadow warped from the warp to the Outun system. Ning Lu walked over to examine the holographic image presented by Randon. He first focused on the 4 Relic-class battleships. On the square tactical plane perpendicular to the stellar ring, the 4 Relic-class battleships were each located at the center of a quadrant. The artillery of the 4 battleships rained down dense barrages on the Heretic Lord's fleet. The Heretic Lord's fleet, in order to attack the Relic-class battleships, advanced at full speed, their formation loose due to varying speeds. After the Relic-class battleships hunted and harvested the fastest escort ships, they simultaneously made tactical movements before entering the range of the enemy's main battleships. The tactical plane moved like a parallel shift, displacing along the vertical direction of the ring plane. The enemy fleet had no clear attack priority and was forced to attack the Relic-class battleships again, only to suffer simultaneous fire from the 4 battleships once more. The Reaper Lord perfectly utilized the range advantage of the Relic-class battleships, the original body servant said admiringly. The 7th battle group has not lost a single ship. The Reaper Lord has won the Void battle. Ning Lu looked at the planets within the system. Augur Matrix, activate maximum power, scan the planets within the system. The 7th battle group concluded the Void battle. When the 11th battle group arrived, the original body servant received a report from the Augur Matrix class master. My lord, the Outun system has a total of 5 planets. Planets identified as I, 3, and IV are habitable, and life signs have been detected. Ning Lu pondered for a moment before issuing a command. Honor Guard and Lucifer Black Guard, Vostonia Auxiliary 1st Regiment, attack Planet I. The 7th Battle Group and the Katachan Auxiliary Army will attack Planet 3. The 11th Battle Group and the Vostonia Auxiliary Army's 2nd and 11th Regiments will attack Planet IV. After Ning Lu issued the command, his consciousness spread, extending to the W-36 Armory deck, sending a thought pulse to Maria Kurnikova. Assassins deploy, target Outun Planet I, Fortress V. Due to the unexpected discovery of the Osiris Mind Control Seed Psychic Network, Maria and her team had not been assigned missions. Now was the beginning of their accompanying the Legion in combat. Your will be done, my lord, Maria responded mentally. Assassins, deploy. Maria's blue eyes flashed with sharpness as she led the way to the infiltration-type Stormbird. The Legion's tech sergeants, after studying the complete Stormbird data left by the intact tech warlord Tang, successfully developed a more mobile model equipped with a quantum domain repulsor, named the Shadow Pattern. After the orbital bombardment ended, 3 Shadow Pattern Stormbirds flew towards the surface of Outun I. The black, super-heavy landing craft shuttled across the surface, like ghost birds, undetected by any scanning system, landing in a valley outside Fortress V. Chapter 305, The Lucifer Black Guard, Beheading Operation. On the 4th day of the ground war on Outun I, the city of Soham was in a state of tense readiness. Nick, Lord Craft's captain of the Honor Guard, finished his day's duty and headed to the bar with a gloomy expression. Give me a large mug of ale. The waiter looked at Nick's gloomy face, bruised mouth, and faintly visible neck scar, knowing it was the work of the volatile Lord Craft. Not wanting to provoke Nick, the waiter quickly said, coming right up. 2 hours later, the waiter watched Nick's retreating back and breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't notice a tall figure in a black bodysuit emerging from the shadows of the bar. Nick, swaying as he walked home, suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. He instantly felt a chill down his spine. He hadn't even heard footsteps. Nick's right hand reached for his waist, and a magnetic, seductive voice whispered in his ear. Don't be afraid, I'm here to help you. Nick turned to look at the slender figure. The woman was taller than him, her face hidden beneath a hood and mask. Her Outunian was somewhat strange and mechanical, yet it possessed a mysterious infectiousness that immediately endeared her to Nick. Maria, the instigator, began to instigate her chosen target. Craft is a tyrant, his end has come. You should grant him death, this will bring new life to you in the city of Soham. A series of images flashed through Nick's mind. Lord Craft's whip, full of thorns and crackling with electricity, striking his face. I want to kill him, he frowned. But that fat pig is terrified of death. He constantly wears a finely crafted armor, and no weapon can harm him. It can pierce any armor, you will surely succeed. The instigator had tested the Flow glass blade piercing through damaged power armor, and she believed Nick could use it to pierce Craft's armor. Nick subconsciously took the blade. When he came to his senses, the tall woman had already vanished. He stared blankly at the weapon in his hand until a cold gust of wind swept by, bringing him back to reality, the voice of, "Kill him," echoing in his mind. Nick didn't go home, he walked directly towards the tyrant's palace. Arriving at the entrance, the captain of the honor guard who was relieving him asked in surprise, "Nick, it's not your shift yet, why are you here early?" Nick, who had already prepared his excuse on the way, immediately replied. I got a strange alien weapon from a foreigner at the bar. You know, Lord loves special gadgets the most. The captain of the honor guard said enviously, you're really lucky. Throughout the entire Outun alliance, there were no taboos regarding technology. The discovery of every special item brought great prestige and wealth to the contributor. Nick deliberately put on a smile and feigned excitement as he walked inside. Upon entering the palace, he saw Lord Craft, wielding a whip, laughing as he lashed the woman in front of him. Nick felt a stinging pain in his cheek. He tightened his grip on the glass blade and walked forward. Nick, Craft raised his whip, looking at the captain of the honor guard in surprise. you've interrupted my pleasure, you'd better have a good reason. Lord, I've obtained an alien weapon. Only you are worthy of owning it. Nick said, holding the flow glass blade with both hands, and walked towards Kraft. Kraft's bloodshot, drunken eyes widened as he looked at the alien weapon held in Nick's hands, immediately captivated by the blade that seemed to be smoking crystal. Bring it to me quickly. Yes, Lord. Nick quickly stepped forward, reaching Kraft. He suddenly changed from holding it up to gripping it with both hands, plunging the glass blade into Kraft. You cur. Kraft cursed angrily. He wasn't afraid, no weapon could harm him in his armor. When the flow glass blade struck the armor, the edges of the blade immediately fractured into numerous tiny fragments. The fragments instantly pierced through the armor and into the wound. Kraft felt an intense pain in his abdomen. How is this possible? He looked down and immediately saw blood gushing from his abdomen, then his consciousness plunged into darkness. Fat pig, tyrant, die. Ha ha ha. Nick stabbed repeatedly with the increasingly smaller alien blade in his hand, letting out a nearly insane laugh. Thud, thud, thud. The honor guard finally reacted, firing at Nick, who was assassinating the Lord, riddling him with bullets. News of Lord Kraft's death quickly spread throughout Soham City. After the Soham people heard the news, spread through taverns and streets, that the black-armored giant had broken through four lords' fortresses, the entire fortress fell into chaos. At the city's weapon factory, Maria listened to her subordinate's report. Mentor, according to your orders, the news of Order Shadow's breaking through two fortresses was widely publicized as 4. Mentor, after multiple confirmations, Lord Kraft is dead. Upon hearing the news of Kraft's death, Maria felt the stars within her body shatter. She whispered to herself, I have become a true instigator. When the honor guard launched their attack on the target, they were astonished to find the resistance unexpectedly weak. The first wave of attack broke through the defenders' resistance and entered the city. At the same moment, another beheading operation was underway on Outun 3. Theo and Laurent, using their experience as elite honor guard, professionally analyzed Lord Rat's palace defenses. The offensive launched by the Second Company of the Order Shadow's 7th Battle Group has already drawn the attention of the defenders. Now is the best opportunity, Theo said. Laurent nodded. He looked at the holographic defense map and said, the palace has 12 entrances and exits in total, 1 daily entrance-exit for Rat, and 3 reserved evacuation escape exits. There are 3,500 guards inside the palace, 3,000 outer guards, divided into 3 shifts, and they are equipped with live ammunition weapons. There are 500 inner guards, with an indefinite number on duty, and they are equipped with flame weapons, blades. After deliberation, the 2 Lucifer Black Guard decided on the assassination plan. Laurent led 3 platoons to attack the palace simultaneously from the north, west, and east sides. Laurent held a Tricon anti-riot shield in his left hand. He pressed the runic symbol, activating the protective force field. He carried the protective shield, sighing with emotion. Open black lens bracket. This is my first time using a shield forged with such excellence. Its defensive power is several times that of the Ministry of Law's riot control shields. I just didn't expect that this time it wouldn't be to protect high-ranking Imperial officials, but to carry out a beheading. What's similar is that I'll still have to endure firepower. Close black lens bracket. Dense barrages of bullets shot towards the Lucifer Black Guard. Laurent roared, defense. 49 Lucifer Black Guard, centered around him, shielded their bodies with their shields. The shield guards were well trained, the magnetic latches on their shields interlocked, leaving no gap for the enemy to attack. The rain of bullets struck the crackling energy field, then bounced off, and the spent casings fell powerlessly to the ground. Advance. Laurent excitedly gave the order. It had been too long since the Lucifer Black Guard had actively launched an offensive. The steel line collided with the honor guard line, immediately spreading out to form an assault formation. Every 5 Lucifer Black Guard formed a group, with 1 in the center and 2 on each flank. They simultaneously swung their energized blades, the sweat shed in training ensuring their movements were precise and coordinated. When the anti-riot shields disengaged, there was no uncoordinated pulling or mutual interference. The energized blades slashed out from the gaps, striking the enemies. When the enemies counterattacked, the anti-riot shields closed again, and the magnetic latches re-engaged. Defense. Advance. Laurent repeatedly gave orders, and the shield guards advanced in an orderly fashion. Rat's captain of the honor guard watched in astonishment as the black armor warriors, holding shields, charged into his lines. 10 times the number of honor guard attacked them, but they were like reefs, blocking wave after wave of the honor guard's assault. From the palace tower, Rat looked down and cursed angrily. Useless. A bunch of useless people. 10 times the enemy, yet the defense is constantly being breached. His attendant waited until Rat had vented before speaking. Lord, the defense on the north city wall has also been breached. Those black armored giants have charged into the city. We must evacuate immediately. Rat cast a lingering glance at his palace, his territory. Evacuate via evacuation route 2. He descended the high tower. The assembled inner guards escorted him as he evacuated from the south side of the palace. As soon as he stepped out of the palace gate, the lights in Rat's half-mechanical, half-flesh eyes flickered. There were 100 enemies ahead. Rat gave a cold smile. The inner guards beside him were not those trash. Attack. Roast them for me. The inner guards raised their flamethrowers, unleashing torrents of flames forward. Raise shields. Charge. Theo was well prepared. He led the sword guards, striding forward. The torrents of flames struck the shields, and the energy fields crackled and flickered. The sword guards' defense was not as tight as the shield guards, making it harder to cope with the attack of 50 flamethrowers. 3 Lucifer Black Guard fell during the charge, rolling on the ground. The sword guards threw their shields, knocking down the front row enemies. They drew their power swords and followed Theo into the enemy formation. The energized blade in Theo's palm was as swift as lightning, piercing into the inner guard's abdomen. In his eyes, there were only movements, sword edges, and angles, and the dazzling force field of decomposition shimmered. The sword guards followed in his footsteps, swinging their blades, and the inner guards fell in droves. Wilson, you're up. A hint of fear was in Rat's voice. Wilson twirled his hands, his twin swords dancing, and charged towards Theo. He was Outun's chief swordsman, who had slain many assassins targeting lords. However, Theo's swordsmanship was unparalleled, with few rivals. He lowered his body, letting the blade sweep over his head, and thrust his sword straight. The decomposition force field shrieked as it pierced Wilson's right arm. He drew his sword and slashed horizontally, severing Wilson's head. Theo lunged forward, reaching Rat, and lopped off his head. 15 days after the Order Shadows occupied the Outun system, Gabriel discovered the STC for armored tanks in the ruins of the fortress of Lord Rat, the technological heretic. Chapter 306, Gabriel Predator. On the worthy shadow, Gabriel looked at the Black Emperor with reverence. My lord, following your instructions, I excavated the ruins of the heretic Lord Latte's fortress and found the standard construction template for armored vehicles. After studying it, I found it similar to the Predator tanks currently being equipped by various legions, and it should be a variant of it. Their chassis all use the Rhino armored vehicle chassis. Upon hearing this, Ning Luo's mind raced, recalling information about the Predator tank soldiers in his memory. Predators were put into use during the Dark Age of technology, and played an important role in establishing human-ruled colonies. Rhino armored personnel carriers ensured human superiority in conflicts with smaller races, but they were ineffective against the thick-skinned orcs in close combat charges. Predators thus came into being, as heavier and armored versions of the Rhino. Of course, just as the Rhino's original name was the RH-1N0 Tracked Exploration and Multipurpose Defense Vehicle, the Predator's name originated from the Imperial Diviners, an inspiration gained after consulting the Emperor's tarot. While Ning Luo was deep in thought, Gabriel continued. Compared to ordinary Predators, which focus on armor protection, this variant focuses more on attack. Its main turret can be equipped with a twin-linked assault cannon or a flamestorm cannon, and its side sponsons can mount heavy bolters or heavy flamers. I used the Mimic Chamber for tactical simulations, and this variant's firepower for infantry support is at least 2.6 times greater than the current Predator model. Ning Lu nodded slightly. In his memory, this STC was named Ball Predator by the Blood Angels after their homeworld. The Blood Angels never shared this template with the Mechanicus, which caused no small conflict, but as a nascent chapter, it did not lead to any severe consequences. The ball pattern was very effective in supporting close combat infantry assaults, thus becoming part of the Blood Angels' preferred combat doctrine. Ning Lu looked at Gabriel and said, "Since it was discovered by you, and as the Master of Ordnance, you should have an armored vehicle that will make you famous among the Mechanicus and the legions. Name it after yourself. You will be responsible for overseeing its construction and equipping the battle groups." "Thank you, my lord, I will do my utmost," Gabriel said excitedly. Unlike Bellic and Ryan Ramirez, he did not worship the god of all machines, nor did he consider naming a standard construction template the highest honor. But before he became a tech sergeant, he was educated on Mars and knew that naming a standard construction template after oneself was the highest honor for any follower of the god of all machines, considered the best manifestation of one's own deification. Gabriel had no faith in the past, but now he believed in the Black Emperor, and Ning Luo's recognition and commendation made him feel honored. Ning Luo activated his psychic vision to observe Gabriel's aura. "Are you truly an archaeologist?" Gabriel's aura was a complete dull yellow, without any other mottled colors. "I think so. Excavating ancient ruins allowed me to fully master the power you bestowed upon me. You wait in the reception area." After Arsenadun and Gabriel left, Ning Luo first went to his private armory and casually tossed aside Jushin's spear. After returning to the Nation of Disorder, he had the space monkey use Necromunda's cybernetic eyes and other materials to prepare a potion for Sequence 7 Feet Appraiser. Gabriel then advanced to Appraiser. After he left, the original body servant reported to Ning Luo, "My lord, news from Mars indicates that the second Glory Queen class battleship they are building for the Legion, in order to acquire the Ramirez-class Star Fort standard construction template, will be completed in the 5th month of 835. Ning Luo's fingers tapped lightly on the back of his chair, lost in thought. Open black lens bracket. The 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 7th battle groups have comparable achievements. The 1st battle group received a Rongguang Nuong class battleship, the 3rd battle group received Mordian, a recruitment world I personally selected, and the 7th battle group received a recruitment world and 3 additional relic class battleships. The 4th battle group has not yet received a reward, and I will not use the divination dice for a short time to divine their chosen recruitment world, Bosal, close black lens bracket. Ning Luo's earliest chosen recruitment world was Bosal, but he had never divined it because he knew this world would only be discovered after the Great Crusade ended. Katachan, Mordian, and Kasai, he couldn't determine when they would be discovered. Open black lens bracket. Regardless of recruitment worlds or STCs, the primary divination should be for those discovered during the Great Crusade, or those whose discovery time I cannot ascertain. Those discoveries after the Great Crusade, that I clearly know about, can be divined at any time, close black lens bracket. Thinking of this, Ning Luo said, "This battleship will belong to the Death Lord." "As you command, my lord." 835, M30. The Emperor discovered the gene seed Primarch of the 7th Legion on Inuit, an ice world in the Storm Sector. Rogel Dorn was the 8th gene seed Primarch officially recorded as recovered by the Imperium, and Mikado prepared a grand welcome ceremony for him on Terra. After a day of heavy work, the hand imprinter returned to his residence. His thoughts expanded, touching the fiercely burning torch in the warp. Before Mikado, a translucent, shimmering image slowly unfolded, with a faint light and austerity erupting into dazzling golden radiance. "My lord." The hand imprinter looked at the psychic projection of the master he served. They were too far apart and could only communicate in this way. Of course, the Mechanicus's sages had prepared long-distance holographic projection methods for the War Council members, allowing communication within a certain light-year range, and they had not yet exceeded the maximum distance. But the impending conversation was not suitable for others to know, even the loyal Imperial maintenance sages. My hand imprinter. The Emperor smiled as he looked at his hand imprinter, his voice majestic. My lord, the chief forgemaster of Mars has repeatedly requested me to dispatch Imperial forces to assist in quelling the rebellion on the casting world Incaladon. The hand imprinter could not let the Mechanicus personnel know that he was discussing this topic in the War Council. Once brought up, there would be no room for maneuver. The Caladian Mechanicus Guard suffered devastating blows in the war against the Taurolian war beasts and the carnivorous plasma men brought by the abyssal reef meteors. Subsequently, the chief forgemaster, who had lost military power, was assassinated, and a civil war broke out starting in 790. Now, Incaladon is in a chaotic war between Xenos, renegades, and various Mechanicus factions. We cannot ignore Mars' request, the Emperor said. Which legion do you think should be dispatched to quell the rebellion? The hand imprinter was prepared, the 4th Legion and the Dead Skull Titan Legion. The Dead Skull Titan is one of Mars' 3 major Titan legions, the legion with the most Titans. The Dead Skull Titan is currently fighting alongside Horus, and my son will not want to lose his help, the Emperor said with a smile. Horus feels the pressure of competition, his ambition is stimulated, and he efficiently conquers many worlds for the Imperium. I don't want to interrupt his rhythm. Mikado felt the Emperor's joyful mood, and a smile appeared on his aged face. Horus indeed feels the pressure. I think as the first returned son, he cannot tolerate any of his brothers surpassing his achievements. He is my man, my archer, ambition is his greatest quality, the Emperor said with a smile. For the pacification of Incaladon, I have a better choice. Ning Lu, he is my Pegasus, he will bring destruction to the enemies of the Imperium. Ning Lu is indeed the optimal choice, the hand imprinter said, agreeing after a moment of thought. The Voidwalker, Dark Fire, Morning Light, and War Griffins are fighting with him. Incaladon's mechanical fortresses cannot stop his advance. After discussing important matters, Mikado reported what he considered important issues worthy of the Emperor's attention. The stumbling progress of the First Legion has greatly disturbed Legion Master Uriam Bendereg. He has more than once expressed his desire for a great war to get his legion back on track. Tell him to wait patiently for the opportunity, the Emperor said with a sigh. The importance of Primarchs to their legions is unquestionable. The First Legion was the first legion we established, but it has been surpassed by the 16th, 11th, 10th, and 6th legions. Bendereg is powerless to change the conservative and rigid status quo of the 6 wings. The Emperor recalled in an instant the journey of the 20 legions. There is only one Storm General. The Primarchs' influence on their legions exceeds my expectations, Mikado agreed. Even the Storm General's legion, after Manus's return, saw a new transformation for the 10th Legion. The biggest change is the 11th Legion. No one would have thought that the bloodthirsty and warlike Reaper would become the current Order Shadows after Ning Lu's return. The conquest efficiency of the Order Shadows is satisfactory, their pace is only slower than the Shadow Moon Wolves, the Emperor said with satisfaction. He has proven that his idea of establishing order, which he proposed when he met me, would be conducive to the Great Crusade, is feasible. His legion played a main role in the Flame Wheel, yet suffered fewer losses than Russ's Wolves, and is currently the only legion with over 100,000 members. The Emperor recalled the moment he gave the Pegasus ring to Ning Lu, becoming even more convinced of his judgment. He has proven that his legion can handle the most brutal battles. He emphasized to his hand imprinter, the Pegasus will bring destruction to the enemies of humanity. Chapter 307, Seizing the Opportunity and Conceiving the Idea of Controlling the Casting World. When the worthy Shadow arrived in the solar system, Ning Lu received a meeting request from Mikado before he could even proceed to Mars. After landing at the Eternal Gate starport, he headed to the Terra Imperial Palace. As Ning Lu entered the administrative hall, he noticed that besides Mikado, who was clad in a grey robe and leaned on a staff topped with an aquila. There was also a red-robed mechanicus. Ning Lu, welcome. You acutely discovered the rebellion crisis in Osiris and provided assistance before the 13 Legions pacification fleet was completely annihilated. I want to know, what is the current situation in Osiris? Hand Imprinter, my legion has ended the Xenos, evil deeds in Osiris, Ning Lu replied. 11 star systems have returned to the embrace of the Empire. I have accepted the request of the newly formed human governments, after being freed from Xenos' enslavement, to provide them with protection. I believe your legion can reshape the local order, Mikado said with relief. Allow me to introduce Envoy Sage Reuben from Mars. He has brought the Chief Forgemaster's request. Ning Lu looked at Reuben. What could Mars' request be? Reuben greets you, Reuben said. According to the standards for a sage, Reuben had fewer mechanical modifications. To facilitate diplomatic activities with various factions, he still used fragile flesh vocal cords. God of all machines' favored one, you have made the holy template reappear. Reuben placed what he considered the most important title above all others. The Gene Seed Primarch of the Order Shadows, the King of Vostronia, the Purifier of Orcs. Reuben recited Ning Lu's titles in standard High Gothic, with proper intonation. Lord Ning Lu. Envoy Sage, it's a pleasure to meet you. Ning Lu looked at Reuben inquisitively, waiting for him to state his request. The casting world of Incaladon is plagued by civil war and urgently awaits your salvation. Ning Lu pondered. Incaladon. Open black lens bracket. I remember the 4th Legion almost exhausted its frontline forces in Incaladon. Afterwards, Perturabo, upon his return, deemed their efforts insufficient and carried out an 11-fold culling. Close black lens bracket. He thought of Lucius, whom he had visited. Open black lens bracket. Every casting world is a steel fortress. Is Huang Laohan picking his Pegasus again, for me to solve this tough nut? Close black lens bracket. Seeing Ning Lu remain silent, Reuben immediately spoke. The machine god's Imperial Guard will follow you to Incaladon. No need, Ning Lu refused. He remembered that the 4th Legion, Mars' machine god's Imperial Guard, and the Death Skull Titan Legion participated in the recovery of Incaladon. However, Incaladon disregarded the 4th Legion, which made the greatest sacrifice, and viewed Mars as their liberator. After Horus launched his rebellion, the Tiger Eye Titan Legion and the Mordred Knight household immediately followed the Mars Chief Forgemaster and the Death Skull Titan Legion, firmly siding with the rebels. Open black lens bracket. The 4th Legion fought bitterly for 2 years in 842 and 843, making significant sacrifices that were ultimately completely forgotten, just as their father Perturabo was always overlooked. I cannot refuse Huang Laohan and Mikado's request to attack Incaladon, but I must seek appropriate compensation for the price paid. If I alone rescue Incaladon, then the xenophobic Incaladon, along with Tiger Eye and Mordred, will have only one object of gratitude and loyalty, and that is me. Close black lens bracket. Thinking this, Ning Lu decided to turn the heavy burden entrusted to him by Huang Laohan, and the inevitable losses, into an opportunity. He would control Incaladon. Open black lens bracket. I possess several star systems in the limit star territory, centered around Catachan, and I effectively control 11 star systems in Osiris. In the future, I will also have territories like Bosal, which will require a casting world to provide supplies. The Chief Forgemaster of Incaladon has long been dead, and with nearly 50 years of civil war, it is at its weakest. This is an opportunity. I can completely control this casting world. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu's eyes gleamed. Controlling a casting world is by no means easy. Besides its own military strength, Mars would not stand idly by. In the past, even if Ning Lu had such an idea, it would have been difficult to materialize. Incaladon is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is weak and powerless, and he is responsible for quelling the rebellion, allowing him to legitimately intervene and control the entire casting world. Incaladon is also xenophobic. Even after being recovered, it would resist other forces and would only be loyal to him, its savior. As Ning Lu thought this, he spoke under the astonished gazes of the Hand Imprinter and the Envoy Sage. My legion can quell the civil unrest in Incaladon. Reuben's face lit up with joy, as Mars would not need to deploy the machine god's Imperial Guard. Lord Ning Lu, I have long heard of your renown, and seeing you today, it is indeed well deserved. The Hand Imprinter also smiled. Ning Lu, your father will be pleased to hear this news. Lord Ning Lu, please allow me to remind you that the new Glory Queen class battleship built for you has been completed and awaits your reception, Reuben said kindly. Thank you for the reminder. My purpose in coming to the solar system this time is precisely to receive it. Ning Lu then returned to the worthy Shadow. En route to Mars, he instructed Arsenadun. The Emperor has entrusted me with the task of pacifying Incaladon. Besides the 1st Battle Group and 7th Battle Group in the Limit Star territory, and the 11th Battle Group accompanying me, as well as the 4th Battle Group coming to receive the Rongguang Nuwang class battleship, dispatch the 5th Battle Group to Incaladon to participate in the war. Issue a summons to the War Griffins. To ensure that Incaladon's gratitude and loyalty were directed solely at him, he could only summon loyal allies. Dark Fire, and King of Destruction, who were closely associated with Horus, still needed time to be fully recovered and were therefore excluded first. The Voidwalker was chosen by him to accompany the Legion in the First Randon War. Ning Lu hoped that Gray's Crown of Miracles and the Morning Light Titan Legion would play a role in the Second Randon War. Based on the Legion's future campaigns, he decided to summon the War Griffins to participate. As you command, my lord. After leaving the palace, the original body servant immediately conveyed the Gene Seed Primarch's orders. After the worthy Shadow docked at Mars' starport, Ning Lu disembarked and saw Adams waiting. My lord. Adams, rarely, had a hint of excitement in his voice. He was the 2nd Battle Group commander in the Legion to receive a Glory Queen class battleship. Adams, this is your deserved glory. Lord Ning Lu, a Mechanicus sage approached, his faceplate emitting synthesized vocal tones. Asset Glory Queen class battleship, length 24.17 kilometers, mass 134.52 teratons. According to contractual obligations, at the current time, Mars can provide treaty fulfillment to the Gene Seed Primarch. Lord Ning Lu, please confirm acceptance of transfer. Accept transfer, Ning Lu said to Adams. Go receive your warship, my Death Lord. As you command, my lord. Adams led his battle group to begin receiving the Glory Queen class battleship. 14 days later, the worthy Shadow and the Glory Queen class battleship, which Adams had named the Death Withering, set sail for Incaladon. Limit Star territory, Incaladon. Flashes erupted from the stellar grid, tearing open a rift in the vacuum. Dazzling mists and magnificent lights surged forth as fleets of ships poured from nothingness into reality. First dozens of ships, then hundreds. Chapter 308, The Tiger Eye Titan Legion trapped in the Forge Temple. The fleet of the casting world, Incaladon, had long been depleted in the Civil War. Upon arriving in the star system, the various battle groups of the Order Shadows immediately launched a landing operation. After Ning Lu landed on the surface, his objective was clear. He led Roziki Chek and the Honor Guard directly to the largest Forge Temple. Roziki deployed teleportation gates in Vostronia and many other key strategic star systems, and completed the deployment of Fortress-class energy shields in densely populated hive cities, then returned to the Legion. The Gene Seed Primarch's superhuman vision allowed him to take in the situation at the Forge Temple as soon as he stepped off the deck. The Forge Temple was under siege, with the attacking force composed of countless servitors and armored vehicles. They leapt over long extinguished furnaces, trampled over shattered mechanical wreckage, and advanced under a hail of gunfire. The defenders consisted of 15 titans. These war machines stood around the Forge Temple. They were entirely yellow, and roared angrily at the enemy, enduring the sky-darkening barrage. Around them were dozens of other behemoths, these metal constructs riddled with bullet holes. Some of them had their reactors explode, tearing most of their bodies to pieces. Around the damaged titans were the remains of countless servitors attempting to salvage them. This was a civil war of the casting world, a battle between ambitious schemers and defenders. Ning Lu said to Rosicky beside him, "My chief forgemaster, send a message to the Tiger Eye, Titan Legion defending the Forge Temple. Tell them we are here to rescue them and help them quell the rebellion." "Yes, my lord." Rosicky acknowledged the order and looked at the golden Garuda on his shoulder. His helmet's signal emitter sent command codes to the golden Garuda. It was not an ancient relic cast from living metal, but a new era version manufactured by Gabriel after research. Compared to the ancient versions made by Xenos, they had reduced defensive capabilities due to the loss of living metal technology, but were equipped with numerous human electronic technologies. The golden Garuda immediately soared into the sky, climbing high above, sweeping past the attackers, and flying above the Titans. Its eyes alternately flashed red and green light, sending binary data signals to the tall machines below. Outside the Forge Temple, the Tiger Eye Titan Legion, Warlord-class Battle Titan, Shiragal. Because contact with Mars had not yet been established, Incaladon's Titans still employed ancient manufacturing techniques, and the Shiragal was no exception. The commander of the Tiger Eye Legion, Anger, the princeps of the Shiragal, floated in a coffin-shaped, milky white amniotic fluid tank. His feet had long been removed, for he no longer needed them. His bones were weak and his body was hunched and curled. Inside the metal tank were various chemical liquids and oxygen-rich sludge. These smells and sensations were the only constant things for a century, lingering in his lungs as he breathed. A beeping sound echoed in the communication receiver implanted in Anger's inner ear cartilage. The receiver mounted on the outer wall of the life support pod transferred the continuously looping binary text speak to his communication receiver. "Anger, I received a binary communication message. The sender claims they are here to rescue Incaladon and help us quell the rebellion. DESTINY 32, perform a logical evaluation." Princeps Anger coldly issued the command, temporarily pulling his thoughts from the raging fury of the machine spirit, and letting the co-princeps take over weapon control. He swam and circled in the liquid like ancient marine creatures from Terra, humanity's homeworld. Although cables, wires, and cords connected from the amniotic fluid tank's mechanical generator to his spine, skull, and limbs, he had long been accustomed to moving in this way. Anger turned a circle, detaching himself from this long battle. He needed a calm judgment. While waiting, he felt the normally warm liquid of the coolant circulation now cold, and instinctively recoiled. Open black lens bracket plasma reactor power insufficient. Unable to operate at full capacity, close black lens bracket. Upon realizing this, Anger immediately performed an inspection. Open black lens bracket plasma reactor power level 84.17%, secondary power supply systems energy supply reduced, amniotic fluid tank power supply reduced by 20%. Estimated duration at current energy consumption level, 5 days, 13 hours, 37 minutes, 26 seconds, close black lens bracket. Anger didn't know how much longer they could hold out, and anticipation involuntarily arose in his mind. Time flew by, yet Anger felt it drag on exceptionally long. He could hear the roar of explosions and feel his amniotic fluid tank tremble slightly. At that moment, a mechanical voice sounded in his communication receiver. "Princeps, after signal comparison, the binary signal encryption identification code's overlap with the traitors is only 3.67%, and with Incaladon is only 5.94%. The additional identification code is the same as the identification code sent by a self-proclaimed Imperial expeditionary fleet 272 cycles ago. After logical evaluation by this unit, the communication message from that unit is true. Temporarily mark the other party as friendly forces, for 19 standard hours." Anger issued the command to the priest. "Send our identification code to the other party." 23 seconds later, Anger received feedback, and he uploaded the Tiger Eye Titan Legion's identification code to the team's tactical network. Advance. With Ning Lu's command, the Honor Guard launched their attack in an orderly fashion, a dense barrage of bullets raining down on the rebels. Adamantium-tipped bullets tore through armor, exploding inside armored vehicles and flipping them into the air. Ning Lu raised his left arm, the bolt gun mounted on his power fist never missing, and he swung his Val's sword, its energized blade spinning rapidly. The Gene Seed Primarch advanced rapidly, while also observing the surrounding battle. To Ning Lu's left, Arsenadun's silver hair fluttered in the wind. He pushed his hand forward, and the advancing armored vehicles abruptly halted. He then clenched his fist, and the shells fired from the cannon barrels detonated with a roar. Boom! 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 Amidst the booming explosions, the armored vehicles turned into a pile of parts. On the other side, St. Diago Borgkamp, from the 5th Battle Group and newly selected for the Honor Guard, fired his bolt-gun pistol while raising the staff in his hand. At the top of the staff, a shining crystal was embedded. That was the only item St. Diago carried from the Borgkamp family when he left Sepramundi. During the process of his modification, he had forgotten many memories, but he still mastered the craft of a psychic artisan and personally made the staff in his hand. St. Diago stepped out, entering a shimmering psychic light. The next instant, he appeared amidst dozens of tanks, and the staff in his hand struck the ground heavily. Brilliant light shone, tearing the veil between the warp and the material world. A colorful vortex, visible only to psychers and those with subspace insight, from the Order shadows, formed out of thin air, instantly engulfing dozens of tanks and sucking them into a spatial rift. The tank drivers who witnessed this scene issued frantic commands, attacking the black armored warriors. But St. Diago had already stepped out and used teleportation to leave before the vortex formed. St. Diago's performance was particularly dazzling among the members of the Honor Guard. Open black lens bracket good, he's a talent, close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew that the demonology and holy word disciplines only truly took shape after the Great Consecration. The Grey Knights and the Ordo Malleus were dedicated to studying demonology abilities to counter the threat of chaos. Open black lens bracket St. Diago comes from the ancient Borgkamp family, his demonology abilities should originate from his family. This ancient family must have mastered some related techniques during the long night. Demonology is considered the most dangerous of the many psychic disciplines. And St. Diago's method of use seems somewhat primitive and crude. Close black lens bracket. Users of demonology are dedicated to manipulating the interaction between the warp and the material universe. They can banish demons and open warp portals. Compared to other psychic disciplines, demonology is more dangerous when using its powers, as it directly confronts chaos and demons. Open black lens bracket I need to pay close attention to St. Diago. After confirming his loyalty, I will tell him how to pray so that he can be rescued in time if he encounters danger. Close black lens bracket. In front of the Forge Temple, Anger reassumed control of the Shira Gao, its arm-mounted autocannons spinning rapidly, unleashing their fury upon the rebels. With a booming explosion, Anger knew he had lost another Titan, lost another crew. Open black lens bracket how much longer can we hold out? Close black lens bracket. Just as he thought this, a vision suddenly flashed in his mind. Black armored warriors suddenly appeared behind the rebel forces, raining down ammunition on them. Their identification runes matched the relief force information just received. Anger saw a figure, taller than all the other black armored warriors, striding forward. A crackling, blue-white energized blade hissed as it swept through rebel vehicles, disemboweling metal. His heroic bearing as he moved among the enemy forces awakened Anger's long-buried memories. He recalled decades of his own meetings, where he had ridden roughshod over the enemy. Anger roared into the communicator, reinforcements have arrived. For the Omniscia, for Incaladon. Kill the despicable traitors. Chapter 309, The Arbiter's Power Fist. After the roar of the battlefield subsided, Ning Lu walked towards the Shira Gao. My name is Ning Lu, Gene Seed Primarch of the Order Shadows. Rosicky translated his words into technolingua and appended relevant information, transmitting it to the Titan before him. The information surged into Anger's mind through wires and cables. He understood the meaning of Order Shadows and Gene Seed Primarch, and also understood that Ning Lu was the Legion leader who had come to rescue Incaladon. Although this was different from the rescue Anger had expected from Holy Mars, he knew that Incaladon had no choice. Without accepting the Order Shadow's rescue, Incaladon would only face destruction in endless civil war. After Anger recognized the situation, he opened his loudspeaker. Lord Ning Lu, I am Anger, commander of the Tiger Eye, Titan Legion and captain of the Shira Gal. Thank you for your rescue. I will bring new life to the shattered Incaladon, Ning Lu said, looking at the Titan before him. But before that, I need to enter the Forge Temple and speak with the tech priests. As you wish. Anger sent the received information through Incaladon's communication network to the tech priests, while also using his authority to unseal the Forge Temple's gate. Ning Lu walked into the Forge Temple gate and immediately saw 12 Jiu Lao in red robes, surrounded by a crowd, approaching him. Their faces, composed of metal and flesh, were devoid of expression, and flickering lights replaced blinking eyes. On the glass displays on their chests, lines of text flowed rapidly. My lord, Rozicki began to translate after identifying the Technolingua. Standing before you are the 12 tech priests of Incaladon. They are the highest representatives of the Omniscia within Forge Temple 1. They express their gratitude for your rescue and hope that you can quell the rebellion in Incaladon and purify the Xenos and heretics. Tell them, this is why I am here, Ning Lu then asked. Ask them to provide a map of Incaladon and all the information they possess. Rozicki translated Ning Lu's words to the tech priests of Incaladon, and after receiving feedback, he reported. My lord, they invite you in. Ning Lu followed the tech priests into the main hall. One of the tech priests walked to a metal table surrounded by screens, his mechanical tentacles wriggling. Above the metal table, a holographic image was generated. Ning Lu saw that on Incaladon's spherical surface, large areas of green light covered almost the entire planet, with only 8 areas of red light, which resembled isolated islands. My lord, Incaladon originally built 12 forge temples, but now only 8 remain under their control, namely 1st, 3rd, 4th. The Tiger Eye, Titan Legion has only 57 Titans left. After Rozicki introduced the small areas controlled by Incaladon, he continued to report on the formidable enemy's situation. The largest rebel force is Tech Priest Barnes, who controls Forge Temple 2. The Taurolian war beasts, after occupying Forge Temple 7 and the surrounding armories, were roaming freely. Flesh-eating plasma entities that emerged from the Abyssal Reef asteroid have invaded Forge Temple 8, devouring all the flesh they can find. Ning Lu nodded slightly. Upload the situation to the Legion's tactical network. He scanned the many tech priests and then looked at the other tech priests before speaking. I need assistance, you must dispatch personnel to accompany me. Ning Lu wanted to control Incaladon, so he directly requested assistance. This would allow him to exert influence over them and also select suitable individuals to serve as future chief forgemasters of Incaladon. The tech priests agree to your request, but they believe they cannot leave the Forge Temple because the death of the chief forgemaster has activated Article 1, Section 12 of the Incaladon Emergency Protocol. In the event of the chief forgemaster's death, all tech priests must remain stationed at their respective forge temples until the crisis is resolved. The tech priests' logical programming prevents them from disobeying the omniscious holy decrees. Open black lens bracket just as I intended. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu thought to himself, the tech priest's logic and behavioral patterns had long been solidified with their mechanical bodies. Comparatively, younger tech priests were more easily influenced. In that case, let the tech priests accompany our operations. While the tech priests selected their accompanying tech priests, Ning Lu also deployed the Legion. I will lead the Honor Guard to attack Forge Temple 2. The first battle group will retake Forge Temple 5. The 7th battle group will clear out the Taurolian war beasts. The 11th battle group will purge the flesh-eating plasma entities. The Order Shadows immediately launched a full-scale offensive on Incaladon. Howard Fend, following Ning Lu's orders, was rebuilding order in the Osiris sector, and he dispatched 2nd Company Commander Yaxin as commander to lead the 1st battle group to Incaladon. Father commands us to sanction the rebels of Forge Temple 5, Yaxin commanded, looking at the enemy ahead. As he spoke, he clenched his fist, and his power fist gleamed with dazzling light. The dazzling light shone under Incaladon's gray sky, and the 1st battle group had a large number of arbiters. To utilize the excellent close combat abilities bestowed upon them by their Gene Father, they preferred to use power fists. Yaxin charged directly at the enemy, extracting every ounce of muscle strength his Mark II expeditionary power armor could enhance, maintaining a rapid pace. The dense barrage of incoming projectiles was deflected upon impact. Yaxin endured the impact and continued his charge. The arbiters swung their arms, smashing into the metal hulls of tanks. The greatest advantage of a power fist over other weapons is that it increases the user's strength. The energy field surrounding the metal gauntlet instantly tore apart the metal hull. The arbiters raised their arms, they moved much faster than other Order shadows. They swept their arms horizontally, and the charging battle servitors were all sent flying, torn apart as they fell to the ground. Not long ago, Yaxin, who had been promoted to sheriff, suddenly bypassed numerous enemies, his eyes fixed on a red-robed foe. His detect evil ability allowed him to grasp that the enemy, whose faceplate flickered with a mad light and whose lower body was modified to resemble spider legs, was both chaotic and insane. Yaxin immediately stepped forward, charging towards the enemy who was taller than him after his body modification. The sheriff's arm swings and punches were fluid, wielding the heavy power fist as swiftly as other Order shadows wielded a sword. The sheriff was unstoppable, tank after tank was destroyed by him. The red-robed tech priest's mechanical tentacles wriggled, swinging the omniscience axe in his hand, the power axe's energy field crackling. Two destructive energies collided, the deafening roar shaking the ground. The tech priest staggered, and Yaxin seized the opportunity, leaping up with powerful legs and smashing his fist into the tech priest's face. With a loud bang, the tech priest's body was torn apart. After the tech priest's death, the rebel forces of Forge Altar 5 immediately fell into chaos. Yaxin, as the sheriff, immediately began to purge his new territory. At the same time, the 7th Battle Group also began its hunt for the beast hordes. Based on their appearance, the Taurolian war beasts were difficult to classify as a single species. Giant beasts with elephant-like bodies and human-like heads caused the ground to tremble as they ran. Half-human, half-wolf beast hordes with fangs bounded and ran all around. Sanchez had forged his battle group into warriors as swift as the wind. Even the 4th Company, a tank company, emphasized mobility. All were equipped with Gabriel Predators, which had lighter armor but were faster and had stronger offensive capabilities. The Gabriel Predators sped forward, plunging into the beast horde. Gabriel Predators equipped with flamestorm cannons in their main turrets unleashed destructive torrents of flame, engulfing the elephant-like beast horde. The rising flames instantly separated the beast horde. Gabriel Predators equipped with twin-linked assault cannons in their main turrets followed swiftly. They cut into the torn gaps, firing dense barrages to both sides, efficiently harvesting rows of beasts. The Catachan Descent Order Shadow, accompanied by Catachan wolves, entered the battlefield and began their hunt. Chapter 310, Catachan Descent Order Shadow. The first month of 837. Borti, a Catachan Descent Order Shadow, led his squad on Catachan wolves to Foundry 19 of the 7th Forge Temple. The foundry had long been destroyed by savage warbands, leaving only shattered ruins. Every Catachan Descent warrior was tall and robust, surpassing other Order shadows who were not exceptional individuals, comparable to the 18th Legion, newly named the Fire Lizards. The large warbands of Taurolians were routed at the start of the hunt. For months, the Catachan Descent hunters had been pursuing scattered warbands. Borti stroked his Catachan wolf and whispered, "Broken Claw, take the wolf pack, find the warband, and lead them here. Afterward, all my fire lizards' meat will be yours." Since the Gene Seed Primarch left Nocturn, he often distributed fire lizards' meat to various battle groups, and Borti also received some. Catachan is not adjacent to agricultural worlds controlled by the Legion. The 7th Battle Group, like most Imperial legions, usually subsisted on triglyceride gel and amino porridge, and injected intravenous nutrient packs and nutrient paste during combat. When they wanted to change their bland diet, they could only eat dried catachan venomous snake jerky and similar foods. The delicious meat of the fire lizards was a rare delicacy for Borti as well. But this time, he decided to offer the precious food because he had earned an opportunity from the battle merits gained in the previous pursuit of Eldar pirates and Osiris. Borti learned that he was already a candidate under consideration for the Honor Guard. To qualify to follow the Gene Father, he had to perform better than other candidates in this beast-clearing battle. Broken Claw, with green fur, lost half of his left claw in a fight while hunting a catachan demon. This was how he got his name and became the Alpha Wolf. Broken Claw let out a low growl to the other 9 catachan wolves, then turned and ran, his wolf pack following swiftly behind him. Borti looked at the warriors of his squad, his eyes shining. The warband doesn't have armor protection like our catachan wolves, and the Taurolians are simple-minded, so the trajectory of their pursuit of the wolf pack can be determined. Therefore, we will lay fragmentation mines and complete a grand hunt. The Order Shadows immediately sprang into action. They had long been honed into masters of traps and booby traps in the jungles of Catachan. After setting up the fragmentation mine traps, the Catachan Descent Order Shadows, the ambush masters, each took their positions and waited. They were excellent hunters, patiently waiting for the wolf pack to lead the prey. The dense thudding of hooves echoed in their ears, and the Catachan Descent Order Shadows envisioned the warband rushing towards them like a tidal wave in their minds. Borti saw his Broken Claw running at the forefront, followed by countless, dense warbands. The Xenos varied in shape, massive rhino-shaped beasts with strange faces growing on their forelegs. Lion-bodied Xenos with heads on their bellies, swaying back and forth as they ran. Borti pulled a flare from his body, threw it, and it landed about a meter in front of the booby-trapped area, then erupted in dazzling green light. The wolf pack, agilely, turned and ran to both sides before the flare's extended ring. Most of the warband, however, could not stop in time. They recklessly crashed into the booby-trapped zone. Boom, boom, boom. The buried fragmentation grenades detonated, tearing thousands of Taurolians to shreds, and the shockwave, carrying broken limbs, shot into the sky. Fire! Borti commanded. The falling rain of blood had no effect on the Order Shadow's vision. A dense barrage covered the warband, efficiently harvesting the Xenos. Borti emptied magazine after magazine. The identification runes for the Taurolians in his sight rapidly disappeared. The tactical interface's threat assessment dropped from medium threat to low threat. It was only when the automatic sensing system estimated the warband's numbers were down to 10.25% that the Xenos, primitive minds, finally reacted. The first lion-shaped Taurolian turned and fled, and more Xenos followed suit. Pursue. The Catachan Descent Order Shadows drew their devil's claws. Their power swords were unique. The hilt was a sharp bird's head, and the blade was a semi-serrated cold steel point. The Catachan people called this type of Catachan combat blade the Devil's Claw. Their longest was 1.2 meters. Officers of the 7th Battle Group and the Catachan Auxiliary Army all replicated the blade form to forge power swords, but those of the Order Shadows were longer to match their physiques. The Order Shadows, like high-speed tanks, instantly caught up to the tail of the warband. They wielded their Devil's Claws, the charged blades spinning rapidly, harvesting Xenos' lives. At the same time, the wolf pack also moved, the Catachan wolves rushing at high speed from both sides of the warband, tearing at the lion-shaped Xenos running at the front. The Taurolians tried to escape repeatedly but were entangled by the Catachan wolves' speed, and in the end, only a few managed to escape. The 4th month of 837, Incaladon's most powerful family, the Madrid family's territory. Explosions were incessant, and rubble lay everywhere. The Punisher-class Viper Knight mech, abhorrent heresy. Victor, the patriarch of the Madrid family, injected power into his drivetrain. He saw another friendly rune disappear and shouted loudly into the communicator. I have already requested assistance from the Forge Temple. The wise ones told me that Gene Seed Primarch Ning Lu has sent the god machines for rescue. Rescue will arrive soon, hold on. Victor spoke quickly. To give the knights the courage to fight the titans, he sent the communication text to all knight mechs. He gripped his haptic gloves tightly, struggling to control abhorrent heresy, dodging attacks from 5 rebel titans. After the rebels seized the titans guarding the Forge Temple and spent a long time repairing and training their crew, they dispatched the titans to attack Madrid 4 standard hours ago. Victor's family resisted to the death. Although they destroyed 4 titans with their defensive facilities, they also suffered huge losses, losing 12 knight mechs and a large amount of assets. With a loud boom, Victor bit his lip. To his left front, a massive yellow war engine charged towards the Madrid family knights. It swung its huge chainsword, mercilessly striking its former comrades in arms. A shattered steel arm crashed in front of Victor, filling his mind with rage. Victor controlled abhorrent heresy's left arm to raise, firing vengeful melta-cannon shells at the god machine he once admired, now his enemy. His precise skill allowed him to accurately hit the warlord-class titan with the shells he fired. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions roared incessantly, and scorching energy erupted, but Victor showed no joy. His crown's auger array feedback signal told him that the warlord-class titan had not been damaged. Victor felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He knew that abhorrent heresy could not contend with the god machines, and his attack hadn't even overloaded the titan's void shield. He gripped his haptic gloves, controlling abhorrent heresy with astonishing agility, constantly changing direction and rapidly retreating. The alarm blared from Victor's crown. He was locked onto by 3 titans. The rebels wanted to kill the patriarch of the Madrid knight family first. As Victor was consumed by despair, suddenly the auger array flashed high-frequency runes. Tall yellow war engines appeared in his sight. That wasn't the striped yellow of Tiger Eye, but the shining golden yellow, the yellow of the War Griffins. The War Griffins Legion was commanded by Ning Lu to utilize the status of titans as god machines within the Mechanicus to reclaim various knight families and assist in rooting out the enemy's heavily fortified strongholds. Now, they had only one last objective: to rescue the Madrid family. One titan after another stepped onto the battlefield, launching merciless attacks on the rebel titans with overwhelming numerical superiority. Overwhelming firepower suppressed the 5 rebel titans' firepower. Victor, resurrected from despair, led the Madrid family knights, cooperating with the War Griffins, to unleash the flames of vengeance upon their enemies. When the 41st War Griffins Titan entered the battlefield, all the rebel titans had been destroyed. Chapter 311, War Council, thanks from Guilliman. In the 5th month of 837, Incaladon, Ning Lu led the honor guard, defeating the main force of the rebels and arriving at the outskirts of the Second Forge Temple. Netu, a young tech priest who fought alongside him, looked at the Gene Seed Primarch with admiration. Lord Ning Lu, Barnes, the leader of Incaladon's largest rebel force, is inside his Forge Temple. He is a radical and mad sage. Rumor has it that he has been performing blasphemous modifications on himself in his laboratory. Ning Lu nodded slightly. He strode to the Forge Temple gate, raised his left arm, and with a dazzling golden glow, his power fist heavily struck the gate. A disintegration field tore through the steel gate, and debris scattered. Ning Lu looked inside, only to see the ground covered with strange barbarian totems, tiger heads with black stripes, and giant pythons with wide-open mouths. His eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, open black lens bracket for thousands of years, Incaladon has been attacking surrounding worlds, plundering barbarian populations, and absorbing tribal cultures. The Titan crew of Tiger Eye had been performing strange rituals during the Great Crusade, which even caused delays in the deployment of their god engines. Their rituals were a terrible hybrid of the omniscious mechanical holy rites and primitive animal worship barbarian totem rituals, which was also part of the reason for the future fall of Tiger Eye and Mordred, close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, a strange hiss sounded. The sound was like both the roaring of rapidly spinning mechanical devices and the roar of a beast. Boom! Ning Lu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a semi-mechanical, semi-flesh monster, about 9 meters tall, striding towards him. Netu, who had rushed over, saw the human head on the monster's body and shouted to the Gene Seed Primarch. Lord Ning Lu, this blasphemous creature is Barnes. As the young tech priest looked at the monster with anger and fear, he saw Ning Lu rapidly charging towards it. His speed was so fast that only a black afterimage remained in his bionic eye. Die! Barnes let out a strange roar, raising his hydraulic power fist high. Boom! The giant fist smashed through the metal dome of the forged temple, then swung down violently, striking towards Ning Lu. Ning Lu raised his left arm, and with a thunderous explosion, his power fist blocked the hydraulic power fist. He drew the Jushin spear from his back, light flickering in his eyes, and threw it fiercely. Take this! The Jushin spear whistled through the air, piercing into Barnes's raised, grotesque fleshy arm. Roar! Barnes let out a strange roar, his body swaying, flesh and parts crackling and falling. Ning Lu leapt up, drew the Val's sword from his waist, its blue-white light shining, and a disintegration field tore Barnes's head apart. Netu watched in astonishment as Ning Lu instantly killed the monster, the blasphemous sage Barnes. Before he could recover, the Gene Seed Primarch walked in front of him, his black eyes gazing at him. He immediately felt as if a great mountain was pressing on his shoulders, and cold sweat seeped from his forehead. Incaladon should abandon its barbarian tribal culture, do you understand? Nito's gaze fell on the hellish scene inside the forged temple, countless strange creature corpses scattered on the ground, blood splattered across the walls. He shivered and replied, Lord, I understand. Then, I will help you ascend to the position of Chief Forgemaster. You must reshape Incaladon. Ning Lu had been observing Netu and comparing his situation with reports from other commanders about their accompanying tech priests, finally selecting him. Hearing that the Gene Seed Primarch intended to promote him to Chief Forgemaster, light flickered in Nito's bionic eye. Open black lens bracket Incaladon is already shattered, its strength less than 1/10 of what it was before the Civil War. The Order Shadows, who liberated the casting world, can decide everything here. Close black lens bracket. Thinking this, Netu immediately said, Lord, in the name of the Omniscia, I pledge my loyalty to you and will follow your will. On the way back, Ning Lu said to Netu, you are currently a tech priest, you cannot directly become Chief Forgemaster. Even if I forcefully push you into the Chief Forgemaster position, you won't be able to gain support and control Incaladon. I will help you first gain the title of Sage and help you develop your influence. Lord, thank you for your help. Nito's performance satisfied Ning Lu, he had not been blinded by ambition. 5 days later, Ning Lu, having cleansed the rebels from the second forged temple, returned to the first forged temple. He stood before the 12 sages. Tech priest Netu performed excellently in the assessment. I believe he possesses outstanding talent and should become a sage, working with all of you to rebuild Incaladon. The 12 sages looked at each other, exchanging binary tech language. A moment later, one of the sages spoke on behalf of the others in Vostonian. Lord, as you wish. The Order Shadows liaison officers had successfully enabled the local dignitaries to master Vostonian. As the ground clearing continued, Ning Lu returned to the worthy shadow. He made Netu and Savon. He had already assessed Nito's loyalty and ability and decided to cultivate him into an extraordinary individual. Improving Nito's abilities was also Ning Lu's way of helping him. Ning Lu then had Roziki Chek discuss with Netu how to allocate resources to help him expand his influence. After the two left, Arsenadun began to report. Lord, the Emperor has recovered the Gene Seed Primarch Robert Gilliman on Macragge in the Limit Star territory. He is the 9th Gene Seed Primarch officially recorded by the Imperium to have returned. Ning Lu nodded slightly, but secretly thought to himself. Open black lens bracket the divination dice are about to be fully charged, and a new divination can be performed soon. So, what should I divine? Should I intercept the STC that Horus will find in the future, or should I preemptively occupy the Jewel of Ultramar, close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew that just as Rome was not built in a day, neither were Ultramar's 500 worlds. Before Guilliman's return to the Imperium, his territory consisted only of Macragge, inherited from his adoptive father Connor. Connor was one of Ultramar's 2 governors. He died in a coup initiated by the other governor, Gallen. After Guilliman quelled the rebellion, he became the ruler of Macragge. He spent 5 years developing it into an unprecedentedly prosperous world and traded with several star systems like Espandor. It was in Espandor that Huang Laohan heard about a figure suspected to be a gene seed Primarch appearing on Macragge. Open black lens bracket without the navigator and star speaker prepared by Huang Laohan, interstellar expansion is almost impossible. Without navigators, warp travel is like gambling, which is the fundamental reason why I must rely on the Imperium's development. According to my memory, among all the gene seed Primarchs, I am the only one who traveled out of my own fallen star system, close black lens bracket. Ning Lu recalled his personal experience of warp travel, a long and arduous journey. Open black lens bracket warp travel itself was difficult. Psyker navigation was ultimately not as professional as a navigator's. Even I, besides Vostronia, only completed the conquest of the Crystal Mirage star system. Astropathic communication is equally important. The Nation of Disorder can only conduct high-level communication and cannot replace regular military and civilian communication. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu thought of the greatly improved conquest efficiency after reuniting with his sons, and sighed with emotion. Open black lens bracket without Legion warriors, even a gene seed Primarch cannot conquer 500 worlds. Ultramar's 500 worlds are the result of the entire Ultramarines Legion's Great Crusade. And now, they have not yet embarked on their journey of conquest. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu's eyes sparkled, and he thought to himself. Open black lens bracket. Most of Ultramar's 500 worlds have not yet been discovered by the Imperium. Kos, the jewel of the Eastern Galaxy, rich in minerals, the Firestorm star, with production capacity comparable to a casting world, and the fertile Aventinium. There's also Thalassa, suitable as a recruiting world for the 9th Battle Group. That ocean world is more suitable for the Tyrant, Path of the Order Shadows than Sea Cradle. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew that once the Ultramarines started moving, their conquest speed would become faster and faster, and his territory would inevitably not be contiguous. He chose the best of the best, first thinking of 5 worlds. Excluding Macragge, which was completely impossible, only 4 remained. As Ning Lu pondered, the original body servant spoke. Lord, the chief of the Star Speaker Choir informed me that the Emperor has decided to convene a new war council. The Great Crusade was a massive undertaking. The armed forces alone involved 20 Space Marine legions, thousands of auxiliary regiments recruited from newly conquered worlds, the Mechanicus's Titan orders, and countless other armed groups. The Great Crusade also involved an increasing number of casting worlds integrated into the logistics supply system, as well as numerous transfer and supply points. To manage the many affairs of the Great Crusade, the Emperor convened the War Council. In the late Great Crusade, before the formation of the Terra Council, the War Council was always the de facto governing body of the Imperium. Each gene seed Primarch had their own seat in the council. Of course, Alfarius, whose identity was not public, was an exception. He and Wojciech Burek calibrated the time, setting it for 10 o'clock ship standard time tomorrow. I understand, Ning Lu said. The next day, ship standard time 9:52. Primarch Palace, remote conference room. The runes of the mechanical devices lit up, and each modulator made a crisp click when it touched the indentations on the mechanical drum, blending into the choir's melody. Lord, it's ready. Let's begin. Horus, who had already changed his mindset and decided to be a good elder brother, suggested participating early before each meeting officially began, using this time to communicate with each other. At the same moment the light enveloped Ning Lu. His figure appeared in the golden palace of the Terra Imperial Palace, where the War Council was held. At the head of the War Council was the Emperor's exclusive seat. Ning Lu sat second to Huang Laohan's left. He saw that 9 figures were already seated in the hall, with only 3 yet to arrive. Next to him was Leman Russ, followed by Hannibal and Vulcan. Sitting closest to Huang Laohan's right was his hand imprinter, Mikado, dressed in a grey robe. Facing Ning Lu was Horus Lupercal, and beside him were Ferrus Manus, Rogel Dorn, Fulgrim, and Robert Guilliman. To encourage competition among the Gene Seed Primarchs and to have them reclaim more worlds for him, Huang Laohan arranged and adjusted the seats of the War Council according to their merits. The closer to Huang Laohan, the greater the battle achievements. In opposing positions, the right was considered the place of honor. Among them, Fulgrim, Vulcan, and Guilliman had not yet achieved many battle merits, so their seats were evaluated based on the battle achievements of their respective legions before their return. Before Mikado spoke, Horus first said to Ning Lu, "Ning Lu, I want to introduce you to the new member of the War Council, our brother Robert Guilliman, the Gene Seed Primarch of the 13 Legion. Ning Lu, I want to express my gratitude to you. You saved my son, Glenn Vorsoto, and prevented the Osiris pacification fleet from being completely annihilated." Guilliman, who was on Terra attending the welcome celebration, and Mikado were the only 2 present in the Golden Palace, not projections. He had short golden hair and a gentle smile, expressing his gratitude to Ning Lu. "Welcome back, Guilliman," Ning Lu responded with a nod. "Since I encountered them, I naturally wouldn't stand by." As Ning Lu spoke, he thought to himself, "Open black lens bracket him, Kos and the other 4 worlds will be mine then, consider them your thank you gift to me. Although I got them by my own ability on a first come, first served basis, it still counts as intercepting you." Close black lens bracket. Chapter 312. Guilliman, your little Cato will be my son in the future. Ning Luo seemingly unintentionally, yet with deep meaning, asked the newly returned Gene Seed Primarch, Robert Guilliman, with concern. "Guilliman, have you decided the direction for the 13 Legion's first round of expedition, and do you need any help?" The Imperium of Man's expeditionary fleets, similar to the principles followed by rogue traitors during their expansion, would select a primary direction for each round of expansion. This was also the most efficient way to expand. Constantly changing directions and pursuing circular expansion was both difficult to achieve due to the unpredictability of the warp and extremely inefficient. The difference was that for smaller rogue traitor families, their usual primary expansion direction was their only direction. Larger rogue traitor dynasties and the Imperium of Man's expeditionary fleets had branch fleets in addition to their main forces. Guilliman had already thought it through clearly, and he spoke. "My legion will advance towards Terra, opening up transportation routes to Terra to facilitate obtaining supplies." Upon hearing this, Ning Luo immediately analyzed Guilliman's actions in his mind. He knew that Huang Laohan, in the image of a golden armored figure, had appeared in Contorto's dream, instructing him to raise Guilliman. The foster father Huang Laohan found for Guilliman exceeded his expectations, raising Guilliman into a seasoned politician whose every move had its considerations. Open black lens bracket. Guilliman's primary problem now is to recover from the disastrous failure of the Sons of War's previous suppression of the Osiris mind control seed. Without my appearance, his best solution would be to personally eliminate the Osiris mind control seed. In 899, the War Hounds Legion encountered the Osiris mind control seed while fighting the Orc forces of the Glotian Empire in the Eurydice terminus. Upon receiving a Star Speaker communication, Robert Guilliman immediately went to reinforce the War Hounds and successfully annihilated this Xenos race in the battle, completely freeing the nascent Ultramarines from the shame of past failures. Close black lens bracket. Now, due to Ning Luo's intervention, Legion Master Glenn Vorsoto did not die, the Legion flagship in the suppression fleet survived, and the grievous losses were not as severe as in his memory. Open black lens bracket. Guilliman's process of rebuilding the Legion was smoother. In this situation, having lost the Osiris mind control seed as an object of revenge, his goal naturally became to approach the center of the Imperium of Man, Holy Terra. Therefore, the direction he chose was the western side of the galactic map, to establish a stable shipping lane to Terra. Close black lens bracket. After Ning Lu understood Guilliman's intentions, he then considered how to use the information he had elicited. One of the 4 worlds he had selected for the future 500 worlds of Ultramar, Thalassa, lay in the direction of Guilliman's first round of expansion. Since the invention of the warp engine, humanity's expansion had departed from the gradual expansion of the past. Warp travel was impossible to predict accurately. Without a star map, a single warp jump could appear in a nearby star system a few light years away, or jump tens or even hundreds of years to other sub-sectors, or even another sector. The Sidai system, near Vostronia, was only discovered by rogue traitor Louis von Valens after several rounds of expansion. Although Ning Lu knew that Guilliman might not discover Thalassa in the first round of expansion, he still decided to play it safe. This time, he would use the divination dice to divine Thalassa. Open black lens bracket next time, all divine codes. Overall, worlds closer to Macragge still have a much higher probability of being discovered earlier than Firestorm and Aventinum. The jewel of the Eastern Galaxy, like Tricon, the jewel of the Northern Galaxy, which will be the most dazzling in my dominion, close black lens bracket. After Ning Lu decided on the order of the next 2 divinations, he suddenly remembered that Thalassa would not only be the homeworld of the Void Trident chapter in the future but also the hometown of Cato Sicarius. Open black lens bracket him, then, the future Lord of Vigilance, champion of Macragge, Archduke of Thalassa, destroyer of the Tau, and toy of the Tau. Wouldn't Sicarius become an Order Shadows? It really is a bit, sorry, Guilliman, your little Cato will be my son in the future, close black lens bracket. As he pondered, he sincerely said, a wise decision. If there's anything you need my help with, don't hesitate. Open black lens bracket. If I can grasp Guilliman's expedition progress, it will also facilitate future divinations, as he still has other targets he wants to intercept, close black lens bracket. Thank you for your kindness, Guilliman said confidently after expressing his gratitude. Although my legion numbers less than 30,000, I am confident in completing the expedition. Father, you entrusted the 13 Legion to me, I will not disappoint him. All members of the War Council felt the confidence and ambition in Guilliman's tone. Horus Lupercal and Ferrus Manus beside him exchanged glances, deep in thought. Ning Lu, before offering help to others, how is your task progressing? Leman Russ's rough voice rang out, and he provocatively said, if your wizard boys aren't up to it, my space wolves can offer you help. All the Primarchs frowned simultaneously, most showing disgust at Russ's barbaric words. Especially Hannibal, who was extremely displeased with Russ's destructive acts of wasting food. As the expedition progressed, the wild wolves, warhounds, and ghouls left nothing but ruins in their wake. Even Vulcan, who did not want to see conflict between brothers, was disgusted by Russ's actions. Horus did not show disdain for the barbaric behavior, while also pondering Russ's intentions. He had noticed upon their first meeting that the Wolf King habitually presented himself as barbaric, disliking innate cunning. Compared to his other brothers, Guilliman was not as annoyed with Russ. He had reviewed the war reports the Wolf King submitted to the War Council and compared them with the battle reports from when the 6th Legion was still called the Reavers. He noted that compared to their past madness and barbarity on the planet Dulsvarn, the massacres on Delsa, and even the meaningless wanton slaughter of civilians during the Moralorian uprising, the 6th Legion had changed. With Russ's return, the new Space Wolves had been shackled by reason. The Wild Wolves no longer carried out meaningless massacres as they did in the past, but he knew that few would discern the subtle differences within their barbaric actions as he did. Don't trouble yourself, Ning Lu glanced at Russ and asked, I want to ask you a question. Since you despise psychic powers so much, how did you appear here today? Did you run all the way? Star speakers are different, Russ roared. They underwent a soul-binding ritual with the Allfather, unlike your wizard brats. Oh, the lawyer keenly seized upon the loophole in Russ's words that violated the imperial truth. Do I need to remind you? The Emperor said he is not a god. Your preaching of Fenrisian myths, the tale of the God King descending from the heavens, in the War Council is an open mockery of the imperial truth. I think Russ is just too deeply influenced by Fenrisian culture. Horus tried his best to maintain harmony among his brothers, speaking to ease the tense atmosphere. Russ, Horus said sternly, when we first met, I reminded you that all gods are false, there is no heaven, and no Allfather. Another staunch adherent of the imperial truth, Gilliman, nodded in agreement. There are no gods in this world, Russ, you must understand this. Russ will understand, Mikado interjected to defuse the situation, shifting the topic to the new member about to enter the War Council. The Chief Forgemaster is about to enter. Ning Lu, who had attended several War Council meetings, knew that the Chief Forgemaster of Mars, representing the other head of the Imperial Aquila, would always arrive in the Golden Palace at the last minute before the meeting began. His timing each time was precisely the 12th second, a sacred number representing the god of all machines. The red-robed Chief Forgemaster of Mars entered the Golden Palace under everyone's gaze. He sat at the end of the council table, opposite the Emperor's throne. Then, two golden figures suddenly appeared. The Emperor sat on the central throne, and Custodian Marshal Constantine Valder sat in the seat of honor to Ning Lu's right, opposite Mikado. Valder's seat in the council was not derived from conquest achievements, as the Emperor's guardian, protecting the Bucephalus and traveling with the Emperor to reclaim the Gene Seed Primarchs, his achievements were surpassed by one Gene Seed Primarch after another. But he was the Emperor's first captain, the Emperor's steadfast shield, the first chief custodian, the shield marshal of the ancient custodian guard, the elite personal guard of the Lord of Mankind. The Emperor and the Chief Forgemaster of Mars, the Lord of Mankind's hand imprinter Mikado and the custodian commander Valder, were also the only four permanently fixed seats in the War Council. My lord, Mikado and Ning Lu said. Emperor, the Chief Forgemaster of Mars addressed him. Father, Horus and the others exclaimed in unison. Chief Forgemaster, Mikado, my sons, the Emperor said. He was seated on the throne, his expression stern. In this meeting, we will discuss how to face a newly emerged major threat. The 5th Legion's 105th Vanguard Company, after close reconnaissance and careful evaluation, believes it poses a serious threat to the imperial frontier. The Xenos have taken control of the local human colonies, using the local humans and resources to create massive numbers of slave soldiers. Star Hunters, unlike many legions, do not have their main forces act collectively in one or several directions. As the pathfinders and discoverers of the Imperium of Man, they are split into individual companies, exploring the outer fringes of the Imperium of Man. Ning Lu saw Mikado manipulate the star map, and an area in the northern galaxy was highlighted. A section of the star map was projected separately, and a star system's image slowly unfolded. Ning Lu saw that the star system's name read, Adex Morse, with 6 planets marked in deep red, and a threat assessment of, extremely high. His pupils constricted, and he thought to himself. Open black lens bracket Zon Jiao Mo C. Randon. Close black lens bracket. As he pondered, Huang Laohan asked. The topic of this meeting is which legion will be responsible for resolving this newly emerged major threat. The moment the Emperor finished speaking, Horus Lupercal was the first to speak. The 6 wings of the 1st Legion each have their strengths and diverse tactics, capable of responding to various situations, making them the best choice. Leman Russ opened his mouth, revealing his fangs. The 1st Legion is not in good shape and is unsuitable for a major war. Uriam Bendereg, before becoming Legion Master, had never even served as a company captain. As the leader of the expeditionary force, he is unqualified. The members of the War Council all agreed with Russ's words. Bendereg's appointment as Legion Master was a result of compromise. The 1st Legion suffered heavy losses in the Sealing the Dark Gate campaign, with only 800 remaining from 3 battle groups, leading to the disbandment of the Pentagram Army. Subsequently, the 1st Legion Master, Hector Sarin, died in battle due to a reckless offensive. The 6 Wing Lords began to openly and secretly contend for the position of Legion Master, but none could suppress the other 5 Grand Masters. They could only reluctantly reach a compromise, with Bendereg, who was outside the 6 Wings and previously only a captain of the 14th Company of the 8th Battle Group, succeeding to the position of Legion Master. Before Bendereg became Legion Master, he was not only not a Grand Master, but not even a company captain, and had never proven his ability to stand on his own. My wolves will purify the ugly Xenos and raze their fortresses to the ground. Ning Lu heard the implicit dissatisfaction in Russ's words. Open black lens bracket Lionel Johnson has not yet returned, and the Duran campaign has not yet begun, so Russ is already dissatisfied with the First Legion. The First Legion is indeed arrogant due to being the earliest formed legion, close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew that the First Legion suffered heavy losses in the First Randon War, but also achieved a glorious victory. Bendereg and his legion, proud of their achievements, ignored Robert Guilliman during the Carcassonne War, attempting to prove that the 13th Legion, which had welcomed back its Geneseed Primarch, should still be subordinate to the First Legion. They recklessly launched a solo attack, disrupting the war plan set by Guilliman. Although they achieved a bloody victory, the 2nd Legion Master Bendereg died in battle and was severely criticized by Guilliman, who pointed out that the First Legion had been corrupted by vanity. To prove themselves, the First Legion launched offensives against the most deadly enemies they could find in the galaxy, hoping to gain recognition through victory. Open black lens bracket if Lion had not returned, the First Legion, which exchanged blood for glory, would have slowly perished in bloody battles. From this perspective, not participating in the First Randon War was a good thing for both the First Legion and Bendereg. They would not become complacent due to victory, nor would they be consumed by vanity, close black lens bracket. Ning Lu then pondered Horus's words. Open black lens bracket Horus recommending the First Legion, did Bendereg find him and reach some kind of agreement, close black lens bracket. After Bendereg succeeded as Legion Master, he had been dedicated to getting the faltering First Legion back on track. Open black lens bracket indeed, as Russ said, the First Legion's current situation is not suitable to be the main force of the expedition. It might be that Bendereg found Horus, promising certain political benefits, to make Horus recommend the First Legion. If I had not appeared, Horus's achievements at this time would be unmatched, and the War Council should have approved his suggestion, close black lens bracket. While Ning Lu was deep in thought, Huang Laohan, seeing no one else speak, looked at his Pegasus. Ning Lu, how is the suppression campaign in Incaladon progressing? Ning Lu saw Huang Laohan shift the topic from Randon to Incaladon and ask him a question. Open black lens bracket sure enough, it's still me, close black lens bracket. The Incaladon campaign will conclude within 1 month, with subsequent cleanup lasting for some time. In that case, then your 11th Legion will embark on an expedition to Zhanjiao Moersi to purify the Xenos threat. Horus heard the Emperor's words and considered it a good outcome. The expansion of the 11th Legion had put considerable pressure on him. He was forced to abandon diplomatic means prematurely in many instances, adopting more rapid conquest methods, which had already significantly impacted the glorious image he had cultivated. With the 11th Legion committed to a brutal war, Horus felt he could finally slow down and continue the Great Crusade in a more civilized manner. Huang Laohan made the final decision, and the other members had no further objections, with figures quickly disappearing one after another. Just as Ning Lu was about to leave, he suddenly heard Vulcan's voice. Ning Lu, wait a moment. Ning Lu looked at Vulcan. I want to express my gratitude to you. The shields you provided offer a wider range of protection for the 7 refuge cities. There were star speakers in the Golden Palace providing support for the War Council, so Vulcan did not directly mention the name, Fortress-class energy shield. This time, when Nocturne and Prometheus approached disaster, few people suffered misfortune. I believe that in the future, Nocturne will no longer suffer the threat of volcanic eruptions. The beneficiaries should not be limited to the people of Nocturne. A light flickered in Vulcan's eyes. Father made me understand the meaning of the Great Crusade. I should bring hope to those worlds suffering from Xenos bullying and enslaved by heretics. There are many human worlds in the galaxy struggling to survive in disasters or being plundered by Xenos. They should be protected. Vulcan's words were forceful, echoing through the palace. Ning Lu looked at the friendly giant, and after a moment of thought, he spoke. I can provide them with shield support, but I have conditions. Tell me. The meticulous Vulcan discovered during their interactions that Ning Lu was someone who disliked being at a disadvantage. My tech sergeant numbers are limited, and even fewer can be fully dedicated to this aspect, so the scope of those receiving protection must be restricted, Ning Lu said. The protected worlds must pay a certain price for the resources consumed. Resources or population will suffice. Ning Lu decided to provide support for Vulcan, not only because of his kindness but also out of his lawyer's instinct. He keenly grasped that this was an opportunity. He knew that harsh environments where humans still colonized and struggled to survive were mostly because these worlds contained rich resources. Volcanic eruptions brought underground minerals to the surface of Nocturn and Medusa IV. Fenris has diverse species. Harsh environments also nurtured excellent warriors. Plundered worlds are mostly near trade routes, or at least have large populations valued by the Dark Eldar. Open black lens bracket. This is an opportunity to acquire resources and exert influence over these worlds. Close black lens bracket. Is that all? Vulcan asked, somewhat surprised, seeing that Ning Lu had stopped speaking. Ning Lu's demands were fewer and lower than he had expected. That's all, Ning Lu said with a smile, in a joking tone. If the kind blacksmith would send me some weapons he forged in his spare time, or guide my descendants, that would be even better. Vulcan heard that Ning Lu had no mandatory requirements, and it was more an appreciation of his own forging skills, and a smile appeared on his face. After you left Nocturne, I forged not 5, but 14 pieces. They were sent to your Legion's frigate, the one that brought the tech sergeants to Nocturne. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke. I am currently taking a transport ship to the solar system. I have already reached an agreement with Saturn to improve armor manufacturing technology, and you can send your descendants to participate. Ning Lu knew that during the Age of Strife, Saturn had established a highly advanced and independent government composed of 82 sufficiently sized moons. But unlike Mars, which sought independence, the Saturnian Church regarded the nascent Imperium of man as a brotherly state and, after negotiations with Huang Laohan, merged into the Imperium. Saturn's powerful comprehensive strength and industrial capacity became an important military facility and personnel supply base for the Imperium. It could be said that without Saturn, Mikado's nasolabial folds would have deepened several times faster. The addition of Saturn's void armor heavy infantry promoted the birth of the solar auxilia. Vulcan further explained, although Saturn pattern armor provides more comprehensive protection, due to its complex production process and slight bulkiness, it gradually withdrew from the battlefield. I will improve the Saturn pattern armor and give it new life. Ning Lu had already realized that what Vulcan was referring to was the future Saturn pattern Terminator, which offered stronger protection than the Iron Rider and Underworld patterns. This is of great significance, and my descendants are honored to participate in it. Ning Lu knew that the development of the Saturn pattern was solely Vulcan's responsibility, and the tech priests and tech sergeants from other legions had no opportunity to participate. Open black lens bracket. Vulcan is clearly showing goodwill because my previous conditions were lower than he expected. Perhaps, there are also the passive effects of the lawyer, fighting for benefits, and the briber, close black lens bracket. Following Vulcan in research would lead to an all-round improvement in abilities, and Ning Lu naturally would not miss this opportunity. He decided to send the chief forgemaster to lead a team to participate in the research. The two figures quickly vanished, leaving only the star speaker, covered in cold sweat, in the Golden Palace. After Ning Lu returned to the Wangquan Shadow, he summoned Arsenadun and Roziki Chek to arrange matters related to the Randon War in Incaladon. Chapter 314, Initiating Royal Court Monk Armor Development. Chief Forgemaster, Ning Lu first looked at Roziki Chek and said, I spoke with Vulcan at the War Council, and he will be going to Saturn to develop a new type of armor. You are to select 10, omniscience, to go to Saturn and join the research and development. As you command, my lord. After Roziki acknowledged the order, Ning Lu pushed a glittering data crystal towards him. This data crystal contains a replicated standard construction template for the Lord Hunter suite. Using the technology you learned from Vulcan, and based on power armor, combine the adaptive technologies of the Lord Hunter suite to develop a version suitable for Royal Court monks. Open black lens bracket. Although most of the Lord Hunters of Necromunda are not as powerful as the Astartes, the Lord Hunter suite has its merits and is suitable for extraordinary individuals. Close black lens bracket. One advantage of the Lord Hunter suite compared to other armors is its ability to self-evolve based on the user's daily habits, optimizing combat performance. Open black lens bracket. Extraordinary individuals who climb the sequence ladder gain new abilities with each sequence promotion. Compared to other Imperial armors that are relatively fixed once manufactured and can only be slightly improved, the Lord Hunter's experience point system is most suitable for extraordinary individuals. Close black lens bracket. However, the current Lord Hunter has two major disadvantages and cannot be used directly. One is that the current suit technology is only suitable for ordinary people and needs to be improved to adapt to the Astartes, who possess superhuman physiques. The other is that the Lord Hunter is expensive to manufacture and ideally needs to be custom-made, making it impossible to popularize across the entire Legion in the short term. Ning Lu's plan is that once the Order Shadows version is successfully developed, it will be popularized from top to bottom according to the noble ranks in the Royal Court. After the Chief Forgemaster left, Ning Lu began to ponder which battle groups to deploy for the First Randon War. He first used the battle example of Urian Benderg from the First Randon War in his memory as a template. Benderg led 100 capital ships, including 3 Glory Queen-class battleships. He deployed 50,000 First Legion soldiers and 100,000 Imperial Auxiliary Army personnel to participate in the war. The casualties were 10,000 Astartes, 50 capital ships, and 1 Glory Queen-class battleship. After recalling, Ning Lu asked, "Has the Lamely-C-class Star Fortress, which Ryan Ramirez was responsible for building, been completed?" "My lord, the Star Fortress has been completed. The Great Sage, following your command, integrated technologies such as the Punishment-class reactor into the Star Fortress template, developing a new standard construction template. After the Great Sage's calculations, its overall performance has increased by 33% compared to the prototype." Ning Lu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Open black lens bracket. During the Void Battle of the First Randon War, the greatest threat from the Randan was their artificial war satellites. Fortunately, I have an enhanced Lamely-C-class Star Fortress, which almost counteracts them. This means there's no need to sacrifice a Glory Queen-class battleship to collide with a war satellite. Excluding the artificial satellites, Benderg's Imperial fleet had naval superiority, and I have more warships. For the Randan's massive number of drones, my warships also have automatically recharging void shields to counter them. Close black lens bracket. Since the first Star Fortress was personally led in construction by him, it shall be named Lamely-C after him. Immediately order the troops to garrison the Star Fortress and familiarize themselves with the situation. The Randan's war satellites, built by enslaving millions of humans, also require millions of personnel to operate. The Lamely-C-class Star Fortress also requires millions of personnel to operate. The Emperor has entrusted me with the newly emerging threat from Sworn Morse. The Xenos, homeworld is Randan, and from now on, all records concerning them shall be categorized as such. The Randan possess a complete technological system comparable to the Empire, only their overall scale is somewhat smaller than the entire Empire. Ning Lu recalled the Randan technology he knew and continued. The Legion's tech sergeants must pay attention to collecting Randan artifacts and studying them thoroughly, including what I am about to say, war satellite manufacturing, voidship cloaking readings, etc. The Master of Ordnance shall be responsible for this matter. The war with the Randan will last for decades, and I have decided to establish the Broken Claw chapter. Ning Lu directly used the future name of the Dark Angels. The main force against the Randan would be the Order Shadows. Chief Apothecary Mikel is responsible for leading the apothecaries in dissections. Other Order Shadows, the standard for joining the chapter is to kill 4 overlords. Ning Lu recalled the Randan's tactics and characteristics, and continued. The Randan are actually a vast alliance of Xenos races, including brain eaters and bone eaters. Elite warriors from each race will be selected and called overlords. They possess combat power equal to the Astartes, have better quality weapons, and possess personal energy shields. A warrior who kills 4 such overlords has sufficiently proven that he does not rely on luck and is qualified to join the chapter. The Order Shadows chapter is not an independent organization. A warrior can simultaneously be a member of the Orc Hunter chapter, the Eldar Hunter chapter, and the newly established Broken Claw chapter. Chapter members are those with rich experience in a particular field, who can become trusted warriors within their teams during relevant combat situations by other battle brothers. However, this newly established organization currently has no understanding of the Randan. Ning Lu must inform the participating warriors of the intelligence he possesses, which will reduce the losses incurred during initial probing encounters. After all, in his memory, Benderg sacrificed hundreds of his most excellent First Legion warriors just to probe out the Randan's tactic of using slave armies to exhaust the enemy. The Randan employ tactics different from the Empire. They will lead massive slave armies with elite warrior overlords to wear down the enemy to exhaustion. Afterward, the Randan's war boss will lead the main force to launch an offensive at the appropriate time and place. The Randan's bone eaters cannot be resisted even by ordinary titans, but we should not encounter them this time. Open black lens bracket. During the Second Randon War, at least Huang Laohan would have to deploy his trump card, the Omen chapter, to counter the bone eaters. Well, Huang Laohan should also realize by then that the Randan are not something any single legion can contend with. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu remembered that during the Second Randon War, the Empire deployed 300,000 Astartes and 3 Gene Seed Primarchs, including the Lion, yet the situation remained precarious. Dozens of Titan legions were completely destroyed in the war and could not be rebuilt. Huang Laohan finally won by destroying the Evernight Labyrinth and releasing the largest of the Void Dragon's 100 fragments, the Dragon of Mars. Distribute these materials to the various battle group lords, and issue them to the participating forces before the war begins. Ning Lu considered the overall losses of the Incaladon participating battle groups and the current engagements of other battle groups, then issued orders. Deploy the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 8th, and 11th battle groups to assemble on the casting world of Lucius. For the 1st battle group, which suffered the heaviest losses, he only deployed the 2nd Company, which commanded the Judgment, and the 1st Company, which did not participate in this battle. The 1st and 2nd Companies of the 1st Battle Group will join the Combat Order, and the Glory Queen class battleship Judgment will join the Expeditionary Fleet. Although Benderg's 1st Legion Expeditionary Force was only 50,000 strong, Ning Lu decided to play it safe and deploy more troops. He mobilized over half of the battle groups, even if this would slow down conquests on other fronts. Inform Lucius that I require the Voidwalker Titan Legion to join the expedition. Ning Lu played it even safer, considering the difference in combat power between himself and Benderg. With the addition of the Titan Legion, the forces deployed for this expedition were almost 3 times that of the 1st Legion in the First Randon War. In terms of void combat, with the Lamely-C-class Star Fortress as the core, 3 Glory Queen-class battleships as the spearhead, and nearly 200 capital ships as support, a greater advantage in naval battles than the 1st Legion could be ensured. To significantly reduce losses, overwhelming force must be deployed. The remaining companies of the 1st Battle Group, after concluding operations in Incaladon, are to return to Osiris for rest and recuperation. The 7th Battle Group will remain in Incaladon to assist Nedu in controlling Incaladon. Tell the Reaper Lord, along with the Tiger Eye, Titan Legion and the Night Houses such as Mordred, to annihilate the nearby planetary system's raider tribes, pirate warbands, clear out the Tauralian's war beasts and the viscous carnivorous protoplasm of the Abyssal Reef's meteors. The war beasts were clearly affected by mutation, and the chaotic influence must be purified. The savage tribes of the Humala world, their culture and rituals that have infiltrated Incaladon must be completely changed. Nito's reforms will inevitably face resistance from various forces in Incaladon. The Reaper Lord must provide him with support. The original body servant, thinking of the arch-rebel, the fallen sage Barnes, who transformed himself into a half-machine, half-flesh monster, understood the gravity of the situation. I will convey your orders to the Reaper Lord. Ning Lu thought of intercepting Thalassa of the 500 worlds of Ultramar and asked, "Where is the 9th battle group now?" After the Flame Wheel campaign, Chesney has been leading the reorganized battle group in conquests centered around Vostronia. After the Sidai system was discovered, the 9th battle group's conquest direction was fixed to the area between Vostronia and Terra. Ning Lu pondered for a moment, then issued the order. Order the 9th battle group to proceed to the solar system. I will meet him there. Ning Lu considered the travel time and the remaining charging time for the divination dice, then finalized the rendezvous point. Chapter 315. Machine, Divines Thalassa, Space Sharks Invade. November 837. Solar System, King Power Shadow, Geneseed Primarch Palace. My lord, Sage Nedu has declared in Incaladon that the 47-year-long turmoil, which began in 790, has ended. Of the 5 battle groups that participated in the war, a total of 5,314 Order Shadows were killed. A hint of sadness flashed in Ning Lu's eyes, and at the same time, he thought with a slight sense of relief. Open black lens bracket compared to the 4th Legion, which was originally responsible for suppressing the rebellion and suffered approximately 29,000 casualties, almost wiped out. My legion suffered about 24,000 fewer casualties. Based on the battle situation and objective factors, the main reason was that I launched the campaign 6 years in advance. There were fewer invading Xenos, the Forge Temple forces were stronger, and the Titans captured by the rebels had not yet been repaired or restored to combat capability. The subjective factor was that I deployed stronger armed forces, as well as the War Griffin's Titan Legion, and did not adopt the 4th Legion's typical heavy artillery and armored assault tactics for a prolonged siege and attrition warfare. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu also thought that unlike the 4th Legion, he gained something and that his sacrifices were remembered, making the cost worthwhile. He gained full control of a casting world and a Titan Legion, although it would take time to fully command this power. Another fortunate aspect was that Incaladon, like other casting worlds, possessed abundant mineral resources. Ning Lu estimated that the Tiger Eye Titan Legion would have over 50 Titans by 862, before the outbreak of the Second Randon War, making it eligible to participate. The 1st Battle Group, which served as the main assault force, and the 7th Battle Group, which conducted infiltration operations, suffered the most casualties, losing 2,095 and 1,628 Order Shadows respectively. Other companies of the 1st Battle Group, excluding the 2nd Company, have returned to the Osiris sector for replenishment. Catachan's population growth rate has been increasing year by year, and the population now exceeds 7.5 million. The estimated losses will be replenished after the next batch of new recruits joins the battle group in 4 years. After the original body servant reported the Legion's status, he continued. The War Griffin's Titan Legion had 12 Titans destroyed in the war, most of them during attacks on rebellious Knight family territories. After listening to the briefing on Incaladon, Ning Lu asked again, "What is the current position of the 9th Battle Group's fleet?" "My lord, they have arrived in the solar system, and the Storm Lord is on his way, expected to arrive in 2 days." After the briefing, Ning Lu left the Jushin spear by the table. Upon returning to his residence, he immediately went to the 3rd layer of the disordered country and used the divination dice to divine Thalassa. Ning Lu picked up the divination dice, and information about Thalassa he knew quickly flashed through his mind. Open black lens bracket Thalassa's main star, one of the earliest human colonies established in the galaxy. Humans built advanced underwater facilities and vast cities with towering spires along the rugged coastline. The inland areas were agricultural and industrial centers, where they used renovation technology to obtain fertile land, establish stable ecosystems, and set up mining bases to excavate rich mineral deposits. Close black lens bracket. After the information about Thalassa flashed through Ning Lu's mind, he silently recited in his heart. Open black lens bracket the star map from the solar system to the Thalassa star system. Close black lens bracket. After reciting it 11 times, he threw the divination dice from his hand. After the triangular prism tumbled several times in the air, a holographic projection-like scene unfolded before his eyes the moment it landed in Ning Lu's open palm. Ning Lu recorded the star map and input it into the prepared data crystal. Upon returning to the real world, he looked at Brain Cat John. Since becoming a machine, he had always wanted to utilize his abilities. Open black lens bracket. Why not let John divine it? Although I know the general situation of Thalassa, I don't know its current status. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu thought of this, with a thought, John, who had established a psychic link with him, immediately understood his meaning. In John's home, his black eyes suddenly glowed. After becoming an extraordinary being, he was no longer content with his own den and built his own home right next to Ning Lu's resting quarters. Of course, because his power was completely suppressed by his forcibly appointed elder brother Freddy, his home's area was only 1/3 of the Black Wolf's. John's home, besides his bed, contained only books, data slates, and data crystals recording divination knowledge, as well as divination tools like crystal balls, tarot cards, and pendulums. He drew out a parchment with his left paw and grasped a quill with his right, writing quickly. Open black lens bracket. Thalassa's main star, close black lens bracket. As a machine, he knew that in this situation, with some information but no medium, dream divination was most suitable. John silently recited this sentence, noting the information on the paper, over and over again. After 11 repetitions, the machine grabbed the paper and leaned back on his wooden bed. A luminous sphere formed in the machine's mind. His eyes turned deep black, and he quickly entered a meditative state. The surroundings suddenly became ethereal, and above, invisible things and colorful lights seemed to extend endlessly. The machine allowed himself to fall into a deep sleep in this state, letting his consciousness roam the warp to gain revelations. Everything began to blur. The machine was half awake and half muddled. In the distorted, illusory world, the machine saw countless bent-bodied, shark-like Xenos, raising bolt-gun-like weapons and firing at humans. At the same moment, Ning Lu, through the psychic link, saw the scene of John's dream divination. He saw the Xeno creatures had gills, 4 webbed limbs, and a long, fin tail. The Xenos also had sharp teeth, like a man-eating shark. Ning Lu immediately recognized that the shark-like Xeno species were the Sahaduin. As the scene shattered, he immediately deduced the condition of Thalassa's main star based on his memories and the revelations obtained from the dream divination. Open black lens bracket. I remember that the Sahaduin controlled several worlds in the extreme star territory. They were hostile and powerful species, with technology roughly equivalent to the human empire. During the Great Crusade, the Space Wolves waged war against them, destroying several Sahaduin-controlled worlds. Well, the Sahaduin evolved from sharks into a spacefaring species. Thalassa is a rich ocean world, and once discovered by them, it would naturally be plundered. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu thought of this, he added the Sahaduin's information to the data crystal. Open black lens bracket. They stand about 2 meters tall in their classic hunched posture. Their army is called the Pisces Warriors, equipped with weapons similar to the Empire's bolt guns and power swords. Close black lens bracket. Well done. Ning Lu praised John's divination results through the psychic link. He had only tried it out of curiosity, not expecting the machine to actually divine valuable revelations. 2 days later, Ning Lu met Chesney in the palace and handed the data crystal to the Storm Lord. I have chosen a recruitment world for the 9th battle group. Thalassa in the extreme star territory, where human colonists have established a world with developed agriculture and industry. It has great development potential, and once integrated into the human empire, it will immediately become a key node and strategic center for trade routes. Ning Lu remembered that after Robert Guilliman discovered Thalassa, he immediately recognized its value and developed it into a key node in the western region of Ultramar's 500 worlds. Even when the Great Rift opened and Thalassa was invaded, and ancient defensive weapons from the Dark Age of technology activated, destroying the entire planet's environment, he did not give up on Thalassa. Guilliman established the Void Trident battle group during the Great Crusade, regaining control of Thalassa, this crucial strategic node. Open black lens bracket. I wonder how wonderful Guilliman's expression will be when he discovers that the star system most suitable for establishing a strategic node in the western region of his Ultramar's 500 worlds is under my control. It should feel like a nail has been driven right under his nose. Close black lens bracket. The people of Thalassa are often plundered by pirates, and in their defense, they have become martial warriors. They are fierce, resilient, and disciplined. You will get excellent recruits. Now, Thalassa is facing an invasion by the Sahaduin. Upon your arrival, immediately launch a rescue, and you will win their support. Ning Lu believed that the Sahaduin were likely potion ingredients for the Tyrant pathway, so he instructed the Storm Lord. The Sahaduin carry a special water tank on their backs, connected to their gills by tubes, allowing them to survive for extended periods out of water. In battle, focus your attacks on the water tanks on their backs. The Sahaduin will quickly lose their ability to resist. I am very interested in them. I understand, Father, Chesney replied. Ning Lu then looked at the archivist he had summoned, and instructed him. Nicholas, you will accompany the 9th Battle Group and provide assistance. This is a good opportunity to become a true sailor. As you command, Father. After the think tank received the order, Ning Lu sent another thought impulse to Chesney, telling him how to establish an altar and perform sacrifices. Chesney sorted through the information in his mind. As you command, my lord. As one of Ning Lu's earliest followers, Chesney had long since pledged his complete loyalty. To him, Lord, Father, and Black Emperor were just 3 different titles. Nicholas's eyes flashed, and he thought in confusion. Open black lens bracket. The Storm Lord suddenly changed his address for Father. Why is that? Is it just that the Storm Lord likes to use several different titles to address Father? Close black lens bracket. Chapter 316, Sheik Elias, A Sudden Rise to Prominence. 838, M30. Thalassa Star System, Thalassa Prime. It was one of the earliest colonies established by humanity after leaving the solar system. Along the edge of the vast ocean, humans built colonies on rugged cliffs. After thousands of years of development, they grew into powerful industrial cities. And in the deeper inland, human colonists used terraforming technology to establish endless farmlands. The Sheik Elias was a noble family that owned 490,000 square kilometers of farmland. Only those nobles who ruled the industrial cities were richer and more powerful than them. However, the current family head, Roan, was not in a good situation. His relic armor, forged by ancient Terra artisans, was stained black. The arm wielding his blade grew heavier and heavier, and sweat dripped from his forehead, tracing a path past the corner of his eye. He lowered his left shoulder, his eyes fixed on the charging, tall shark like Xeno. Roan knew he couldn't clash head-on with the 2.2-meter-tall Xeno, he could only attack its weak point. The moment they met, he thrust one knee forward and swung his longsword, piercing the water tank on the Xeno's back. During the months-long defensive battle against the Xenos, Roan discovered that the Xeno's biggest weakness was the water tank on its back, which was as vital to them as oxygen was to humans. A jet of water shot directly into Roan's face, and the Xeno's blue body began to tremble violently, like a patient having a fit. The Xeno's body crashed heavily into the wheat field. Roan wiped the water from his face with his arm, the cold water invigorating him, and he looked around. Members of the Sheik Elias, leading their guards, resisted the Xeno's fierce assault. Roan's eyes were instantly filled with sorrow. His eldest son, Jay, had been shot in the head by a Xeno's bullet, and a mist of blood floated in the air. Roan, 42 years old, had experienced countless pirate invasions in his life, and he forced himself to pull away from his grief. He was not blinded by anger. Compared to revenge, fulfilling his responsibility as clan leader was more important. Roan coldly shouted, "Retreat into the underground caves." To his relief, his ancestors had been farsighted, leaving behind the original mountain's underground cave network when they undertook ecosystem modifications. The path of retreat was stained with blood, as the Xenos launched fierce attacks with explosive ordnance and energized blades. One by one, loyal guards and servants of the Sheik Elias fell, their blood staining the wheat field. Father, Roan's fourth son, Wellington, said, his armor split open by a Xenos longsword, and an energy field had torn a large chunk of flesh from his chest. His eyes were filled with fury. Once we retreat into the caves, let's use those ancient weapons. It will only take tens of seconds to destroy the Xenos on the surface and their warships, turning them into a pile of junk. No, Roan's second son, Matthias, quickly interjected, once those energy weapons are used, the entire Thalassa will become a dead star. The subjects on the surface won't have time to retreat into the caves, they and the family's assets will turn to ash. The entire planet's ecosystem will also be completely destroyed and never recover. Matthias spoke quickly to stop him, while spinning the blade in his hand, continuously piercing the water tanks on the backs of several Xenos. His golden long hair fluttered in the wind. Having practiced swordsmanship diligently since childhood, he was the Sheik Elias's foremost swordsman. Roan's gaze was resolute. He made his decision. We will not use those energy weapons. Until the last moment, we cannot turn our homeland into ruins. We must defend our family, using the advantage of our familiarity with the underground caves to contend with the invading Xenos inch by inch. Roan knew that this decision would cost the Sheik Elias and his subjects countless lives. Open black lens bracket. Who knows how long this bitter struggle will last, and how many people will be alive after the war. Close black lens bracket. Roan's expression was normal, but he thought bitterly in his heart. Just then, Matthias suddenly shouted, "In the air, light!" Roan and the others looked up, only to see countless lights falling like meteors from the sky. Hundreds of these light points were falling in their vicinity. "Xenos, run!" Roan immediately shouted loudly. The void was completely occupied by Xenos, so the lights could only be a Xeno means. All members of the Sheik Elias immediately took large strides, running towards the nearest cave entrance. However, they hadn't run many steps when a light landed in front of the cave entrance. Their bodies swayed, and then they heard the pneumatic hiss of a hatch opening. A squad of black armored giants, as tall as the Xenos, emerged from it. The leading black armored giant held a staff that shimmered with light. Roan and the others saw that the black armored giant's face, unlike the Xenos' shark-like faces, was human, though much larger. As Roan and the others were in astonishment, the giant raised his hand and lifted the staff he held, and a violent hurricane formed out of thin air above his head. The black armored giant waved his staff, and the hurricane rapidly descended. Roan and the others turned pale. They had no time to dodge. Just as they despaired, the hurricane struck behind them. Matthias looked back and saw the storm engulfing hundreds of Xeno pursuers behind them. Countless ice cones fell, shattering the water tanks on the backs of over 100 Xenos, while others were struck on the head by ice cones. Matthias said uncertainly, they must be here to rescue us. Roan raised his hand, stay alert. He saw the other black armored giants attacking the Xenos, with only the one holding the staff walking towards them. His hand pressed on a device at his throat, emitting a sound distinct from the Xenos, somewhat similar to the language they used. 9 minutes later, Nicholas, the Storm Lord Psyker, found a Gothic-like language used by the locals of Thalassa. What? You said you were the head of the Sheik Elias. Nicholas hadn't expected his luck to be so good. Before the battle began, the Lord of the Storm relayed the Gene Father's command that all participating forces should pay attention to the Sheik Elias when interacting with the locals. Although Nicholas didn't know why the Gene Father cared about this Sheik Elias, he knew that his father's request had its own meaning. You and your family, come with me. Roan hesitated, looking at the giant before him. Thank you for your rescue. The Sheik Elias is willing to repay you with 100 million tons of grain. No need to panic, Nicholas said with a smile. This is a good thing for the Sheikh Elias, you will usher in a golden age of rapid development. Roan and the others, under semi-compulsion, boarded the black transport ship. On the way to the city, he clarified the situation with Nicholas. They were warriors of a legion called Order Shadows, and their Gene Father, a Gene Seed Primarch named Ning Lu, highly valued the Sheikh Elias. Although they didn't know how Lord Ning Lu knew about them, Roan and the others were relieved. Roan met the Order Shadows' 9th Battle Group commander, known as the Lord of the Storm, and saw the blue wave pattern on his right shoulder. Lord, thank you for your rescue. The Sheikh Elias will forever remember your kindness. Roan Sheikh Elias, Chesney also didn't know why the Black Emperor valued the Sheikh Elias, but he knew there must be a reason, which he had yet to discover. You will fight alongside me and tell the Thalassan people. We are here to rescue them. From now on, Thalassa is under the protection of my battle group. If you perform well enough, in the future, you will be the planetary governor, and you will manage the entire planet for me. Roan's eyes widened upon hearing this. He hadn't expected such a stroke of luck. Although the Sheikh Elias was a major noble family on Thalassa, it was still far behind the few families that controlled the cities. Now there was an opportunity for him to directly lord over numerous families. He knew that this was all because Lord Ning Lu valued the Sheikh Elias, otherwise, the Lord of the Storm would never have appointed him. Praise Lord Ning Lu, Roan bowed and said, I will not disappoint you, Lord. Roan felt his weary body fill with strength, and his eyes burned brightly. He followed the Lord of the Storm and charged into Trent, the largest industrial city on Thalassa. Roan was about to remind them that the water tank was the Xenos' weakness. Chesney had already strode forward, letting a power sword swung by Asaha Duan pass by, then thrusting his sword into the water tank. The navigator then raised his hand and grabbed, and the splashing water column, under his control, flew forward. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of explosions, the water tanks on the backs of the Saha Duan were shattered one by one. The Sheikh Elias members' eyes widened, and they couldn't help but think. Open black lens bracket. The Order Shadows just arrived here, and they already know the Xenos' weakness, close black lens bracket. Matthias saw the Lord of the Storm raise his hand to control the liquid and couldn't help but think to himself. Open black lens bracket. If only I could gain this ability, close black lens bracket. He then saw First Company Captain Jorginho also raise his hand to cast the same spell, killing over a dozen Xenos. His eyes flickered, open black lens bracket. This seems to be an ability Lord Ning Lu bestows upon his Gene Seed Primarchs. Lord Ning Lu values the Sheikh Elias so much, I also have a chance to become an Order Shadows and gain this powerful ability. Even if I can't get it, my descendants must serve Lord Ning Lu and obtain this powerful ability, close black lens bracket. Thinking this, Matthias immediately strode forward, swinging his sword to pierce the water tank on a Xeno's back, and shouted to the panicked Thalassans. Don't be afraid. The black armored giants are here to rescue us. They are the Order Shadows, the warriors of Lord Ning Lu. Chesney saw the Sheikh Elias quickly take action, organizing the panicked populace in an orderly manner, and nodded slightly in satisfaction. Open black lens bracket. Indeed, the Sheikh Elias are highly capable. Especially that Matthias, his swordsmanship, by ordinary standards, is quite good, comparable to that of Vostronia nobles who have undergone Osber via training since childhood. Close black lens bracket. The Saha Duan's weakness was too obvious, causing little trouble for the Order Shadows' 9th Battle Group. Just 15 days later, the Lord of the Storm publicly announced that the Xeno pirates had been expelled. He simultaneously declared to all Thalassans that they were under the protection and jurisdiction of the 9th Battle Group, and Roan Sheikh Elias was the first planetary governor. Chapter 317. Lord Gilliman, welcome to Thalassa. The flagship of the 9th Battle Group, the Relic-class battleship, Wave. Captain's Quarters, Altar. After Chesney created a spiritual environment with a ritual knife, he knelt on a black onyx mat and chanted a formal incantation in Dun language. The Black Emperor of the Order Shadows. I pray for your gaze. I offer you sacrifices. The monarch's iron law, the foundation of the chaotic kingdom, please transmit power to my incantation. As soon as Chesney finished chanting the incantation, he felt a sudden gust of wind within the sealed spiritual walls. He chanted it for the 5th time when a mysterious large door suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him, with black mist swirling. A strong wind surged within the spiritual wall, and one Sahaduan corpse after another flew into the large door. Chesney watched this scene in astonishment until he too was swallowed by the black mist. When he came to his senses, he found himself in a mysterious kingdom. The Black Emperor sat high on the throne and said in a deep voice, "How is the situation on Thalassa?" Chesney collected himself and began to brief. "My lord, the 9th battle group has occupied Thalassa. I found the Sheikh Elias, and discovered that the Patriarch, Roan, is exceptionally capable, so I appointed him as the planetary governor." Ning Lu nodded slightly. The Sheikh Elias being able to become the ruling family in the future indicates that this family has undergone a long test of tens of thousands of years. Becoming the ruling family of Thalassa in advance means they are at least qualified, and they are also supervised by the Order Shadows. The Thalassa star system is the convergence point of several warp routes. Once integrated into the Empire's system, its potential will immediately manifest. Make good use of this advantage. Yes, my lord. Lord of the Storm noted it down and continued. Thanks to the information about the Sahaduan that you provided in advance, only 294 Order Shadows died in battle. Most of them were killed by weapons similar to the enemy's bolt gun. Order the tech sergeant to research the weapons and equipment of the Sahaduan. Ning Lu nodded slightly, then added, "The Sahaduan control several star systems. Find them and occupy their star systems. Sacrifice more Sahaduan to me." Ning Lu had already confirmed that the Sahaduan were medicinal ingredients through the spiritual radiance they emitted. He judged from the intensity of the light that they were the main material for sequence 6 inches wind favored, or the auxiliary material for sequence 5 inches ocean singer. While harvesting medicinal ingredients, he also expanded the controlled star systems. "As you wish, my lord." The Lord of the Storm's figure disappeared. Returning to the altar, he found the black mist receding. Chesney prayed for a while longer before getting up and leaving the altar. The communication bead in his ear suddenly beeped. He pressed it, and the voice of the sound array master came through. "Lord, a fleet has suddenly appeared in the star system. According to the identification readings, it belongs to the 12th Expeditionary Fleet." "The 13 Legion?" asked the Lord of the Storm. "Yes." 5 standard hours later, Thalassa's spaceport. The Order Shadows were neatly lined up, with planetary governor Roan Sheikh Elias and his second son, Matthias, who served as military commander, standing on either side of the Lord of the Storm. Matthias knew that he had passed the suitable age to become an Order Shadows, so he had no choice but to give up. He looked enviously at the black armored warriors around him. Open black lens bracket. "I now have 2 sons and 1 daughter. If I have 8 more children, one can bypass the first selection and directly become a candidate." Close black lens bracket. The Lord of the Storm implemented the same policy in Thalassa as in Vostronia. For every 11 children a noble family had, one could become a candidate for the 9th battle group. After commoners had 11 children, one child could participate in the selection. Those who successfully passed became candidates for the Order Shadows. Those who failed would be trained as auxiliary army soldiers. Matthias was responsible for Thalassa's defense and was also the first commander of the auxiliary army. As Matthias's thoughts raced, he heard the Lord of the Storm speak. "Lord Guilliman, welcome to Thalassa." Robert Guilliman, clad in cobalt blue armor, strode forward. He gazed at the Lord of the Storm. "I heard that the Thalassa star system was invaded by Xenos. I led my legion here to rescue it." Guilliman looked around at the people of Thalassa. "It seems the crisis has been resolved." "Yes, my lord. My battle group has purged all invading Xenos, and Thalassa has been brought under protection." Guilliman's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke. "Thalassa's location is excellent. Your battle group should manage it well and provide support to neighboring star systems. Thank you for your reminder, my lord also told me the same. Chesney said. I am happy to listen to your teachings. Thalas's agricultural and industrial foundations are quite complete. The next step is simply to integrate it into the Empire's trade system. After offering directional advice, Guilliman continued. I still have important matters. Since the Xenos on Thalassa have been dealt with, I must continue my journey. On the ascending landing craft, Guilliman looked down through the observation window, his mind filled with thoughts. Open black lens bracket Thalassa is indeed a treasure. In my blueprint, it was supposed to be a crucial node. I just didn't expect it to have already been occupied by the Order shadows. I can only choose the most suitable alternative from other star systems, hoping there are still star systems as suitable as Thalassa. Close black lens bracket. Guilliman thought hopefully, though he didn't have high expectations. Star systems like Thalassa were truly rare. But there might still be similar star systems in the galaxy. After all, his expedition had just begun when he learned of the Thalassa star system. Open black lens bracket. My brother, Ning Lu's insight and foresight are extraordinary. His core territory is in the Misty Star region, and he is responsible for the war in Swirlhorn Moors, yet he could still foresee the importance of Thalassa and send his descendants to occupy this place. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu, the object of Guilliman's admiration, was currently in the palace of the King Power Shadow, asking Arsena Dunn about war preparations. Has Lady Captain Diana Bolin arrived at the Ramirez? The Ramirez is a behemoth, whether measured by volume or manpower. The difficulty of commanding it exceeds that of more than a dozen capital ships. Ning Lu sent the Lady Captain to the Ramirez to ensure the successful first application of the Ramirez Star Fortress in battle. My lord, according to the plan, Lady Captain Diana should have already arrived at Sepra Mundi to hold the departure ceremony for the Ramirez. In addition, there is another piece of news that should get your attention. The Legion's Fortress Monastery was completed a standard month ago in Vostronia, and the supervising construction sage requests your acceptance. Due to Ning Lu's request for asymmetrical architectural forms, which violated the logic of the tech priests, the construction time of the fortress monastery was much longer than the estimated 20 years. After this campaign, I will return to Vostronia for acceptance. How is the Legion's assembly progressing? My lord, the 72,540 Order shadows participating in the war have already assembled on the casting world Lucius. The original body servant said. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 8th battle groups, excluding garrison forces and honor guard members, total 48,500 men. 2,000 people have been selected for the honor guard this time, and the 2 companies of the 1st battle group participating total 1,740 men. The 11th battle group has the most participants, reaching 20,300. The 11th battle group recruits new soldiers in Vostronia, and its replenishment capacity exceeds that of other battle groups, making it the largest battle group in terms of numbers. The total number of auxiliary army participating is 152,000. The Voidwalker Titan Legion has a total of 104 Titans participating. Chapter 318, The Terrifying Shadow of the Ramirez-class Star Fort. Sepra Mundi Orbit, the first Ramirez-class star fort, the Ramirez. From the command throne in the center of the satellite-sized star fortress, the Ramirez, Diana Bolin commanded, set sail. She immediately switched communication channels and gave an order to the chief navigator, Vischer, prepare for the warp jump ritual. The Ramirez-class star fort was so enormous that navigating it through the warp was a task no single navigator could accomplish alone. The elite of the Vischer family served as the chief navigator, leading 6 other navigators to complete this arduous journey. The Ramirez's numerous thrusters, each larger than an entire destroyer, emitted a scorching red glow, their dazzling light making the entire star fortress shine like a sun in the void. On the surface of Sepra Mundi, countless residents looked up at the rising sun, erupting in fervent cheers. At the top of the Bergkamp family's Gothic tower, the Patriarch Schlumberger, the most renowned master jeweler in the territory governed by the Order Shadows, watched. His eyes were deep as he looked at the massive shadow in the sky. A brilliant gem, perfectly geometric. On the mechanical arc explorer, the great sage Ryan Ramirez looked at the star fortress named after him, his pride evident. It is the most perfect creation built from plaststeel and ceramite, a manifestation of the god of all machines in the world. He saw hundreds of tugboats, like ants, slowly pulling the Ramirez towards the Mandeville Point. Lien Ramirez recalled the star fortresses guarding the passage between Pluto and the Gate of Hades. They were the size of a battlecruiser, 3 kilometers wide. Adorned with numerous cannons and void shield generators, taking down any one of them would require an entire battle group and result in significant ship losses. But those star fortresses were utterly vulnerable compared to the Lamely C class. Even his mechanical arc could only be described as a small boat in front of the Ramirez. Giant towers, bridges, and ramparts covered the star fortress's surface. Its magnificent architecture made even the Empire's capital ships look up in awe. Set sail. The great sage smiled contentedly, giving the order. Terra time, October 838, Colonnade Sector, Menage System, Menage Prime. Flamini, a scrawny boy of just 6, was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling violently. In his eyes, he could see the shadow of a colossal entity, cutting through thorns in the boundless ocean. Flamini, terrified, stopped his prying into the threads of fate and collapsed onto the ground. He took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The next instant, he suddenly felt a pang in his heart, and a scene flashed in his mind. The Xenos are here, run. Flamini sprang up from the damp ground and ran deeper into the sewer. None of the surrounding humans hesitated, none doubted the words of the 6-year-old prophet. They all believed the prophet's prediction and fled in terror behind Flamini. Seconds later, an anemone-shaped creature with legs plummeted rapidly into the foul, dirty water where Flamini had been sitting. The creature, shimmering with illusory light, was immediately surrounded by countless Xenos of various shapes who had landed, rushing to help him up. Lord Heremias, are you all right? Heremias spat, expelling the dirty water from his mouth. There was something in the etheric surge, his voice trailed off as he saw the humans scattering and shouted loudly. Don't let the humans escape, capture them all. At the same moment, on the rogue traitor Louis von Valencius's flagship, the Vostronia Loyalty. The sound array master's voice sounded in Louis' calm bead. My lord, the Xenos warships of the Mitu United Empire have stopped. Tell the navigator to prepare for the warp jump ritual. Louis' azure eyes watched the dense dozens of enemy ships stop their pursuit, a wave of relief washing over him, as if he had narrowly escaped death. He then clenched his fist and slammed it onto the holographic projection table. Damn Xenos, the filthy United Empire. What union? It sounds good, but the Xenos only see humans as flesh fuel for their arcane machines. Standing beside him, the rogue traitor's chief administrator frowned and reminded him. But they are too powerful. The Veroni Knight family is barely holding on, relying on their Fort Weather fortress. Even the casting world Mezzoa has grown accustomed to gentle purges for decades. In fact, there's nothing we can do. Even the fleets of the most powerful rogue traitor families cannot contend with the Xenos fleet. No, Louis negated his chief administrator's reminder, we must do something. In the Menage system alone, billions of human compatriots are enslaved by the Xenos, used as flesh parts. And hundreds of millions more humans are struggling on dozens of worlds. Lord Ning Lu will surely purify the filthy Xenos empire. We will return to the Vostronia and report to His Majesty. Terra time, December 838, the Ramirez completed its journey and returned to real space. As the Star Fortress entered Corner Morse, Randon warships and overwhelming swarms of drones surged madly towards it. The Randon psychics had long observed the massive shadow in the warp, and were ready for battle. Inside the mimic chamber, Diana sat in a chair surrounded by cables, the surrounding alcoves flashing wildly. A brain cat lay at her feet, but even after 2 mind-body augmentations, she still felt her brain on the verge of bursting from the ocean of data. This was not just data from the Star Fortress, but also a massive amount of data from the Randon warships and drones. Diana almost immediately realized that she could not handle the sheer volume of calculations required for the drones, which were numerous enough to cause significant damage to a Glory Queen-class battleship. She immediately transferred this data to the torpedo officers' team and issued an order. "The Xenos drones are yours." Not far from Diana sat the Ramirez's torpedo officer. Each area of the Star Fortress carried different weapon systems. The central area's weapon system consisted of a large number of torpedo tubes and almost infinite torpedoes. The torpedo officer and his operating officers independently took on the vast ocean of data, immediately feeling immense computational pressure. After a few breaths, he reluctantly gave up on the possibility of precision strikes, but the data provided by the mimic chamber was still meaningful to him. The torpedo officer designated several areas. These areas were not where the drones were currently located, but rather areas calculated to cause the maximum possible damage after factoring in data such as the torpedo's relative flight speed, drone positions, and flight trajectories. Attack, destroy them. The torpedo officer's command reached all torpedo tube operators in an instant. Countless operating levers were pulled almost simultaneously, and torpedoes spewed out in strings, forming continuous chains. According to the torpedo officer's deployment, countless strings of torpedoes systematically wove into a dense net, enveloping the massive number of drones. Shining lights exploded in the void, as if countless fireworks had ignited. 3 Rongguang Nuong-class battleships warped into real space, arrayed around the Ramirez-class Star Fort. Even compared to a Rongguang Nuong-class battleship, the Star Fortress was an undeniable behemoth. It stood proudly, like a king looking down upon his subjects. The King Power Shadow. Ning Lu watched the holographic battlefield projection cast by Arsena Dun's control staff. The Randon's ocean of drones rapidly dissipated, like moths drawn to a flame. He nodded slightly in satisfaction, thinking to himself, "Open black lens bracket, the Randon don't have many warships in the system. As I recall, Uriah Bendreg's 100 capital ships held absolute naval superiority. The drones, however, are the biggest threat besides artificial combat satellites." The Glory Queen-class battleship, exemplar of hatred, was so severely damaged by drones that it had no chance of survival and crashed into a war satellite. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu then looked at the corner Morse star chart and said to the original body servant, "The corner Morse system has a total of 6 planets, with its main star guarded by artificial war satellites. One of the 6 planets is also relatively close to the main star. 4 of them are in the outer reaches of the system, outside the range of the war satellites, so the first phase objective is clear: we must capture them." As Ning Lu issued the command, more and more light points appeared in the holographic projection. The Order Shadow's fleet, centered around the Ramirez-class Star Fort, spread out its formation and advanced. The expeditionary fleet immediately encountered trouble after the full-scale void battle erupted. The auger array readings on the ships showed no enemy vessels nearby, and the artillery officers were unable to lock onto enemy ships, let alone attack. Hundreds of Randon warships launched an attack on the expeditionary fleet. Flashing electrical discharges streaked across the void, striking the leading ships of the expeditionary fleet. Countless blinding white electrical discharges rained down on the black battleships, instantly overloading their void shields. The void shields stubbornly flickered up for a moment, then were immediately overwhelmed by the white electrical discharges. The terrifying warships, bristling with spikes and flails, were distinct from Imperial vessels, resembling spiky monsters. The dense white electrical discharges they fired at the Imperial warships struck the battleships' engines. There was no explosion, no flash of light. The entire ship was torn to shreds, leaving only a black shadow. The radioactive electromagnetic bombardment released by the Randon warship's shadow blasters transformed dozens of black warships, including 2 capital ships, into ominous black shadows in the first wave of fire. Chapter 319. Mind Seed breaking the neural collar. The expeditionary fleet did not panic. the Genseed Primarch had already warned them of Randon's tactics before the battle. Inside the fleet's mimic chamber, officers from various warships rapidly performed calculations. All duplicate ship readings were subjected to repeated calculations, second, third. After hundreds of calculations, all enemy ships that duplicated the expeditionary fleet were identified. The expeditionary fleet launched a counterattack. The remaining dozens of warships, including the worthy Shadow, attacked the Randon warships. Ning Lu noticed that due to the numerical superiority of the Randon warships, they held an absolute advantage in the devastating naval gun duel. More warships, because their reality anchor points had been occupied and their warp vectors were interfered with by the Shadows, could not perform large-scale jumps. Warships urgently needing to return to reality could not join the battle on a large scale. Only captains risked their lives to command their warships to sporadically enter the corner moors. Ning Lu did not order the Rongguang Nuong class battleship to charge into the enemy fleet, relying on its stronger void shield to tear open a rift. Although this had been the most effective method in the past, now there was a better option. The Ramirez-class Star Fort displayed its nature as a fleet killer, with dense, terrifying gun crew launching attacks on the Randon warships. A concentrated barrage of broadside volleys covered dozens of enemy ships. Shells exploded like melting fingers, gripping into the Randon warships, crushing them one by one. The first wave of attack from the Ramirez-class Star Fort destroyed 12 enemy ships, 5 of which were equivalent to Imperial capital ships. The Star Fortress's attack tore a rift in the Randon fleet, and its terrifying firepower immediately drew retaliatory fire from the enemy ships, filled with both fear and anger. Over 100 Randon warships locked onto the Ramirez, their mounted shadow blasters roaring at full power, firing dense white electrical arcs at the Star Fortress. The dense white electrical arcs hammered the shields of the northern, western, and eastern sectors like a torrential storm. Compared to the Ramirez-class Star Fort being built on Mars and the casting world Lucius, the version named Vostronia was much more powerful. The entire Ramirez-class Star Fort was comparable to a smaller satellite. Each of its quadrants was as large as a hive city, protected by Fortress-class energy shields, which were more powerful than void shields. Its heart was composed of multiple punishment-class reactors, capable of supporting the almost unlimited energy demands of a void behemoth. The Fortress-class energy shield continuously flickered under the devastating impact of the dense electrical arcs but was never overloaded. The Ramirez responded to the foolish alien warships attempting to challenge it with a dense barrage. Each round of devastating bombardment would destroy a dozen or so alien warships. The Imperial fleet advanced under the fire cover of the Ramirez-class Star Fort. The spaces they cleared allowed more and more black warships to join the battlefield. On the second day of the Void Battle, the number of expeditionary fleet warships that had entered the star system had matched the remaining Randon warships. Ning Lu confirmed that the Imperial fleet had gained an absolute advantage, then rose from his command throne. Prepare for boarding. He wanted to capture a Randon capital ship as a trophy to study the technology behind their false readings and shadow blasters. The Rongguang Nuong class battleship brutally slammed into the retreating Randon fleet, launching a dense volley of gauntlet assault boats towards an alien capital ship that had suffered almost no damage. The pilots pushed their rocket engines and afterburners to maximum power, and the gauntlet assault boats charged at full speed towards the Randon warship with incredible velocity. Compared to other methods like boarding torpedoes, the gauntlet assault boat's greatest advantages were its speed and protection, while its disadvantage was its range. Due to Ning Lu's presence, the gauntlet assault boat he was in, which could originally carry 10 Astartes, now only had 6 additional Order Shadows. Borti, an Order Shadow from the 7th Battle Group of Catachan descent, was one of them. Thanks to his outstanding performance in the Incaladon battle, he successfully qualified for the Honor Guard. The cost was that all the fire lizard's meat allocated to him went into his Catachan wolf's stomach. Fighting alongside his Gene father for the first time excited Borti. His body was pressed into the seat by several retractable inertial dampening clamps, awaiting the moment of impact. The pilot in the cockpit continuously pulled the control stick. The Black Gauntlet assault boat dodged the attacks fired by the Shadow Blasters, weaving through the white electrical arcs. On the display in front of the pilot, the distance numbers rapidly shrank. 194 kilometers, 85 kilometers, 3 kilometers. An electrical arc struck the cockpit. The ballistic shield crackled and flashed, and the entire Gauntlet assault boat shook violently. The pilot's gaze was firm. He shouted, "Prepare for impact." The assault ram, like a heavy punch wearing a gauntlet, slammed fiercely into the Randon warship. The front and top of the gauntlet smashed open spikes, and the assault boat itself, propelled by inertia, crashed onto the Randon warship. Giant melta cannons spewed forth blazing light, blasting a rift into the hull. Two incinerator missile launchers on the wings fired a dense barrage at the Randon aliens. Ning Lu spread his golden wings and was the first to leap out of the gauntlet assault boat. From the air, he saw countless large, fur-covered wolf-headed aliens driving human slaves to attack. Each human's neck was fitted with a collar. Ning Lu knew it was a neural collar, and the Randon aliens relied on it to enslave countless humans. The gene seed Primarch's consciousness instantly spread out, his thoughts extending like tentacles towards each human slave. Ning Lu had unearthed many secrets from the mind of the Osiris mind control seed, allowing for more intricate manipulations in mind control. A psychic tendril, formed from a thought, probed into the mind of a scrawny human slave wearing yellow armor. The neural collar around the human slave's neck was attached to a metal ring at the back of the neck, with a metal spike piercing into the spine. The metal spike, crafted by Randon psychic artisans, emitted a psychic field that pierced into the human slave's thoughts. When the Randon aliens issued commands using psychic powers, the psychic fluctuations would stimulate the neural collar, forcing the slave to obey. Through this method, Randon was able to enslave countless races, compensating for their own lack of manpower. The gene seed Primarch's spreading consciousness, with its tendrils piercing into the human slaves' minds, collided with the psychic field. The moment the psychic energies clashed, the gene seed Primarch immediately gained the upper hand. His countless psychic tendrils lashed at the shackles formed by the neural collars in the human slaves' minds, shattering them. Thump, thump. One after another, humans fell to the ground. Ning Lu drew his Jushin spear and infused it with psychic energy. The spear whistled, striking the personal energy shield of a warlord, taller than the other wolf-headed aliens. The Randon warlord's personal energy shield crackled, then shattered with a bang, as he watched in disbelief. Ning Lu mobilized his spiritual power, pushing with his palms, and one amber, viscous liquid after another enveloped several human slaves. He deliberately left several human slaves conscious, not stunned, and bound them using imprisonment to study the complete neural collar. Board T, sliding down the ship's ramp into the interior, raised his bolt gun and attacked the aliens. Amidst deafening roars, explosions tore apart the aliens' bodies. 6 honor guard members concentrated their fire, killing a Randon warrior, then a dark shadow suddenly flashed in their eyes. The Randon warrior swiftly leapt out, his crystal sword, glowing with light, plunged into the abdomen of a black armored warrior in front of him. Board T recognized him as a member of the honor guard from the 10th battle group. He and the other honor guard members immediately fired a dense barrage at the Randon warrior. Bolt guns shrieked, striking the shimmering energy shield. Boom, boom, boom. The energy field rippled like waves, scattering sparks. Board T saw another honor guard member beheaded by an alien's sword. He slung his bolt gun over his back and drew his sharp, bird-headed, half-serrated power sword. He wielded his devil's claw, its energized blade spinning rapidly, and following the 7th way of cleaving of the Osbervaya, he struck the Randon warrior's personal energy shield. The Randon warrior swung his serrated crystal greatsword, launching a fierce assault. The energy fields of the two weapons collided, the gushing energy light meeting with a roar and immediately separating. Board T was forced back repeatedly by the Randon warrior's fierce offensive. He narrowly dodged the attack, while desperately launching counterattacks. His energized blade struck the energy shield several times but failed to cause any damage. Despite the unfavorable situation, he did not lose confidence. Before and after becoming an Order Shadow, Borti had encountered dangerous creatures in the Catachan forests. He had countless times defeated the strong with the weak, hunting those powerful creatures. Borti knew that any powerful creature had a weakness. He calmly and patiently sought an opportunity, after dozens of strikes. When he once again narrowly dodged a ferocious sword strike, his eyes suddenly deepened. Borti immediately seized the Randon warrior's weakness. He ducked to avoid a sharp slash, and his energized blade struck the enemy's right leg. The disintegrating force field struck a crack in the energy shield, piercing into the Randon warrior's right leg. Open black lens bracket. I have awakened the subspace insight, taught by my father. Close black lens bracket. Borti used the second way of the Osber Via for a backhand thrust. His power sword rotated like a nimble snake, avoiding the intercepting crystal blade, and pierced into the Randon warrior's abdomen. Amidst a shriek and a loud bang, the Randon warrior's body fell to the ground. Ning Lu led the charge, gathering more and more honor guard members. At the same time, the flagship of the 8th Battle Group, the Blade, also launched boarding torpedoes at its locked target under the command of Thierry Vieira. Pierre, the grandson of Chief Sword Master Mika Wright from Kaiser, was among the first Kaiser-descended Order Shadows. His family's extraordinary swordsmanship allowed him to display his abilities even as a rookie. As a captain, he led his assault squad to board the Randon warship. 50 boarding torpedoes, concealed among a dense volley of torpedoes, slammed into the Randon warship. Chapter 320, Kaiser Order Shadows. The Kaiser Order Shadows were the tallest in the Legion. Originally, adult Kaiser people were 2 meters tall, and the 8th Battle Group warriors, after completing their modification surgeries, were even taller than the Catachan of the 7th Battle Group and the Fire Lizards, the tallest of the 20 legions. Compared to their tall stature, their bodies were more slender, and their shoulders were not as broad as those of the Catachan and Fire Lizards. Pierre Wright, wearing a fringed cloak made of fur, raised his left arm, lifted his bolt pistol, and attacked the wolf-headed, human-bodied Xenos. His 9 squad members raised their weapons and fired, just as they had followed Pierre since childhood. This habit had long become their instinct, not only because Pierre was once the son of their lord, but also because of his extraordinary swordsmanship. Amidst the roaring explosions, energy shields flickered. The Overlord roared in anger, and tens of thousands of human slaves, bound by neural collars, swarmed forward. The Randon warriors sneered, following behind his slave army, waiting for his army to wear down the black armored warriors before leading his own warriors to attack. Follow me. Pierre had long known the common tactics of the Randon Xenos from the data issued by the Gene Father. He knew that expending strength on human slaves enslaved by Xenos was both shameful and meaningless. The superhuman perception of the Order Shadows had locked onto the enemy. He gripped the longsword in his right hand. The longsword, from its hilt to its meticulously carved, slightly curved blade, and down to its tip, was a full 1.8 to 9 meters long. His longsword was forged from Kaiser steel, but compared to the 1.5 meter blades of other Kaiser nobles, his blade was longer to match his superhuman physique. The longsword still appeared slender and elongated in the hands of the Order Shadows, just like his body. Pierre injected his faint psychic energy into the longsword in his hand. As the blade trembled slightly, he became one with the blade. The other warriors did the same. In the past, only nobles could obtain longswords forged by Kaiser masters, but now every Order Shadows of the 8th Battle Group could obtain the same psychic longsword. Pierre outlined the optimal path to the Randon Overlord in his mind, then stepped forward and charged. The blade spun rapidly, tearing open a rift. Pierre, like a high-speed black tank, charged into the crowd, his longsword only swinging when necessary. The 9 members of the squad, with him as the arrowhead, pushed forward. In an instant, the squad reached the Randon Overlord. The Overlord let out an angry roar, useless. His psychic howl rushed towards the neural collars, metal spikes vibrated, and the human slaves fearfully attacked the black-armored warriors. The wolf-headed, human-bodied Randon Xenos also swarmed to kill the black-armored warriors. Defend! His squad warriors immediately established a defensive line around and behind them. Pierre charged at the overlord, his longsword clashing with jagged blades, emitting a dull scraping sound. The blades separated, then clashed again. Continuous collisions sounded like the striking of bells. The Randon overlord's strength pushed Pierre back, his swift offensive was as fierce as a wicked wolf. Randon warriors and human slaves charged the squad members' line. Facing an enemy hundreds of times their number, the Kaiser Order shadows held their ground, swinging their longswords to block the enemy. A Randon warrior crouched behind dozens of slaves. He suddenly lowered his head and charged forward, rushing towards a black armored warrior. The Kaiser Order shadows keenly noticed the Randon warrior launching a surprise attack, hidden behind the human slaves. He swung his sword horizontally, cutting the enslaved person in half at the waist, then swung diagonally, delivering another sword stroke, using the Uter style, to parry the Randon warrior's attack. But the Randon warrior's charge was unstoppable, and he could not dodge, exposing his captain behind him to the Xenos. His eyes were resolute, he did not dodge, but met the Xeno's heavy blow, swinging his longsword. The psychic longsword struck the personal energy field, splashing invisible ripples. A hint of mockery flashed in the wolf's head. The Randon warrior swung his flail down onto the black power armor. The Kaiser Order shadows did not dodge. He abandoned defense and swiftly swung his longsword, launching a fierce attack on the Xeno. This was a contest of speed versus defense. Dull thuds and explosive roars filled the air as the Order shadows and the Randon warrior swiftly clashed more than a dozen times. As the flail smashed into the helmet, the longsword also tore through the personal energy field and pierced the Randon warrior's chest. Pierre held his blade horizontally, parrying the enemy's swift attack. He knew his warriors couldn't last much longer. He had to kill the overlord as quickly as possible. As an experienced swordsman, Pierre knew that the more urgent the situation, the calmer one needed to be, to seize the opportunity and win with a single strike. He held his blade level, defending flawlessly with the Uisa style. The wolf-headed humanoid overlord advantages in strength and speed failed to break his defense. The overlord leapt up suddenly, like an enraged wolf king. Pierre's eyes flashed. He caught the agitated enemy's opening. He stepped and slid to the right, ducked down from the right side, then leapt up, simultaneously using the Velaby style, with the Randon overlord. Pierre poured all his strength into the blade in his hand, slashing downwards from right to left, diagonally. Psychic lightning flickered, and the blade struck the Randon overlord personal energy shield. Amidst the explosive roar, the energy shield was shattered. The overlord attack missed, and his energy shield was broken. He pulled back, intending to retreat. But Pierre's charged attack was faster. He used the death strike, the Elka style. The tip of the longsword went forward, piercing through the wolf head's throat and into his brain, with the sword tip emerging from the back of his head. Pierre let his longsword linger for a moment, the blade crackling in the overlord brain until the light in his eyes completely extinguished, before he withdrew the longsword. The overlord death terrified the Randon warriors. Just as they were retreating to regroup, more 8th Battle Group warriors appeared and launched an offensive with Pierre's squad. The boarding action launched by the Order Shadows captured 41 Randon warships of different classes. 5 of them were towed to Ramirez's docking facilities, where Gabriel led tech sergeants and technicians in their dismantling. The strategic significance of the Ramirez-class Star Fort was not only as a semi-mobile space fortress and a powerful fleet killer but also as a strategic base. The Imperial fleet could use the Star Fortress as a repair, command, and supply facility, saving the long journey of warships traveling back and forth to temporary supply bases or repair docks. Even during intense combat, docking points could be used to repair and resupply vessels up to strike cruiser class, as the Star Fortress had sufficient firepower to ensure repair personnel were undisturbed during their work. The tech sergeants utilized these facilities to dismantle and study the Randon warships. In Ning Lu's memory, many Lamalici-class Star Fortresses were used as deep space research facilities in the future. The remaining captured warships, after partial modification at the Star Fortress's docks, replaced the tugboats that had been defeated in the Void battle, continuing to tow the Ramirez-class star fort forward. The great sage Ryan Ramirez also captured a battleship-class Randon warship for dismantling and research. As the Imperial fleet advanced, research proceeded comprehensively, not limited to Randon warships. Tech sergeants also collected, organized, and studied the relatively intact Randon weapons and personal energy shields gathered from the battlefield. The chief apothecary led his team in dissecting and studying the Randon Xenos. The think tank curator took over the Neural Collar research project. He led a joint research team composed of think tank, apothecaries, and tech sergeants. Their short-term research focus was not on control, but on release control. The Randon's enslavement of humans and other Xenos through neural collars was their core tactic. Once research yielded results, losses could be reduced. The 33rd Expedition Fleet steadily advanced, relying on the Ramirez. Damaged warships received timely repairs. Time reached 839, and the Imperial fleet advanced to the orbit of 4 planets on the outskirts of Xuanzhou Morse, shortening the time spent by several months compared to Ning Lu's memory. While the fleet conducted orbital bombardment, within the Gene Seed Primarch's palace, Ning Lu summoned the commanders of each battle group and the 3 research leaders. "My lord, research on the neural collar has achieved some results," the think tank curator reported. "My lord, I was inspired by your removal of the neural collar's control over slaves and conducted research using the techniques of the Osiris mind control seed," Thomas said. "Although their methods of enslavement are not entirely identical, there are some similarities. Relatively speaking, the techniques of the Osiris mind control seed are more subtle and less easily detected. The Randon's neural collar is easy to replicate. It can be done as long as one possesses certain psychic artifact manufacturing techniques." After comparing the two, the think tank curator continued, "I have already mastered the manufacturing method of the neural collar, and all the Legion's psychic artisans can manufacture them." Ning Lu nodded. Although he preferred to purify Xenos rather than enslave them, there might be situations in the future where it would be necessary. Open black lens bracket humans cannot always be enslaved. When necessary, Xenos must also be enslaved. Close black lens bracket. With the assistance of the apothecaries and tech sergeants, I have developed a device, Thomas said, pulling out a heart-shaped crystal ball. Ning Lu looked up, seeing that the brilliant heart-shaped crystal ball was engraved with dense rune arrays, most of which were similar to those on the blue staff of the Osiris mind control seed. After injecting psychic energy to activate it, the crystal ball will release specific psychic fluctuations. It can interfere with people controlled by neural collars within a 50-meter radius, giving them the command to stay put. The contradictory result with the neural collar's command will lead to different situations. Affected people may execute either command, or they may fall into contradiction and wander. "This is a good start," Ning Lu praised Thomas's achievements and then issued an order. "Deploy it in ground combat, test and refine it." Chapter 321, The Light-Seeking Person. "My Gene Seed Primarch," Gabriel reported second, "through the dismantling of Randon warships, we have initially grasped their method of falsifying readings. While immediate application is not possible, it can significantly reduce the time required for identification. Most of Randon's weapons are related to psychic abilities and require more assistance from the think tank. The Randon people have mature technology in personal energy shields, and through research, we have made some progress in miniaturization. Continue the research." Ning Lu knew that research into Xenos technology takes time, and he was patient. As long as he mastered the technology of Randon ships and could effectively counter them before the start of the Second Randon War in 862, it would be enough. There were still 23 years until then. "My Gene Seed Primarch, I have dissected the Randon Xenos," Mikkel spoke third. "The wolf-headed, human-bodied Xenos are powerful and agile. They serve as the main force of the ships. I have uploaded the Xenos data to the Legion's tactical network and CC'd it to all the lords and company captains." Ning Lu nodded slightly, then said, "I will capture Randon Xenos in ground combat and designate a separate area on the Ramirez. As I said before, The war with Randon will last for decades, and the Legion's warriors should have a sufficient understanding of the enemy. Ning Lu remembered that the future Deathwatch would have a Lamely-C-class star fortress, the Watch Fortress Arioch, in the Jericho reach of the Extreme Star territory. Inside Arioch, Deathwatch kill team members received training and prepared for upcoming missions. Arioch served as a command center, storage, archive, and garrison, and also housed various training facilities for the Astartes. To create the most realistic training conditions possible, various unique environments were built within the Star Fortress's massive domes, some of which stored life such as flora and fauna from Death Worlds. Kill teams even captured Xenos and released them into the domes for simulated exercises where they were hunted down by the killed teams. Open black lens bracket. After the war, the Ramirez cannot be wasted. It can serve as both a training base and a research center for Randon. Close black lens bracket. My Gene Seed Primarch, Arsena Dunn then spoke. As of now, the expeditionary fleet has lost 54 void ships, including 13 capital ships. Most of these losses occurred when they encountered numerically superior Randon warships upon entering the star system. Randon warships have retreated into the combat satellite range, only sending out drones for harassment. We achieved a comprehensive victory in the first phase of the war, Ning Lu said with a smile. The goal of the second phase of the war is to capture the 4 planets on the outskirts of the Schwanzhou Morse star system. Among the 4 planets, Schwanzhou Morse IV is closest to the main star. The Ramirez will move to this location, using its central torpedoes to counter Randon drone incursions. The scale of the fortress on it is only smaller than Desperate Star, and the 3rd Battle Group and the Modian Iron Guard will lead the assault, assisted by the Voidwalker Titan Legion. As Ning Lu spoke, the original body servant raised his control staff, bringing up the Schwanzhou Morse star system map and highlighting the 4 planets on the outskirts of the star system. The 1st Battle Group's arbitrator will move to Planet V's orbit. The Randon fleet still had the strength to fight and could launch a surprise attack at any time. Ning Lu wanted to ensure that each of the 4 planets had a Lamely-C-class star fortress or a Glory Queen-class battleship in orbit to deal with possible attacks. Augur matrix scans show that Planet V's surface is a cave system, and the 2nd Battle Group and 8th Battle Group will launch a joint attack. The Death Withering will move to Planet V's orbit. The planet's surface is an ice world, and the 4th Battle Group and 5th Battle Group must conquer this world. The King Power Shadow will advance towards Desperate Star. I will lead the Honor Guard and the 11th Battle Group to conquer the Randon Fortress. Yes, my Gene Seed Primarch, everyone responded in unison, interspersed with the sudden, Father, from Sessek, the commander of the 1st Battle Group, who was also the only non-Imperial court monk present. After everyone left, Ning Lu spoke to the silver-haired Arsena. Have Honor Guard member Santiago Bergkamp return to the 5th Battle Group and join the attack on Planet V. Ning Lu had thoroughly vetted Santiago, confirmed his loyalty and outstanding abilities, and had already cultivated him into an apprentice of Sequence 9 on the door pathway. Demon-type psychics, who use psychic spells like exorcising demons and opening portals, could easily fall into the warp. The door pathway, which would allow him to open a traveler's door in the future, could help him escape when in danger. In 10 minutes, have members Puert, Pierre Wright. Ning Lu rattled off the names of 52 Honor Guard members. They were either Honor Guard members before the war or had joined after excelling in boarding actions, and all had passed the test. He wanted to cultivate the selected Honor Guard members into Beyonders. Open black lens bracket. Indeed, it is during wartime that observation of candidates can be completed more quickly. After the war, the first stage of the general process for Beyonders should be completed. Each squad in the 1st, 3rd, 4th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 11th Battle Groups will have Beyonders of the pathways I have chosen. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, he returned to the disordered country and ordered the Space Monkey to prepare the potions. The orange-furred Space Monkey's fingers flew, and bottles of potions were rapidly produced. As Ning Lu distributed the potions to the Honor Guard members one by one, Santiago, who was heading to the transport ship, stopped and looked at the figure that appeared before him. Thomas, holding a staff and with his face hidden by a psychic hood, spoke. Santiago, you have outstanding psychic potential. I invite you to join the think tank. Lord Thomas, compared to becoming a think tank, I would rather fight alongside my battle brothers, Santiago said. I believe you will surely stand out. Thomas saw his own reflection and that of other lords in Santiago. After the War Council, because Planet V of Xuanzhao Morse was riddled with caves and orbital bombardment had limited effect, the second battle group launched its offensive first. After the black transport ship landed on the surface, Wilshire spoke to his battle group members on the battle group communication channel. Order Shadows, hear me. We are gathered here, standing before the Xenos lair, under the aura of Argene Seed Primarch. The foul Xenos are before us. They possess great power, and there is no doubt this will be a bitter struggle. Some of us will not see the dawn again. But know that if you die valiantly, you will return to the Gene Seed Primarch's side, and he will spread his golden wings to embrace you. The Lord of Light intensified his tone. Now we must act for victory. For Ning Lu. At the same time, he silently praised in his heart, for the Black Emperor. For Ning Lu. The Order Shadows of the second battle group roared and charged into the caves. Stepping into the dark caves, the Order Shadows immediately heard the flapping of wings. Xenos, 1 meter tall with bat wings on their backs, snake-like heads, and nerve collars around their necks, flew in from all directions. The Randon enslaved not only humans but also many other Xenos races. The Order Shadows raised their bolt guns, and the bolts fired at the Xenos were like a hurricane. The Xenos exploded violently, their shattered limbs scattering across the ground. An Order Shadow wielding a flamethrower pulled the trigger, and burning promethium swept over the Xenos. The rising steam instantly desiccated the Xenos. Wilshire strode forward, chanting loudly. Lord Monarch, may your kingdom descend here. May filth disperse, and may light shine upon the Order Shadows. Wherever the singers passed, the Order Shadows were filled with power. Their strength, their agility, and their courage were all enhanced. The second battle group was unstoppable, pushing forward. On the 5th day of the battle, they penetrated to the center of the cave network. Wilshire stepped into the cave and immediately heard a piercing shriek. A Randon overlord, covered in magnificent feathers with a beak a meter long, holding a shining spear, swooped down. He plunged into the ranks of the Order Shadows, thrusting his spear into the chest of a guard member. The spearhead emerged from the Order Shadow's back, impaling him on the spear as he flew forward. A dozen bolts struck his personal energy shield, causing ripples, and the warheads clattered to the ground. The Overlord flew extremely fast, avoiding most of the bolts fired by the Order Shadows, and vanished from the Order Shadows' sensory range in an instant. Open black lens bracket. He seems to possess some kind of invisibility ability. Close black lens bracket. Wilshire thought, calmly looking around. In the eyes of the light-seeking person, 2 lights like small suns suddenly lit up, making everything in the cave visible to him. He met the Overlord eyes, which were shriveled and devoid of crystalline light. Wilshire, holding the relic Thunder Hammer, immediately realized the Randon Overlord weakness. In the eyes of the light-seeking person, a pure light suddenly ignited, as if 2 small suns had descended into the cave, and he had cupped his ungloved left hand over his mouth and nose, making a gesture of prayer. Silently, a clear column of burning flame appeared out of thin air and struck the Xenos Overlord head. The Overlord let out a scream, and his shriveled eyes rapidly burned to ash. Accompanied by a scream, the Randon Overlord fell like a kite with a broken string. Wilshire felt a light ignite within him, and he silently thought, open black lens bracket. I have become a true light-seeking person. Close black lens bracket. He pressed the runic symbol and smashed his hammer onto the Overlord. Amidst the roar of an explosion, the Randon Overlord body was blasted into a bloody mist. Incredibly fast, Voidwalker. The Ramirez sailed towards the Xuanzhao Morse IV planet, launching an attack on its orbital defense facilities. A large number of torpedo tubes in the central area of the Ramirez-class Star Fort continuously launched torpedoes towards the orbital artillery arrays and missile platforms, seemingly inexhaustible. The Randon orbital defense system barely held on under the suppressive fire. The shells they fired were like futile struggles against a pack of bloodthirsty sharks. One after another, defense platforms were engulfed by a rain of torpedoes, turning into ruins. The Ramirez destroyed the Randon's orbital defense system and occupied the orbit of planet IV within 4 hours of initiating the strike. Terrifying gun batteries aimed at the surface, pouring fire onto the planet's surface. The low-hanging clouds were lit from outside in, and the thunderous roar of atmospheric discharges echoed across the surface of planet IV. Randon's small strongholds were torn to shreds in the first wave of artillery bombardment, accompanied by multiple sonic booms caused by hypersonic shells. The 3rd Battle Group's fleet joined the bombardment, with energy weapons, kinetic weapons, and bombardment artillery aimed at the planet's surface. Blinding ice-blue beams, along with the Ramirez's artillery, pierced the energy shields of the Randon fortresses. Vertical, dazzling light poured down onto the shimmering energy shields. On the 5th day of the bombardment, accompanied by continuous, spreading energy waves, the Randon's energy shields were shattered. After the orbital bombardment ended, large numbers of black troop transports, assault craft, and gunboats were the first to fly towards the planet's surface, followed closely by heavy transport ships carrying armored vehicles and artillery. Groups of Stormbirds led the charge, their black, blade-like fuselages adorned with a shining crescent moon on their heads. Planet IV, the Randon's largest fortress. Human slaves in the watchtowers were driven to operate the turrets, firing energy beams at the overwhelming black vehicles flying towards them. 10 black Stormbirds at the forefront of the flight formation had their double void shields crackle under the attack of the shimmering energy beams. The gunner, one of the 2 pilots, pushed the control stick the moment the targeting system locked onto the target. Each Stormbird fired several missiles towards the Randon turrets. Boom, boom, boom. Several turrets were blown away by the explosions, and the Stormbird's twin-linked laser cannons fired searing beams, sweeping to clear a landing area, then their landing gear extended, hitting the ground. The moment they landed, assault ramps slammed down, and Vestroyan Rhino armored personnel carriers slowly drove out. Compared to other battle groups, the 3rd Battle Group underwent more comprehensive armor reinforcement, with assault warriors all riding in Rhino transports to the battlefield. Heavy transport ships landed, crushing the triangular, alien-like structures, and disgorging black battle tanks painted with the black livery of the Order Shadows. The artillery of the Gabriel Predator and Mikado Defender pattern battle tanks bombarded the Randon positions. Countless humans enslaved by the Xenos poured out from all directions. 2 think tanks raised their left hands, infusing psychic energy into the heart-shaped crystal balls in their hands. Invisible psychic waves swept across a 50-meter radius centered around them. Nearly half of the humans wavered, advancing and retreating, as the psychic power invading their minds wrestled with the power enslaving them. 1/3 of the other half, driven by their neural collars, continued forward. The others regained clarity in their eyes, they dropped their weapons in terror and scattered. After leaving the range of the device in the think tank's hands, they were again driven by their neural collars to attack their surroundings. 2 scribes surveyed the surroundings, recording the results of the neural collar release device experiment. Open black lens bracket. The deactivation device has an efficiency of approximately 50%. The deactivation effect currently has no practical use and requires further improvement. Close black lens bracket. The Bellic battle tanks of the Modian Iron Guard were neatly arrayed. From deep within the hull of the 1st Regiment Commander's Evernight, came the sound of the turret rotating and the gun raising. The gun trembled as it raised to the coordinate elevation and locked, and the shells fired from the 120 mm battle cannon formed a barrage with other tanks, firing at the Randon spires. The Modian Iron Guard's artillery salvo immediately suppressed the spire's firepower, forcing the enemy to abandon other targets. The Gabriel Predator then opened fire, its side-mounted heavy flamers spewing promethium flames. Compared to the Predator tanks equipped by other legions, this variant was several times more lethal, and the destructive torrent immediately tore open paths through the tide of slave troops. Vestroyan Rhino transports followed closely behind the Gabriel Predator on both flanks, charging towards the turrets. From the larger hulls, the Order Shadows, who were carried within, leapt out rapidly. The exhaust flames from their jump packs propelled them onto the tall towers. The 3rd Battle Group soldiers who broke into the towers fired lethal bolter rounds at the energy generators. Amidst the smoke of the exploding spires, the Order Shadows leapt down, boarding the Rhino armored vehicles to continue their advance. Bukayo Arshaven commanded his battle group, working in perfect coordination with the Modian Iron Guard, destroying Randon turrets one by one and steadily advancing. The Bellic battle tank's cannon had a water-cooling jacket and a gyro stabilizer to ensure accurate aiming while moving. Instruments including auger navigators and laser rangefinders also helped the crew aim and locate targets, coupled with inertial dampening technology from Wonquan No. 8, giving the main weapon extremely high stability when firing. The well-trained Modian Iron Guard displayed qualities far superior to ordinary auxiliary army, firing flawlessly, with every shell accurately hitting enemy spires. Only when the bastion-like inner fortress appeared in sight did the 3rd Battle Group encounter resistance. Triangular spires, over 20 meters tall, shimmered with dazzling light, emitting streaks of electricity. The electric arcs fired from the tips of 4 spires struck the armor plating of a Vestroyan Rhino armored vehicle, and spiderweb-like arcs rapidly spread. The black transport vehicle, along with the Order Shadows inside, was torn apart by the energy field, turning into ominous black shadows. The Dark Lord pressed his calm bead, request Voidwalker support. Request received, Voidwalker deployed. The Dark Lord's armored firepower had only launched 3 rounds of bombardment against the inner bastion before he felt the ground rumble. His gaze passed through the command vehicle, looking at the team of Voidwalkers who had responded to his request for support. The Voidwalkers joined the battlefield at a speed far exceeding that of other Titan legions. 5 massive Titans swiftly raced forward. The banners between their legs fluttered in the wind as they strode, with Lucius's black sun at the center of their emblem, representing not only the artificial sun at the heart of their hollow world but also the isolation they endured for centuries during the Old Night. Precise star charts were the core of the Voidwalker emblem. The logicians of the casting world carefully depicted the legion's history as abstract solar constellations and warp routes on each Titan's armor, which is why they were also known as the Astrological Legion. The entire formation elegantly maintained its line while launching an attack. The Warlord-class Titan, Indomitable Fury, spun its arm-mounted autocannons at high speed, spewing streams of giant shells at the spires. A stunning vortex of flame and storm of death swept through the bastion fortress, and the Randon's defensive spires vanished in towering pillars of fire. The same scene was constantly playing out in the large and small fortresses on planet IV, as the Voidwalker Titan Legion responded to support requests with astonishing speed. The Randon fortresses were breached one by one, and the Voidwalkers smashed through the bastions, their colossal steel feet mercilessly crushing the slave army. The Dark Lord's command vehicle drove through the breach into the bastion, heading straight for the center of the inner city. A massive rhino-shaped Randon overlord raced at high speed through the smoke, charging towards the Rhino command vehicle. Bukayo saw his figure. He did not leave the command vehicle, as he could not move while forcibly pulling someone into a dream. His eyes deepened, and his psychic energy extended towards the Overlord. The high-speed Randon Overlord eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Suddenly, the scene in his eyes changed drastically, the smoke disappeared, and he plunged headfirst into a swampy mire. The Randon Overlord body trembled. He struggled to climb out while the command vehicle fired a dense barrage at him, his personal energy shield crackling. The dozen or so Randon warriors following behind him, seeing the Overlord suddenly stop, stood stunned and suffered the incoming fire. There's a human psyker attacking the Overlord with a psychic attack. The Randon psyker raised the staff in his hand, his consciousness extending towards the Overlord. A moment later, his eyes were filled with surprise. He had penetrated the Overlord mind, confirming that the Overlord had fallen into a deep sleep, but the opponent's method was completely different from any mind control he knew. Just as he was searching for a way to resolve the mind control, the Overlord personal energy shield rippled, then shattered. The dense barrage struck the unprotected, stunned Overlord, tearing him to shreds. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.